Y'all caught me eating. Good morning. Good morning, 13ers. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Oh, look, my chair's in the way too. I got all kinds of problems. Lucy girl, say good morning. Say good morning to your friends. Hello. Lucy is very excited to see Judge Newman this morning. She is very excited. She even told me, and she's celebrating. She's starting early. Lucy girl. She's a mess, y'all. She's starting early. She got this in the P.O. box yesterday. How adorable is this? And she's like, don't go very far with that because this is mine. Don't mess with it. Leave it alone. Auntie Candy sent her that. So thank you so much, Auntie Candy. She loves this. She also got a new verdict outfit, which I was going to put her in it this morning. I was like, you know what? This would make a great verdict outfit. So I'm going to hold off on it. And I also have a little accessory that goes with it cute. So she got that yesterday. So I'm going to wait to debut that because it's really cute. And let me tell y'all, this child with her messy hair, she got a whole bunch of treats yesterday too. And she was so excited. And she saw different ones. Like she saw that there were different bags and she knew they were all for her because, you know, it's all about Lucy. So she saw that there were different ones. And I had to give her one from each bag because she's so spoiled. Because she knew that they were for her. Let me fix that messy little bun. We've been running around. I took her to get some exercise this morning. Nice little. There we go. Is that your eyeballs now? Is that better? Messy ponytail. I took her to get some outdoor time this morning before the storm hits. So right now it is beautiful out there. But one side of the sky you can see is dark. So you can see that it's a coming, but hopefully, you know, it'll be fine. All right, let's go ahead and celebrate the first to the party. Redfin, you got your favorite chair. So, thank you. Oh, look, I'm blurry again. Wait, watch. I can use the force. Hold on, wait. I got this. Now it just looks like I'm in a hurricane. It'll lose focus sometimes, like it's trying to find me. I think I rock too much. There we go. Look at me using the force to fix it. I rock too much. And so sometimes it will get, it'll get a little bit annoyed with me and then it can't keep up with me. So hello, RA. Good morning. Good morning. RA says we need a hurricane cam too. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea. As things get more interesting up in here. I will show you. I posted this on Twitter this morning. Let's see. I have, well, you can see this is what's okay. So it's coming like towards here. So this is what they call the Big Bend in Florida. This is the Panhandle, and then this is the main peninsula, and this is the Big Bend. So the Big Bend ends like right here, and I'm like right here. So it's kind of coming towards me, but it may go to a different, who knows? You know, you can't predict these things. But I will tell you this morning, this was my view this morning. I woke up and there was a beautiful, beautiful rainbow and the Gulf. And then this is another one I took as the clouds were starting to kind of clear a little bit. But it was incredibly beautiful. You could see, you can't tell from this picture, but when the water gets like really, I mean, the water's always, they call it the Emerald Coast for a reason. But it's the strangest thing because when a storm is coming, this is like the calm before the storm. See how there's like no wakes? It looks like it could be just a lake. Like there's no, big wakes or anything. But when it gets like this, like where it kind of gets like that, it's almost like a lot of this stuff in the air turns kind of yellow, for lack of a better description. It's like it's anytime before a huge storm or a hurricane comes, everything kind of gets like this yellow tint out there, and it makes the water even greener, which is beautiful, but it's always like kind of the calm before the storm. So I know it's coming, but you can't tell it from this picture. But like over to this side, this is the east side. Over to the east side, because I face downward, I'm in the Gulf. Over to the east side, everything was like beautiful and clear. To the west side, the sky was getting really dark. So when I peek under my computer, I can see out my windows over there. So right now it's still looking okay. So we'll see if it hits today and we lose power. Just I'll be back at some point. But hopefully it won't. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Who knows? I'm just kind of winging it right now because I really don't know. Hurricanes are so unpredictable. I've been pretty lucky since I've lived here. The last major hurricane that hit, I've been here for 2 hurricanes, but I was not here for Michael. My mom was here for Michael. My mom and my stepdad. That's the only one that they've ever evacuated for. But all the ones that I've been here for were a blast. Like we had hurricane parties and, going out there and seeing everything when, not like obviously while it's like really, really bad, but before it starts getting bad, when the winds are crazy and the waves are huge and, all that stuff. It's actually a really cool thing. You see pictures like this where the water is so calm and serene, and then you walk out there before, or kind of either right before or directly after a hurricane, and it's not like that at all. The waves are huge and loud and angry and beautiful. I love it. And a lot of cool stuff washes up. This would be like recovery addicts, like, dream to come to one of these places like right after a hurricane, because it really does have, like you'd be amazed what washes up. My mom and my stepdad used to go out there and look at stuff all the time and find stuff, and they found some really cool stuff. They found some really cool, pretty driftwood and things like that. But there's been like church pews that have washed up, and I don't even know how a church pew gets. I don't even want to know. But there's been all kinds of stuff, and it's there was somebody who got like a sword a little bit further down the Gulf, like an ancient sword, came up or something. So a lot of crazy stuff, but it's part of nature. Nature's beauty. So we have our new trial starting today. I am excited about I see y'all asking. I'm in Panama City Beach area. So I'm like right on the other side of the Big Bend. So I'll be okay. I am not in an evacuation zone as of now. So I should be good. All right. So we have a new trial starting today. And I will tell you, this one will be a doozy because this is, it's going to be a sad one. There's no way around it. Justice for Cristina. Cristina deserves to have her story told. And from what I'm, hearing so far, it doesn't look good for, Larry King and Rita, the mom. So we'll see, as the evidence comes out, we'll see what the video evidence shows. The video evidence, from what I hear, is the most, damning part that it basically goes against everything with their story, like that they, that this was on purpose. And that's just heartbreaking. So we'll see how it goes. I'm keeping an open mind on it being an accident. Even with it being an accident, there's just, it just breaks my heart. But from what I'm hearing, it doesn't look like an accident. So this is going to be a tough one, but we do have Judge Newman to walk us through everything. And, if there's anything that's, comforting in this world, it is Judge Newman's sweet voice and him telling that juror to get, go get your dozen eggs and head on out. You're good to go. Aaron Patterson, you made it to 4 months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
4 months. Happy anniversary. Glad to have you here. All 4 months of it. All 4 months of it. Oh, we got another anniversary. It's me, Kim. Remember, for 2 months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. 2 whole months, best friends. Glad to have you here. So glad to have you here. This one is going to be a tough one. So I'm glad that we have all of our friends and family here with us to get through this together. I am going to leave Lucy Cam up anytime it gets to be too much for you. If you need to, like scoot on out somewhere else or mute it or turn us off or whatever you can. If you want to just stare at little bitty baby Lucy, that's what she's there for. She doesn't serve any other purpose. Do you know you're useless, aren't you? Yes, you are. You're so cute. So, she's the best little emotional support dog ever. So, if it gets to be too much, just bring the Lucy. Bring the Lucy? Yeah. She's staring at me like, I know you got treats. I've seen them. I need more treats. Hannah Fullwood, member for 3 whole months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. 3 whole months. 3 whole months. We are glad to have you. Happy anniversary. I love the anniversaries. Makes me so happy. Annie Murray, happy anniversary to you too.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yes. Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary to you. Yes, I do listen to Police Scanner. And last night, so I had gone, my brother and my nieces and my nephew and my sister-in-law, they're all still in town. And we went last night and we had a very serious family night. We played Monopoly. And when I tell you that it is the Churchwell spirit to be competitive, y'all think I'm competitive. You should meet my brother. He is, and my nephew is just like him. My nieces are until they get tired, and then they're like, here, just take over and play for us. And then they just want to go and like roll the dice for everybody, but not actually like have to focus on playing or anything. But my nephew and my brother are both very just gotta win. And it was a very serious game of Monopoly. So that lasted well into the night. So I got home at midnight and had planned on going to sleep. And then all of a sudden the scanner app comes on and there was a police officer involved shooting in San Diego. The police had responded to shots fired. And when they got there, then the guy started shooting at the officers. None of the officers were hit, I believe, but the guy was like running, I guess, between backyards. He ended up barricading himself inside a house, set fire to the house and to the garage. And I heard them, I'm listening to the scanner and I'm trying to give updates and stuff because, scanner scanner information you get right away. When you're having to wait on news stuff, you don't. I mean, you have to wait on new stuff. So, but it was crazy because I was sitting there listening, and as they're talking about how, oh yeah, he's throwing things out the window, and we have a vision of him every once in a while, and stuff like that. It's just it's the craziest thing. And they said, because he had been shooting at officers, he had been barricading. There's people in danger, and they had said that they had authorized to use lethal force. If they got a shot, like a clear view of him again, and there were snipers in place and everything. It was the craziest thing. And they ended up, he was not wanting to surrender. And this had been going on for hours, and until he set fire to the place. And they were talking about how there were flames like engulfing, the house at this point. Like one of the rooms was completely engulfed. Smoke starting to kind of billow up and stuff. And it was just insane. They did take him down, and the girlfriend was, they said that they had girlfriend with law enforcement. I don't know what her deal was. I don't know if she was, just happened to be there, or if she was, he was holding her hostage. I don't know any of that, because after all that, I went to bed. So I haven't looked at updates today to find out the whole story, but it's crazy. The scanner app that I have, I don't even know what it's called. Let's see. It's just Police Scanner Radio. It's an app. And so I get all the big updates. Keeps me updated on what's going on in our world. And a lot of it is sad. Let's see. Georgia mom, 2 boys. Oh, goodness gracious.
What? Anniversary. Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy anniversary. We are glad to have you here. So glad to have you here. It's an anniversary party. Yeah, she's waiting. She heard me say that word. I should never have said that word. Now she's staring at me. Polly Prissy Pants, member for 4 months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Look at all of our best friends. We're not going to talk about that. Monopoly gets serious. I'm not going to say that I've disowned my only nephew after last night's Monopoly game, but I'm just going to throw it out there that we're not the same as we were going into that game. Him and his stupid hotels. Eggs and spam.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy anniversary to you. Yeah, my nephew, when he was on here the other day, and I told him, I was like, everybody say happy birthday to my nephew. I was like, that'll never happen again. You and your stupid hotels. Monopoly gets serious. Heather Barnett and Anna A.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy anniversary to y'all too. It is a party. It is an anniversary party, and we are here for it. I'm excited. Let's get the feed up and going so we can be ready. Let's see. I hope that the audio in there is better today. We'll have to see. Not quite sure, but here's hoping. But if not, I have some booster stuff I can do to it to try to make it work. Good morning. Y'all come on in. We're getting the day started. I have some, thanks to our amazing members here. Let's see. Shireen sent it to me. Court docs. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, let's see. We have, oh, I got to zoom in because y'all know I can't see nothing. Oh, wait, I got my old lady glasses. Nope, I don't have my old lady glasses. All right, let's see. We saw the class action stuff yesterday and kind of went over a little bit. Dang, I really need my old lady glasses. All right, let's see. I think this is, see heads moving around in there. Bring the jury, bring Judge Newman. Yeah, I think these are the ones from the class actions. Let me see. Not class action, wrongful death. She died. Yeah, these are the ones that we had that we had looked at. I cannot see. Let me see if I can zoom in. 80s Music Man wears all camo to blend in. Nope. 80s camo would have been bright neon anyway, so you can't blend in. All right, let's see. Oh. Hi. All right, let me see if I can, while we're waiting on them to come in, I'm trying to see if I can zoom in a little bit. Listen and talk. Okay. Is it crazy that I'm like really excited to see Judge Newman? I feel like we're about to like go see an old friend. You know what? This will be easier on my phone because I can zoom in on my phone. Let me just do that. Oh, and actually, let me pull up. About chat. Live chat. Okay. All right. All right. Now, let me pull it up this way because this way I can zoom in. She said, such a gentleman, such a gentleman. All right. So, all right, so Cristina was born with severe intellectual and physical disabilities that resulted in her being wheelchair bound and unable to communicate verbally. On August 5th, 2019. So, y'all, this has been 4 years. 4 years. Oh, they took our audio. No more hot mics. Oh, they're coming in and out. August 5th, 2019, Cristina was left in a parked Volkswagen Jetta owned by her mother, Rita, at the home of Larry King Jr., located at 11865 Low Country Highway. As a result of being left unattended in a parked car in the middle of the summer, Cristina died a torturous death of extreme pain and suffering. Let's see. Plaintiff incorporates herein and realleges, as if fully set forth in this paragraph, all of the prior allegations. Defendant owed a duty to plaintiff to use reasonable care while operating a motor vehicle. Let's see. Failure to take the proper precautions to ensure the safety of passengers riding in her vehicle. Failing and omitting to use that degree of care which a reasonably prudent person would have exercised under the same or similar conditions, and in such other and further particulars as the evidence at trial may show. The breach of these duties was the direct and proximate cause of plaintiff's injuries. Plaintiff was damaged as a result of these breaches. And then, oh gosh, defendants owed a duty to plaintiff to use reasonable care while operating vehicle. Let's see, 16. Defendant breached that duty to plaintiff by failing to take reasonable precautions while caring for a minor with disabilities. Breach of these duties and laws and was the direct and proximate cause of plaintiff's injuries. Failed to take the proper precautions to ensure the safety of the passengers riding in her vehicle. Failing and omitting to use that degree of care which a reasonably prudent person would have exercised under the same or similar conditions, and in such other and further particulars as the evidence at trial may show. And then, oh gosh, my toes cramping again. I don't know why that happens so much. All right, so, and then it says intentional as a direct and proximate result of the intentional acts of the defendant as outlined above. The decedent, Cristina, suffered fear. Toes are cramping again. Suffered fear, physical pain and suffering, mental and emotional distress and anguish in the time of her death, and incurred medical costs and funeral costs for which the plaintiff is entitled to an award of actual and punitive damages pursuant to code. I'm not reading all the code stuff, in the amount to be determined by a jury at the trial of the action. I don't know if Robin's viewpoint, I have not heard them say exactly how long. I heard it's not expected to take too long, but I don't know how long is not too long. I made an English muffin this morning and then I have not had time to eat it, and now it's like really hard. That's okay. So the other thing, if y'all missed it yesterday, we pulled it up. Her daughter, Rita's daughter, what was her name? Ashley, I think. Her daughter was arrested a week after her mom was arrested. Yeah, Kathy, those were the papers from the civil one, not from this one. Her daughter was arrested a week later, 1 week later, for leaving her kids in the car. And she said that she had the car running, or she didn't say that. The car was running, but the back window, the back driver's side window had been busted out and there was just plastic over it. It was in the 90s, because again, this is still summer in South Carolina. It was in the 90s, and she had they said the air was blowing, but it was blowing hot air. Well, yeah, it's going to be blowing hot air. If you're parked and it's 90 something degrees outside, I don't know if y'all have ever, parked a car and sat there, with it running. It don't blow cold air while you're just, sitting there for too long. And if your back window is out and you've got just plastic over it, you ain't cooling off right there anyway. She went into Walmart, because it's always a Walmart, y'all. She went into Walmart and she told officers that she had only been in there for 5 minutes. But the officers were like, that doesn't really add up, because we've been out here for 15 minutes with your youngins. So she was arrested. Lori Vargo, new member, welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
We are now best friends. This is where you live now, Lori. This is where you will report every day for jury duty. Every day from now on out, this is where you show up. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Just joking. We're glad you're here. I mean, we're not really joking. You still have to show up every day. But always a Walmart. Always a Walmart. Also, why would you leave kids in the car when your window is busted? Okay, first of all, hello, Walmart's sex trafficking direct connection. Just so we're clear, like, do you know how many, kids and, stuff are abducted from parking lots all the time? And when you are like, when your window is busted out, it's plastic, y'all. It don't take nothing to reach in there and get your babies. You realize that, like, you know what it takes to get through plastic? You're through plastic. That's it. That's all it takes. I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's not leave kids in the car, period. Let's just not do it. Let's not do it. Like, I leave Lucy in the car if I have to run in somewhere, and I have like one of the remote things, So if I have to like just run in somewhere real quick, I'll take her into Walmart and stuff with me. But there are a few places that won't let her come in for whatever reason. I usually sneak her in anyway. I have a purse that hides her. But like if I'm going into the store and I'm going to have to carry stuff or whatever, I have like one of the remote things. So I'll put her in the car and I can lock the door and I leave the air on. She stands like on the little middle console where the air blows. So it blows right in her little furry face. It's the cutest thing. I think the longest I've ever left her in the car by herself. And now this is my dog, y'all, not my kid, my dog. I think the longest I've ever left her in the car is, 5 minutes tops. Like pretty much the only time I leave her is if I'm going in the gas station, sometimes post office, but even post office, normally she goes in with me because she knows everything's going to be for her anyway. But that's my dog. Like, I wouldn't even leave, her in there if the window was busted out. I don't get it. My Walmart, I wouldn't say pet friendly, but I have a bag that it's like just a shoulder, like put on your shoulder bag, and it has she fits right into it, and I can zip up the top, but the top is all like mesh and the sides are, the front part, the long part is like black and white stripe, but then on each of the sides it's like full mesh. So she, just sits there and watches people and nobody even knows she's in there. So I have taken her in when I didn't have my bag and just put her in the buggy like she's a youngin', and they never say anything. But I always have a leash for her. She's never like off the leash. But even with her, in those moments where I'll take her, with me to run errands because she likes to stick her head out the window and she, the whole 9 yards. She likes to do all that. So most of the stuff, most place I can take her in with me, but there will, I don't want to have to leave her at home alone for 3 hours if there's only one errand I have to do out of all of them where she can't go in with me. So I'll take her with me, put her in the car if I like run in somewhere or whatever. And she has, I'll put her favorite song on, and then, she'll have the wind blowing and stuff. But I know that if I'm in this store for more than 5 minutes, that cold air that's blowing will no longer blow cold. That's just common sense of how heat works in, unless you have like a super fancy car that, but I'm not big into super fancy cars. I have a Jeep. So it just, it to me, it's just, these are things that like, I just don't even understand. When I was living, had I moved here yet? I don't remember. I may have already moved here. Yep, she does the Hey Ya. Hey Ya is her favorite song by Outkast. She loves it. But I don't, which is funny. Jacob loved that song when he was a baby. There he is. There's our friend. Judge Newman's here.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Just a housekeeping matter. We talked about this in the status conference. There's a camera request for a person in our office. I've shown it to
use your microphone.
Counsel. Nobody has any objection to it. It was just never signed. And before he started with this camera, I wanted to make sure I brought that to your Honor's attention.
Okay. It'll be allowed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Now,
Yes, sir.
Use your microphones.
Your Honor, I sent an email last night.
I received it and read it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Outlining our motion to limit the scope of the prosecution's opening statement, specifically to preclude the following information argument from being presented during their opening statement. The issues we addressed yesterday, the first one, references to reckless disregard of human life as a misstatement of law. Murder requires an extreme reckless disregard of human life.
So now you're going to read what you emailed me and what you just handed me?
For the record.
Well, the record is your filing. You filed it, so it's in the record. We talked about this yesterday. You filed it, a brief.
Yes, we are live.
Now you're reading to me what you filed.
I have not filed a motion on the motion to preclude or limit the scope of the prosecution's testimony.
Well, that's what you emailed it last night. Do you intend to file it?
I have marked it as defense exhibit number 17, and of course, Your Honor has reviewed everything.
Yes, sir. I'm saying that if you have, when you file, you prepare a motion of whatever sort, you file the motion, and then then come and then read to me what you filed. You say, in order to make a record is made when you file it.
I have to disagree, Your Honor.
Well, you disagree, but I'm the judge, and that's my ruling. I don't need you to read verbatim something that you have filed because it's a part of the record. It's a waste of time. You submitted it. I read it. You filed it.
Respectfully, this hasn't been filed with the clerk's office.
Do you intend to file it?
We can't, yes, Your Honor.
Well, I thought you said it was exhibit 17 or something.
An exhibit is not, I'm not trying to belabor over the words, but what's marked as an exhibit is not the same as being filed with the clerk's office. We have this very issue in another high-profile case in Columbia about the filing of things and things that is known to a judge. I'm making sure that the appellate record is clear, and I haven't made a motion to limit the scope of the prosecution's opening. Based on Your Honor's position, if I have specific rulings on these matters, then it'll be addressed.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, since Your Honor is aware and has reviewed the document that was sent, my position is, I understand Your Honor doesn't want me to rehash the arguments. I just need specific rulings on the four matters raised, four issues raised.
All right. What says the state?
You sent us home last night, Your Honor, you asked the question of whether or not there was any evidence that there were any case law talking about drug use at the time of the crime and whether or not that was relevant. I'll hand you three cases, State versus Dickerson, State versus Adams, and State versus Gilchrist, all of which it says yes. And in fact, in all three of these cases, what they talk about are the drug use at the time of the crime. And what they all say is that not only is it admissible under 404B, but it's also admissible under res gesta. And all because of the same point that kind of goes through every bit of argument that we've made so far, which is it's all about the state of mind of the defendants in this case. Implied malice, everything from the initial argument by the defense that we had to add some language to clarify things like this, everything goes back to the state of mind of the defendants. And in each one of these cases, it says drug use at the time of the crime is exactly that. It goes to state of mind. It's not propensity evidence, and it's admissible. They even actually cite one case in there that talks about marijuana use at the time of the crime. This is obviously methamphetamines. It's much more serious drug than marijuana. But even in that case, they talk about the use of the marijuana as relevant. You've got cocaine, you've got crack use in an armed robbery, you've got cocaine use for a murder in which the person bludgeoned the person so much that the cocaine was even used in that. So all of these cases say the same thing, that this is admissible evidence. It's actually not about trying to, as the defense would say, well, you're trying to argue that they did something in the past. They were high the day this happened. And that's particularly relevant when you're talking about why did they do what they did. And the defense is going to argue, unless I'm missing it, that it was an accident. Well, that's exactly what 404B is for, to prove the fact that it's not an accident. And it's a pattern of conduct. It's the same with Brittany Honeycutt's testimony. It's the same with Lindsay Lewis's testimony. All they talk about, this is how she acts on a regular basis. All of that is state of mind. All of that goes to why they did what they did. Unless I'm missing it, I assume the defense is going to argue this was just an accident, and we're arguing it's much more than that. As they argued earlier, it's extreme indifference to the safety and lives of others. And that extreme indifference is just in the child abuse case that I manifested you last night, talks about it's admissible not just under 404B, but under res gesta as well. Those are two of the main issues. I don't really plan on going into a whole lot of other stuff about the legal stuff. I usually leave that to the judge until we get to closing and you talk to us about your charge. So I don't plan on going into that. But as far as those two issues, you asked for specific law on that. I gave that to you. And I would also say this finally. As far as an opening statement is concerned, we always make opening statements where there's going to be objections down the line. And we still make those opening statements. And I recognize that if I tell the jury something that doesn't come in, then they can make a motion for mistrial. So I'm not going to be very foolish about it. But I know the stuff that we have, I know it's going to get admitted into evidence. And I ought to be able to do an opening statement that's not handcuffed to what they want to set me to say, which apparently is just to introduce myself and sit down. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Your Honor. You didn't address the statement of law. I'd be happy to start there. I can address the one.
Well, I thought he was going to respond to your issues you raised in your.
Well, the first issue was whether it's a statement of law.
Sir.
I apologize. Go ahead.
I thought he was going to respond to the issues you raised in your 2:30 a.m. email that you said you were going to file and make a part of the record. That's what we were talking about. The solicitors responded, not specifically to the 5 things that you raised, and I thought he was. But go ahead.
Again, just to outline from before, the first issue is we believe the correct statement of law, based on the case law, is that murder requires an extreme reckless disregard for human life as a possible inference of malice. The second is references of drug use and toxicology. That has not been deemed admissible, as I argued under 404B. when a prior bad act has not resulted in a conviction, then it must be proved by clear and convincing evidence. And then, again, State v. Fletcher sets out the standard for that. And then when we look at kind of the backdrop under State versus Gore with the testimony from Brittany Honeycutt and Ms. Lewis, that when you have testimony that is very similar, it enhances and highlights the prejudice to the defendant. And none of this evidence has been deemed admissible. I've objected to it. And so if Your Honor says it's coming in, then I think they have the ability to argue it. But in Soldat's point, I think as far as effective assistance of counsel, I have to know where the boundaries are, or at least try to limit the boundaries for what I believe to be inadmissible evidence. I understand the prosecution's position about having to move for a mistrial later, at a later point. However, again, as the appellate court, I know that motions for mistrial are rarely reversed on appeal. It's a manifest necessity standard. Very rare for a case to get overturned on appeal on a mistrial. And so I'm trying to ensure Ms. Pangalangan's right to a fair trial. And so that's why I have these motions. The other issue that wasn't addressed was the deferred ruling that Your Honor had on our motion to suppress the untimely and prejudicial disclosure of evidence. And that will be any references to the workings of the key fob or how the car operated, whether the keys locked in the car. And so that ruling was deferred as well. So we have those four issues that, again, in my position, to ensure her right to a fair trial, I just need to know the boundaries for where the prosecutor, because if I don't know, then I have to object. I'd rather not object during the opening. And then that turns into the situation we're in.
Well, I'll say as to each party, I don't know how you would expect to convince the jury if you have no respect for the juror's time. Before we left yesterday, I inquired as to whether there's anything else that needs to be addressed before opening statements in order to determine the most opportune time to have the jury come in. And each side says, no, there's nothing. We're ready for the jury and opening statements at 9:30. That's my primary discuss at the moment. And I hope that pattern doesn't continue throughout the trial. Certainly you have an opportunity to argue and put on the record whatever it is you have, but when you represent to the court that you have nothing, and then at 2:30 a.m. You submit a barrage of things that delays the opening, it's unfair to the jury and shows a lack of respect for the court and the jury, in my view.
Oh, I love him.
Your Honor.
You disagree?
No, my point is I wouldn't raise it if at the moment I had thought about it, I would. As the drive home, I started to think about what I needed to do as far as the opening. And then it came, obviously we could have argued it yesterday. But again, respectfully, for the jury's time, Ms. Pangalangan is facing life in prison.
I understand the penalty, and you don't need to repeat your again. Response by first, Mr. Lloyd.
Your Honor, only with the exception of the loud/propensity/race gesti motion, I don't think we have an issue that applies to us. I would join in counsel's motions just for this, on the same basis.
Yes, sir.
To be specific about his motion that he filed, and before I don't plan on going into the key fob things, I recognize that you held that under advisement.
And I grant that motion of the defense.
Thank you, sir. Number two, for the three cases I handed you, I heard yesterday, which my understanding was when we left yesterday, your instruction for us to go do that research. So that's what I did. And interestingly, that applies to not only two, but also to three. And I do plan on going into nephews. The other stuff as far as the extreme recklessness, I do not plan on going into a great deal about the law in this case, as I said earlier. So I apologize. I thought I could address those. But again, it's an opening statement. I think we need to get to the opening statement and do them. And it's not unusual at all that you do opening statements with evidentiary.
With regard to the motion to preclude the solicitor from misstating the law regarding the question of whether extreme recklessness is required for malice, based on the case that worked to conclude that reckless homicide is not a lesser included offense of murder. I deny the motion to limit the opening statements. The opening statements, and quite frankly, whether the word reckless is used or extreme reckless is used, it's not an instruction of law to the jury. And I would expect that the solicitor would not misstate the law. If there is an attempt to misstate the law, then an objection should be made. I'm not into dictating words the state or the defense should use. Regarding the drug use and toxicology, I find that is admissible testimony based on it occurring during the race geste. It's admissible to give the jury a complete picture of things that were going on according to the state's theory. Part of the race geste also shows could show the state of mind of the defendants. To the extent that, well, first it's relevant, and to the extent that it may be prejudicial, I find that the probative value outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice due to the state's burden of proof, and weighing both things. It's admissible whether or not the state can establish that by clear and convincing evidence under Rule 403, 404. I can only judge things based on the statements that were received and submitted by the solicitor yesterday of Ms. Honeycutt and the other young lady. And I find that that prior conduct is likewise admissible as part of the race geste. As it relates to matters that occurred the week before the death of the child. There are obviously some contents of the statement that speak of incidences occurring at a more remote period of time, and we'll address those issues during the course of the testimony. The parties are welcome to proffer testimony if you want to give the court more to go on, but as far as what I've had reviewed and received at this time, I find that the motion for number one regarding the solicitor's opening, the motion is denied. Regarding references to drug use and toxicology results, the motion is denied. With regard to the babysitter and Lindsay Lewis, I assume she's the one who, let's see.
You'll see. Happy anniversary.
Statement of Lindsay Lewis is admissible, all as part of the race geste, and to show any lack of accident or state of mind of the accused. I grant the motion to exclude expert testimony regarding the key fob.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so I won't have to object during opening. Can I get confirmation that the issue's reserved? I'd rather not do that. Out of fairness to the prosecutor.
Can you get what? Confirmation of what?
That the ruling is final, so I don't have to object during this opening statement. Out of respect.
Preliminary rulings are preliminary rulings. You object when you say, I am not precluding anyone from objecting as you might see fit to object.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's throughout the trial. Anything further before the jury?
He's going to be
comes
another
in?
John Thomas.
No, Your Honor, thank you. Merry Christmas.
All right, you'll bring the jury.
Bring the jury. I just love it. Love it. Love it. Happy anniversary to you.
We just become best friends. Yep.
Happy anniversary to you. I will tell you, I have the volume booster on. If they start talking in the microphones, then it'll be a lot easier on us, but I've got it boosted as much as I can. Judge Newman, we can hear him. He talks into his microphone, but
I thought it had some, this is from yesterday.
I love me some Judge Newman. Oh, love him. Bring the jury. So the motions, I know, Laura Ferris. Oh, we have missed those words. Bring the jury. Oh, I love it. Love it. Love him. Feels like home. All right. So defense wanted to limit the solicitor's opening statements, and that was denied. They wanted to suppress the information about drug use and the toxicology report where they had meth in their systems. That was denied. They wanted to suppress the motion or the statement from Lindsay Lewis, the babysitter, and that was denied. And then they had a motion to exclude expert testimony about the key fobs, and that part was granted. So, so that's what all this is. That was funny too. He was like, okay, so you emailed me this at 2:30 in the morning and now you want to sit here and read it all? This barrage of motions and information. Now you want to read it all? I love him. Love him. He's like, well, it's for the record. He said, you filing it puts it on the record. I just love me some Judge Newman. He is the bee's knees. I got to get some water before we get started. Get my water and my dozen eggs. I'll be right back.
Good morning. All right, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, if you all will stand to be sworn. Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between the state of South Carolina and the accused at the bar, and the true verdict give according to the evidence and the law? So help you God. And I say you will.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you received a summons, I imagine, 2-3 weeks, a month or so ago, informing you that you had to report for jury duty here on yesterday. And you all responded to that summons by showing up yesterday. Then we went through a process called jury qualifications process. And each of you were qualified or are qualified to serve on jury duty. Then we went through a voir dire process where we asked each of you whether or not there's any reason why you cannot serve on the jury and give each side a fair and impartial trial. And all of you indicated that you could be fair and impartial. You were then selected
Well, you might get to
by
5
the
minutes.
state and the defense to be the jury in this case. Now you've just taken an oath, and the oath is to well and duly try this case and to render a true verdict according to the law and according to the evidence. So help you God. Now that's the oath you just took. And if you hold firm to that oath, then at the end of the process, you will have fulfilled your duty on the jury, and no one will have any right to complain of a verdict that you render. And so we look forward to working with you in this case and to having you fulfilled your responsibility as jurors. Now, the defendants in this case have been charged with murder, causing great bodily injury on a child, and criminal conspiracy. As to each of those charges, each defendant has pled not guilty, and they are presumed to be not guilty. And they cannot be found guilty unless the state presents evidence that convinces each of you of their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is the purpose of the trial. Now you will, at the end of the process, be asked to go back and to deliberate and to reach a verdict of guilty or not guilty on each charge in each indictment as to each defendant. And in order to be in a position to go back and to deliberate, you must receive the evidence, you must listen to the evidence, you must pay attention to the evidence. And the evidence generally comes from testimony that will take place with this witness stand, together with any exhibits which has been made a part of the record. Exhibits might include photographs or various drawings or something other than testimony. So you will listen to the testimony and you will receive any other evidence, and you will evaluate that evidence. And out of all the folks who were summoned to come here for jury duty, and you notice a lot of people, out of all the people who were summoned to appear for jury duty, out of all the people who live here in Colleton County, out of all the people who live in the state of South Carolina, in fact, out of all the people who live in the United States, even the world, only the 12 of you who deliberate can decide whether the defendant or defendants are guilty or not guilty. So you play a very critical and important role in the court process. We'll make sure that you remain as fresh and focused as possible by taking breaks as is necessary. If at any time you need a break for some special reason, get my attention and you have a break. As I said to you earlier or yesterday, that once you're selected on the jury, you cannot discuss the case with anyone. You can't talk with your fellow jurors about it. You can't talk with any family members about it. You can't talk with anyone who works here in the courthouse about it. You can't talk with anybody about the facts of this case until you have received all of the evidence. And as I said, out of all the people who've been summoned, only you can decide the facts of this case. Now, just as only you can decide the facts of the case as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. And you must accept as correct the law as I stated to you at this time, during the trial, and in greater detail at the end of the trial. Each party is represented by counsel, and certainly the lawyers play a very important and critical role in the process. But remember, what a lawyer says is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony and exhibits, and they certainly will argue their positions to you and play their critical role in dealing with witnesses who testify. Later in the process, I will appoint one of you to serve as the foreperson of the jury, and the foreperson will then act as the spokesperson for the jury, and the foreperson will have the responsibility, in addition to serving as a spokesperson for the jury and communicating with me as is necessary. The foreperson will preside over the jury deliberations and complete the verdict form at the end of the process, and that verdict must be unanimous. Look forward to working with you on this case, and we will proceed now with opening statements, first by the state. Yes, sir.
Very hot August 5th, 2019. These two people over here, Larry King and Rita Pangalangan, put a child in the back of a car and left it there for 5 hours and 41 minutes. So it was a hot day. At 11:15, when this all started, the heat index was already 89 degrees. It would get close to 100 by the time they ever got that child out of the car. And that was outside the car. That was out air temperature outside. Inside the cabin of the car, we reached a minimum of 118 degrees with a heat index of 135. So what happens when you put a child in the backseat of the car and leave them there for 5 hours and 41 minutes? They cook to death. They are tortured and they are cooked to death. The child's internal temperature, when checked by the coroner, was 109.9 degrees. And that's what we know, because the thermometer doesn't go any higher than that. The child's brain gave up, the organs shut down. She had blisters all over her body. And she died in the backseat of that car. She died, the technical way, the scientific answer to that was hypothermia. You'll hear expert testimony telling you that the child died of hypothermia. But that's not why you're here. Because she didn't actually die of hypothermia. She died because those two people there treated that little girl like baggage. They didn't forget her. They didn't put her in the car and forget her. They put her in the car because to them, she was baggage. You see, the little girl wasn't like every other 13-year-old girl. She suffered from cerebral palsy. She couldn't walk. She couldn't talk. Her hands barely worked. She could not reach the car door to open it to free herself. She couldn't even scream for help. Not that they would have cared. She was totally dependent on other people for her safety. The other thing about her, again, not like a normal 13-year-old teenager, she couldn't be shipped off to go with her friends to the mall or something when Rita and Larry wanted to be alone, or they wanted to do the things they were interested in. She had to be taken care of. She had to be watched and cared for. Or she had to be put somewhere out of the way. And on August 5th, 2019, that place was the backseat of the car in direct sunlight. And what were they doing? They were high on meth. Objection, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Not only were they high on meth, They were standing right in the car. They were swinging on the swing. They were hugging. They were kissing, all of which you'll see.
Wow.
And they would go inside the house and stay there for hours. They would come out. Rita would smoke cigarettes. They would hug and they would kiss. They'd go back in the house. All the time, the child was literally cooking to death in the car. She was to them baggage. And they needed to get our voice so they could do what they needed to do. The decisions we all make every day, most of us have choices. Most of us have the ability to make decisions, how we act, what we do. And those choices have consequences. Rita Pangalangan chose to put that car in the child in that car. She chose to focus her attention on Larry, to talk to him, to kiss him, to hug him, to go inside him. She chose to do that. Larry, same thing. He chose to put the child in the car. And I say put, that's gracious. You'll watch it on the video and see how he puts that child in the car. Just like he would a suitcase. And he chose to spend his time outside the car and inside the house with Rita, hugging and kissing. And on that. Those are choices that they made, and those choices have consequences. The only person in this case that didn't have a choice was Cristina. She had no choice. She was totally dependent on somebody else for her safety. And they didn't care. That's what this case is about. Now, my job is to prove to you this case is without what I told you. If I don't do that, your job is to come back here and find me not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you after you hear the testimony, after you see the video of the case, after you see what happened with this child, to come back here and give us a verdict that speaks the truth. That this child died not because of any other reason. Sorry. You have a matter of law at the appropriate time for that.
The objection is sustained as to the solicitor's reference to speak the truth, and you're to disregard that reference.
When this is over, I'm going to ask you to come back and give us a verdict that says this child died. This should be died. Because they didn't care.
Mr. Loy?
Thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
Morning. No 14 votes have been selected in this case. Back in the jurors. In the case which I'll tell you now, it's both one of the easiest cases we could have been making, and in the second breath, one of the hardest. It's one of the easiest cases because, as you'll hear, probably several cases throughout the course of this trial, you as jurors are what we call the finders of the facts, or the judges of the facts. And during the course of the trial, it's your job, it's your primary duty during the course of the trial to determine what the facts are. Because honor is referred to as the judge of the law. At the appropriate time, he will tell you what the law is, he will find the facts that you figure out. That part's not going to be hard. Okay? Y'all will come to an agreement as far as factually the sequence of actions that took place. That part may be hard, it'll be easy. On the other hand, y'all got picked for a really hard case. Because this child did expire, she died roughly by the manner of death that the solicitor described. And it's hard to listen to, it's hard to know. You've probably seen a newspaper article or a news story sometime about this happening in the past, if it has happened in the past. And it's a lot easier if you can turn the page and change the channel. Because it's the real thing. There's no way to show you the reality. Just listening to it is going to be hard. Secondly, the other part of the duty that's going to be hard
is you are required to keep an open mind throughout this entire proceeding. That is, you don't keep a score. Here's a point, there's a point, there's a point, here's a point. You listen to the testimony as it comes in. You look at any exhibits or evidence that is introduced, and you file away and you get the complete picture. And at the end of the case, when the judge has given you the law and told you to take it back, he's giving you the indictment, he put the case in your lap, and he says, go on back to the jury room and deliver it. That's when you begin to decide what's appropriate. Until then, you just don't have the rules to do it. The rules not out, the rules flaw, the rules game. So you're required to keep an open mind. And I can see sometimes that's hard because it may have been hard to keep an open mind just having heard that dramatic statement. And that was dramatic. But you gotta put that aside, watch it all, and once the judge gives the case to you, you apply the law and you decide. Now, in this case, the facts are going to substantially not be in dispute, I don't believe. Facts of the evidence in this case will show you that Mr. King and Ms. Pangalangan had in the past, several years ago, been involved in a relationship, a romantic relationship. It didn't work out and they split up. And maybe a month, 5 weeks, a month, before this tragedy occurred, they had gotten back together. They had reunited. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the worst decisions that Mr. King ever made for this land. They got back together. They didn't live together. It wasn't like that. She had a house on the other side of town. He had this place. But they were dating and they continued to. And on this particular evening, the night before this child died, Ms. Pangalangan and her child had spent the night at this house. And in the morning, Mr. King, he had reason to believe that Ms. Pangalangan had been unfaithful or messed around with another guy or something like that during the time that they got back together. And he confronted her on that. And they went back and forth a little bit. She said, yes, this happened. And at that point, he told her, now, not rape and any of that stuff, but he said, yes, it happened. He said, y'all got to go. I can't deal with this right now. I'll talk to you later. Y'all have to go. They went back and forth with Ms. Pangalangan. I said, okay. But I can't carry Cristina, as you've heard, that I can't carry her. My back is hurt. I've got a kidney issue. And Larry said, I'll carry her. And I didn't, well, you will have a chance to view this videotape. And what the videotape will show you is that Mr. King came out of the door, cradling this child in his arms, completely appropriately, completely properly. Nothing abusive or disrespectful about it, nothing rude or wrong. He carried this child. He's not fighting with this Pangalangan. He's looking makes him look angry, mean, malicious, or hateful toward this child. He carries the child to the car, appropriately, into a sick bed. The dashboard's open. He is there. He has to turn the child, so she goes in feet first and not hit her. And he does that. He turns her in his arms. And he places her in the bed. He backs up, and his mom goes over, do what she needs to do to prepare the child to crack. Put the seatbelt on, do what she does. And you can see mom in the back. That's what the child. Mom steps away and closes. At this point, Mr. King's out of the picture. The child's out of his house, he's in mom's car, the door's closed, he's asking to leave, you got her on your own. She's not his child. She's not his adopted child. He doesn't pay for her, he doesn't bathe her, wash her, he doesn't feed her, he's not financially responsible for it. Mom's child was put her in the car, so y'all need to. This time night turns around. The video, the solicitor records, doesn't have audio, but it's pretty easy to follow the conversation that ensues. And y'all will see that Ms. Pangalangan is pleading the case. I'm sorry, can we get past this? And Larry is telling her, you need to go. And they go back and forth for a while. Now, the car's running. Larry has every reason to leave the air conditioners on. The child is in the custody of her brother, who is raised at this point. And mom's got this child. He turns and he walks into his house. And mom walks behind. Sometime later, mom comes out, goes to the car. In fact, she opens the back door, perhaps checks on the child, everything okay. gets in the front seat momentarily, gets back out, comes out another time, it's 2 times, takes a shower, goes back in the house, and after approximately 2 hours after the child is left at home, the 2 of them come out, and the tape's obvious. They can't get in the car. The car's locked, it's running, it's locked. Now whether the key fob is in the car, or lost under the bed in the house, or dog running off with it, it really doesn't make any difference. It's obvious they're trying to get into the car. Now, Mr. King at this point, he's a volunteer, he's trying to help. Because there's a legal obligation here for that. But he says he goes to the shed and he gets a wedge and he tries to go to the window and get the car door open. They can't get it open. They can't get it open. He offers. Well, can I break a window? Just bust out a window and that'll do it. Doesn't seem like an emergency at this point. In this case, he's doing it in the car. Can I just bust out the window? Mom says no, it'd be cheaper for us to just run to my house and I'll take up the other 2 files and go from there. It's okay, and again, they got a Steelers hurt earlier, but he's trying to help. And they get in the car and drive Mom over to her house, gets the key fob, and they come back. And you watch the video, and there's a little bit of issue. They had trouble getting in the car. They do get the car door open, and Mom opens the door, and they find that the child is deceased. There's 2 things that the state has to do every time they call an indictment a trial or order. If they do those two things, they win every time. If they fail on either one of those 2 things, they lose it. First, they have to prove that the crime alleged in the indictment, the charging paper, that you'll have in your security, the crime alleged in the indictment happened. They always have to prove the crime. I can't prove the crime happened. Sure can't prove it. So it's a robbery case. You have to prove somebody got robbed. It's stealing a car. You have to prove a car got stolen. You have to prove that the crime was. And secondly, they have to prove that the defendant, the person charged, is the one who committed the crime. In this case, Mr. King, I'm only concerned with Mr. King. Ms. Pangalangan has her own attorney or other things.
This is what's going to make this so interesting.
I'm not here to shoot her or to defend her.
2 different defense attorneys.
He has 3 indictments. He has an indictment for murder. Murder is a very specific crime. It's a very specific term of art. And the judge will instruct you on what it means at the close of this case. But when you apply the laws, the judge instructs it to you to the facts that you have found. It will be substantially as I have described. You will find that at least as relates to Mr. King, there is no grounds, there is no basis, there is no way that he is guilty of murder. It's just not there. It can be proven to come with murder. It's whatever happened there as relates to Mr. King is not murder. It's a tragedy. It's a heartbreak. It doesn't make it murder. Secondly, he has a crime of causing great bodily injury to a child. And as you watch this video, you'll see that what he does is bring this child out of the house, place the child in the back seat of the car, relinquish any control, custody, claim, obligation, or right to this child to her mother, and step away and say, don't. And there's nothing about his involvement when he carries this child, handles this child, puts this child in the car. There's any way to injure her. Further, you'll hear under the law, the statute doesn't even look at finding. They're not the ones that do. Last, there's an indictment for conspiracy. And you'll have that indictment with you in the period also. And I will tell you now, I will tell you unapologetically, that indictment is a garbage indictment. It's the last straw. It's to throw it in there and see what happens. There's nothing to this. Read this indictment. It says the 2 of them conspired to do something. It doesn't say what. I don't believe for a minute the solicitors can have the audacity to close this case to get up and tell you that Mr. King conspired with someone to murder this child. Conspiracy means two people come together with a plan to commit a criminal act or accomplish some criminal intent, that they got together and said, how will we kill this child?
Objection.
That's not what that
Not at all
means.
conspiracy. The
That's
judge
not the
will
law.
instruct you. See,
Yeah, the judge, I will instruct you as to the law. You may proceed.
the judge will instruct you as to the law. So,
And he'll tell them that that's not right.
they may have conspired to murder this child. They may have gotten together for some wicked plan. How can we hurt this child? Or conceivably, it could be a conspiracy to cover up what happened after they discovered that the child was diseased. They might be in trouble. And in support of that, the state's probably going to show you that when the law enforcement was called, when they responded, Mr. King was as honest, as helpful, as straightforward as he could be. He told them what happened. He said, we were in the yard, I put her in the car, I thought the air conditioning was running, everything seemed okay. Mom went back outside. 2 hours went by. Oh my God, I can't believe this. Miss Pangalangan's story did not align with that. Her presentation was something different. And if you hear those, it is obvious they're not together on this. They are miles apart. Most of what you need to know about Mr. King's evil heart, desire to hurt someone in different life would be revealed to you when you listen to a 911 call that day. Because he's heartbroken and any allegation he's different, mean, malicious, falls in the face of that recording itself. If I've talked too long, I'm sorry. It's pretty important day. And if nothing else, please try to honor your oath and keep an open mind until the end of this case and you decide when the judge is. Okay? If you do that, even though I know it's hard, I know people have a tendency to prejudge. If you don't do that, then this goes to what a lot of us would call a safety procedure. That is, that you are called to judge your fellow man into something more for farce. And don't let that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
As a father of 2 girls and a baby boy, I know a parent's worst nightmare is the loss of their child. That death is unimaginable. This case, what happened that day, is an absolute tragedy. We can say that again. What happened that day was an absolute tragedy. We know and accept mistakes were made. The case should have been done differently. There's a lot that happened in this case. There are a lot of things that you're going to see and hear that invoke raw emotion. Raw emotion. And you swore before God to ensure that you hold the government to that burden. To prove that this case was murder. This case is about a lot of things, but it's not murder. All the evidence from which you make a decision has to come directly from that witness stand. When you took that sworn oath, if after you heard the government's opening, you felt like you kind of made your mind up, you violated that oath. Now, I'm not saying that to attack you. I'm saying that because we haven't heard any evidence yet. And you have a chance to take a step back and do this the right way, the way you swore an oath to do, to listen to what actually occurred. We wouldn't be here if the government wasn't seeking to convict Rita of murder. She's not guilty of murder. You accept responsibility for the mistakes were made. She should have done things differently. In having that ability, it is her living nightmare. Wake up in the morning and go to bed, and that's all she thinks about. It's what she could have done differently. If anybody who's made a mistake and they've had that opportunity where they think 1,000 times in their head, I should have done this, I should have done that, I should have broke the window, I should have been more urgent, I shouldn't have left her in the car. She owns this. It's on her soul. This is not a murder case. This is not a murder case. It's a lot of things. One that she'll have to pay for. She'll have to pay a price. There's right. There are consequences for your action, but it's not murder. I don't want to minimize that. We're not going to make any excuses in this trial for what happened. Like I said, it's going to invoke raw emotion. It invokes raw emotion from me. Nobody's going to downplay that. Now, again, the government has to try to show that she's guilty of murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how? Well, you can ask yourself, why do we believe she's not guilty of murder? Well, I contend, and certainly you can ask yourself this. If the government believes she was guilty of murder, why 3 years later do they charge her with great bodily injury? Or infliction of great bodily injury to a child? If they believe she was truly guilty of murder, why hedge the bet? Why charge her with something else? They were solely based on that. And I contend there is zero evidence of a conspiracy. Zero. Absolutely none. This case is on video. It's a surveillance cam from Mr. King's residence. There's no smoke and mirrors here. It's all there for you to see. All there for you to evaluate. We're not running from it. And the only reason you're here is because they want a conviction of murder, and that's not what happened. Period. And in this case, again, you will have to deal with some very difficult things. You'll have to make difficult decisions. But you have sworn to set aside that emotion. I know it won't be easy. But again, you've got to make your decision based on the actual evidence presented and not on the grave emotion of what pulls up in you when you watch the video, because it does hurt. Nobody's going to deny that. The person who knows it hurts the most is Rita. Rita has 2 adult daughters. Rita served this community as a teacher for 25 years. She was Teacher of the Year twice. She has a master's degree. She's highly educated. You're going to hear them say that she should have done better. She should have. We own it. 100%. But it's not her.
It was just the mom's boyfriend.
No denying it. But don't compound that tragedy by giving in to what the government wants. Solicitor's office, again, in these high-profile cases, you have the cameras, the lights, when they're seeking conviction for murder. This case is not murder. When you hear all the evidence, we are going to be confident when we come in closing to come before you and say, find Rita Pangalangan not guilty of murder. Because that is justice in this case. Justice will come for Rita. It's not murder. Thank you.
State House Talent Guidelines stand.
Hopefully they use the microphones now. Turn it down a little bit just in case so it doesn't blow out our ears. Well, that's interesting. Having the two different defense attorneys is going to make this a very, very interesting
Stand and
case.
stretch for just a moment. Make sure you're
Oh,
all.
look at Judge Newman with our
Refresh.
yoga reminder.
Everybody, let's stand for a moment.
Everybody stretch, stretch, stretch. Oh, look, Lucy's stretching. Lucy's stretching. She's like, I can stretch. I like to stretch. Oh, this is crazy. While they're stretching, Larry's attorney is putting it all on the mom. As soon as he put her in the car, he said his responsibility was done. That's interesting.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Hallie Godley. My last name is spelled Godley.
He used the microphone.
Agent Godley, you could tell the jury your name, please, and what you did.
My name is Special Agent Hallie Godley, and I work for SLED Narcotics currently.
How long have you been with SLED?
Going on 5.5 years.
And I know we call it SLED, but what's the full title of the state law enforcement division?
Correct.
So you've been with them for how long?
About 5.5 years.
What, in your capacity with SLED, what do you do?
I investigate narcotic cases.
Prior to this, back in 2019, what did you do?
I was with SLED at the time,
And what specifically were your job duties there?
a narcotics investigator.
How did you get involved in this case as a narcotics investigator?
I was returning from a training class in Jasper County that day, so I was traveling back northbound on 95, and when this call came out over the Colleton County Dispatch radio channel, I was at exit 42 on 95, and this incident location was right down the road from where I was at. And when the call came out as a 12-year-old locked in a car, unresponsive, my first thought was, at the time, my daughter was 6, and she knew how to get out of a locked car. So
Objections overruled.
it immediately sounded suspicious to me.
Let me stop you there just short, briefly. As you were mentioning 95, I want to give the jury some idea about what we're talking about. This is State's Exhibit 7. If we were shown this.
Any objections have been admitted? It's admitted.
Your Honor, I'll prove this off, and if this gets anybody's way, I'll. Let me show you. This is State's Exhibit number 7. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, sir. That's an aerial map of, it looks like Colleton County with
I'm sorry, go ahead.
2 addresses identified.
All right. Now, on this map, if you could just give us, can you still see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give us some idea about the proximity of this. This is first of all, is all of this in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
And so you are traveling, I believe, on Interstate 95 at the time?
Correct.
Give me, if you could, the addresses on that and tell me about this area, please.
Yes.
As long as you keep your voice up.
Okay. So this top right address is 1867 Academy Road, Walterboro, South Carolina. I'm familiar with this address being the home address of Rita Pangalangan.
Okay. And the lower address?
The lower address is 11685 Low Country Highway, Rutland, South Carolina, and that is the incident location for this investigation.
All right, so that is where you responded to?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene at, make sure I get this exactly right, the 11685 Low Country Highway, could you describe what you find once you get there?
Initially, as I was responding, initially I passed the residence, and as I passed it, I saw 2 legs sticking up out of the tall grass in the yard. And in my mind, it reminded me immediately of at the time, my daughter had the life size Anna and Elsa dolls.
Just tell me what you saw. Just speak up.
So as I returned back to the yard and got out of my vehicle, I saw Cristina on the ground, face down in the tall grass, and Larry walking around the front yard.
All right, when you say Larry, who are you talking about?
The individual in the button-up shirt, light blue or white, dark brown beard, with glasses and bald head.
And you know his full name?
Larry King.
And Your Honor, the record, she identified the defendant, Larry King.
It does.
In Larry King, what is he doing when you get there?
He's walking around, and I believe he was still on the phone with 911.
Did you see Rita Pangalangan?
Not initially.
So tell me, when you walk up on the scene, exactly what do you see?
I see Cristina laying in the tall grass, face down, Larry walking around in the front yard, and the front door of the residence was open.
That's so sad.
We show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. Ask if you could identify this, please.
Yes, sir. This is a accurate depiction of the scene when I arrived with the Volkswagen parked in the front yard and myself and.
That's fair and accurate depiction of how the scene looked when you arrived.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit number 5 into evidence. Your Honor, we're going to publish this. This is here in the hard copy. We'll publish it on the.
It is, puts the court at a great disadvantage to rule on the admissibility of evidence not seen by the court. Do you have copies of these exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Including, you showed her something and had it admitted, and I can't see it. Do you all have copies of the exhibits? We can get copies later, but I would like to have copies of exhibits offered.
Copies of the first two, State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit 5.
Number 5 is admitted, as well as number 7 has already been admitted.
Tell me what this is depicting. This is State's Exhibit 5 up on the model.
This is right when I got on scene that day.
So is this you in the blue shirt?
Yes, sir.
Is that a blue shirt, by the way?
It is.
Okay. And who is that standing beside you?
Larry King.
And where is Cristina the job?
She would have been off the rear driver's side bumper of the car.
So you can't see her, she's on the other side.
Correct.
And again, where is Rita Pangalangan at this point?
Inside the residence.
Your Honor, we need a matter of law. Also for Mr. King.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
It's interesting that during the openings, Larry King's defense attorney said that he had confronted Rita that morning about her cheating on him, and that they had broken up and then got back together, and that getting back with her was the worst mistake he ever made. Of all the mistakes involved in this trial, the defense thinks it's a good idea to tell the jury that the man who actually physically put her in the car, his worst mistake was getting back with Rita.
For that remark, since we know that it's not a final ruling, I think the state seeks to admit all 4 photographs into evidence at this time. And so renewing our prior pretrial objection to those photographs with those arguments under Rule 403, going through the case laws we cited, even the new case that recently came out from our Supreme Court on August 9th, Nelson. Specifically, Your Honor, I'm not going to rehash. I know we went through that thoroughly in the
pre-trial, but we reviewed that objection. Need to hash that out.
Mr. Laura.
Likewise, Your Honor, I came under Nelson, what they have described in that case, as well as the treatment of the law, to suppress the pictures which don't make any issue contention, more or less like this. It's just not probative. We have proceeded what the solicitor said. This child was in the car, got so hot, she basically baked to death. She was pulled out. The pictures don't demonstrate that any more than the words themselves do. Plus, these pictures have other prejudicial effect. And that this is a disabled child, and that's not the fault of either one of the defendants, but they are even more pathetic or emotional. I mean, the child looks emaciated. The child is wearing a diaper. I mean, and those have nothing to do with this, and they don't make it any more or less likely that there was malice involved. The actions are pretty much what we had to see if they were. The state said this happened. We said this happened. What do these prove? What did they go to show this that's being contested? And I believe the answer is nothing.
I don't believe that
Yes,
was
sir.
the answer. Let me hand you, Your Honor, first of all, the 4 photographs. Those are, and obviously I still need to authenticate those from the witness. Nelson was an autopsy case, Your Honor. These are not autopsy pictures. These are crime scene pictures, which is why I handed you Upstate versus Kelsey yesterday. But even under the analysis of autopsy pictures, specifically, the Supreme Court has routinely said that if photographs are probative, if they tend to shed light on any issue, if they corroborate testimony, if they are enable the jury to better understand testimony, including showing the condition of the victim's bodies, the probable type or location of the injuries, the position in which the bodies were discovered. Again, these are discovered as Agent Donnelly testified. This is right after this event has taken place. In fact, Larry King is still on the phone with 911 when it happens. This is also, you will see for the 5 hours and 41 minutes that the child is in the car, both Larry King and Rita Pangalangan approached that car at various times and actually look in the window. So at some point, they're seeing exactly what this is and these blisters and the things that you're seeing. What's also, I think, important, and she just testified to this, at least part of it, is that when she gets there, the child is laying by herself in the grass. Rita Pangalangan, the mother, is nowhere near. And that's exactly how they found the child, and that was the condition that child was in throughout the entire event.
All right. Exhibits number 2 and 4 are admitted over objection as they depict the scene at the time the officer arrived and is being used to further describe her testimony, and that the pictures are not of such a nature that their prejudice exceeds the probative value. With regard to number 1 and number 3, what do these pictures purport to show? That is of significance.
This is how, on State's Exhibit 3, these are, that's actually the same photograph. This is the bottom half, and this is the full body shot. Again, not only is it how the child was found, you can see the blisters that were on the child's body.
You can see it on both photographs, or can
Yes,
you?
you can.
So they show the same injuries.
They do. The only difference is you can see the child's face, which I believe that both King and Pangalangan would have been able to see if they looked in the car. And there's no way for me to tell you, other than to tell you on the video, they are looking in the car at various times, sometimes to look at, supposedly looking to see how they get the car unlocked. But there are various times in the video in which they're looking in. This is what they would see with that child. And Your Honor,
I'll get back to you. I'm talking to the solicitor.
yes, sir.
And the tag on the feet of the child,
That is, they had to put I think the coroner put the tag on that.
was this at the scene or at a different location?
No, it's at the scene. It's right there. Yes, sir. And I think you can see the grass around it, although they had to, they got a sheet to try to cover the body.
All right, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor.
based on Your Honor's ruling to admit the two photographs, as,
I haven't excluded the other two.
that's right, and
yes,
so
sir.
that's where I'm going.
All right.
Based on Your Honor's decision to admit those two, our argument would be again, that there's nothing that testimony can't provide that's not already contained within those two photographs that would be highlighted by those. That is not how she was found in the scene. Has the coroner's tag, has the sheet behind her. One's obviously an enhanced photograph with the injuries. These photos are nothing more to inflame the passions and prejudice of the jury, to have them make a decision based on an improper basis, not the evidence themselves. And Your Honor has decided to admit those two photographs. With that, to me, those additional two photographs, the probative value would be substantially outweighed by its prejudicial effect.
Mr. Loy.
You know, I don't believe that those photographs show anything that's not easily described by a witness on the stand adequately, and it's not adequately shown in the pictures that are there. I would note that on in Nelson on page 3, the part that's in the density, they do what we do, and the Supreme Court seems to think it's important. Where in the opening statement, counsel said, we agree the victim was brutally murdered. We agree she had at least 90 wounds to her body. We agree with the prosecutor about the cause of her death. We agree about where she was killed. We agree in general what the murder weapon was. And we agree that these people would hate her. We're in the same, and the Supreme Court seems to think that's an important point. They quote it, they admit it, and then they go further and say, we agree with that, and we think that negates a lot of the necessity to bring this in, and it just makes it inflammatory. At this point, I think it's also cumulative, inflammatory as well as cumulative. If the states want around, I don't think they need this one too.
Last word, Mr. Solicitor.
Testimony, again, everything in here goes to the state of mind of these two people. These two people were able to see that child in the car when they looked in the car, and that's what they saw. And that's one area that makes it particularly, I think, important.
There's no foundation.
Last word, Mr. Go ahead, sir.
The windows are tinted. There's no one testified you can look through that car with doors closed and see what's in it, so there's no foundation based on that.
All right. These two photographs, 1 and 3, are admitted over objection. They show the bruising on the child and further shows the condition at the time of the discovery of the child. They're admitted over objection.
Thank you.
And we'll take 5 minutes and we'll proceed. You may step down for a few minutes.
5-minute break. Okay, so the crime scene photos are always an interesting thing because they can object to these because it's kind of and they'll do that sometimes with like autopsy photos and stuff like that. So it will be the argument will basically be that they can be more prejudicial than probative. So, they're talking about her looking emaciated and, having a diaper on and that type of thing. So like, obviously those pictures are going to be really hard to see, and it's going to, anybody with a heart, it's going to hurt. It's going to make them mad. And when you invoke a emotional response like that in a jury, then a lot of times they instinctively are going to, want to see justice, for the victim, and want to, they say it makes them more prejudicial. Like, if you see that, then you're like, somebody needs to pay for this. So it can, inadvertently cause them to automatically be against the defendants because they just want somebody to pay. So I get what they're saying, but at the same time, this is the reality of this. This is, this is how they found Cristina. This is, this is the reality that she pulled up, and, Cristina is lying in the grass, and Larry is pacing around the yard and mom is nowhere to be found. That's the truth of what happened. So they are admitting the photos that show that. So, oh, so sad. Discredit all other evidence. Yeah, I think that if it's hard to say how I would feel being on the jury. Hearing the openings kind of gives us an idea of where they're planning on going with this. Larry King's attorney is basically throwing it all on Rita. This was not his doing. What they say that this is not his child. He does not take care of this child. He doesn't bathe this child. So his responsibility, according to his attorney, ended the moment he set her in that car. Well, that's a load of bull butter, because any adult who is around a child in need automatically has a responsibility toward them. So you don't get to say, well, I put her in the car. What happened next is on her mama. No, you were playing kissy face with her mama, while she's in the car for hours. 5 hours and 41 minutes. You don't get to say, like, okay, if this is like a 10-minute period and, she, gets hurt somehow, like, if you're at a park and, there's a 10-minute period where, kid falls down. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's not, that's just an accident. 5 hours and 41 minutes. 5 hours and 41 minutes. So they're going with the theory that, or the defense that they put her in the car and they're saying that the car was running, which that's not what I don't understand how they can say the car was running if the temperature inside of it was 135 degrees. Okay, is the car running but you don't have the air on, or like what's the deal? And then they said that the keys were locked inside and that's the reason they left, to go get the key fob, because she thought that would be easier than busting out the window. Okay, but this is not a 1 hour of frantic trying to figure out how to get that car open. 5 hours and 41 minutes. 5 hours and 41 minutes. They said that one of the key fobs was locked in the car and that they left to go, because this was at Larry's house, and they left Larry's house to go to her house to go get the other one, because according to, now this is all, we'll see what the evidence says. This is just according to openings, and openings, they give you an idea of what you're going to hear, but you don't ever really know what you're going to hear. But the story was that somehow she got locked in the car with the key fob, and that Larry, this according to Larry's defense opening, Larry said, he offered to bust open the window, and she was like, no, let's just, it'll be cheaper to just go get the key fob. Oh, cheaper. Cool story. Who knows what truth there is to that? No clue. So they did not, Fur Baby's mom, they did not break the windows. Sure didn't. Oh, I just don't. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just disgusted by this one. Here's my thing. If I'm on the jury and I hear that, well, his responsibility ended after he put her in the car, I'm already pissed. I think his attorney is going to have a real hard time. Yes, they were drug tested after. Their toxicology reports showed that they had methamphetamine in their system. Now, they tried to get that excluded from the evidence, but it didn't happen. That is admissible, and the jury will know. And he did object to it again during openings when they said that, they were high on meth. But he can object all he wants, but that was ruled admissible. The thing about that is the drug use is not like, this is not just like prior bad acts or something that happened, from before, or, hey, mom had a drug problem, but, she wasn't using it this time or anything like that. It wasn't like that. Like this was, there was methamphetamine in their system in their toxicology reports, which means they had it in their system, which can, that's voluntary intoxication. That's admissible.
Solicitor, regarding these exhibits, I typically like to get copies of the exhibits before they're being offered, not as they're being offered, because I don't want to stop the testimony to look at the exhibits, to evaluate it if I have them. You all have them. I assume you've shared a lot of them with the defense. And you don't have to do it now, but you have some time to make photocopies of them. I don't need the color copies, just I want to be able to follow things.
I did at the break.
All right.
So here is the list we have so far up through 12, and we marked on the very back of the exhibit.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
I love it.
In addition to the fact that I can't see around, I'm surprised you said you could see it.
If I lean forward, I can.
Like music to my ears. He has to know. I'm glad y'all are here. This is going to get to be tough sometimes, but focus on Lucy, our emotional support dog, and we've got each other. But I'm glad y'all are here watching with us. Ken and Nan, I'm not exactly sure how long they had been together when this happened. I don't remember if they said that or not. If they said it, I did not retain that information. I don't remember. Maybe somebody else knows. All I heard is that they had
You may proceed.
broken up, then got back together.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, God, let me hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit. Two, 3, 4, and 1. First of all, let me just ask if you recognize those photographs.
I've got my trigger warning up here just in case.
Yes, sir.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4 into evidence.
They're admitted on objection.
Thank you. I'll first call your attention to the monitor, Your Honor. I've got this marked, but also have it on the monitor. Let me go first to State's Exhibit 2. I think I have that so I can see. Tell me what this photograph is depicting.
This is what I saw when I got on scene, as far as where Cristina was. Also, the vehicle, the Volkswagen was parked just as it is there.
Now, when you say Cristina, did you know her? Or did you just learn her name later, or did you know her name?
I knew of her previously.
Okay, so you knew her name. So when you.
Pardon? Basis for the objection.
There's no foundation for that. And it's highly critical.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you.
He's
So
going
when
to
you
judge
say
everything.
Cristina, you know that's who that is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go now to State's Exhibit 4. Tell me what's depicted in that.
Again, it's another picture of Cristina laying in the overgrown grass.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 1. Is that a fair and accurate depiction as you saw it that day?
It is.
Tell me what that depicts.
Also, Christina's body after it had been rolled over.
And then State's Exhibit 3. Tell us what those are.
Blisters on her skin, which is showing down to her raw skin.
Oh,
Let me go back, if I could, to State's Exhibit 2. Now, where are you when you walk up on this scene? And I know we had a photograph earlier that we put in for the overall scene as you were walking up. Where are you standing at this part?
As I walk onto the scene,
Yes.
it would have been in the direction of the jury box.
And where is Larry King?
To the left,
And where is Rita Pangalangan?
inside the residence.
you could not have separated me from my baby. Oh,
At some point then, did you go and get Rita Pangalangan out of the house?
I did.
And where was she when you went in?
She was just beyond the living room, pacing around inside the house.
Did you bring her outside?
I did.
Did she tell you what happened?
She did.
What did she say? Or excuse me, did she tell you? What did she tell you happened?
She told me that she put Cristina in the car, went back inside to get cigarettes, and when she came back, the doors were locked
The doors were locked. What?
on the vehicle that Cristina was in.
Let me ask you one other thing too. When you got to the scene, what was it like outside? What was the temperature?
I don't know the exact temperature, but it was extremely hot. It was August in South Carolina.
The car itself, I think we have that in State's Exhibit.
thank you for our baby's mom.
State's
I agree.
Exhibit
There's no
5.
excuse.
Put that up on the monitor. Where is the car located as to any type of shade, anything like that?
It was not in any type of shade. When I arrived on scene, it was in the open sun exposure.
questions, answer any questions.
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Hallie Godley?
Godwin,
Yes, sir.
Agent Godwin.
Yes, sir.
Agent Godwin, did you also have the opportunity to speak with Mr. King on
I-
the scene that day?
I did.
And how would you describe his emotional state when you spoke with him?
He seemed a little panicked.
He seemed upset.
I took it more as a panic, more so than an upset.
Was he still on the phone with 911 when you spoke with him?
Yes, sir.
So there's a recording of what was taking place that we can listen to some other time. I suppose 911 calls are generally recorded. You know that in your word, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him what it happened?
I don't recall. Yes, sir.
Happy anniversary, CJ Martin. We're glad you're here.
Agent Godwin, you said when you arrived, Rita was inside.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Rita's the one who got her out of the car?
At that time, no, sir.
But you do know that to be true.
Correct.
Right. And as far as that point, you weren't there after she gets her out of the car, and you didn't observe the way she acted after finding the body. Is that
That's correct.
no further question? Your Honor?
That's all this time, Your Honor. State called Charles Johns.
You may step in.
Moving right along. The thing is, though, that story that she told, that's already our first lie, because we already know that she didn't just put her out there,
Raise your right hand.
bought the keys in the car, that she went back into the car multiple times.
State your name for the record. Spell your last name.
Charles Jones, Jones.
Mr. Jones, what do you do, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Colleton County Fire Rescue.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic? Is that, by the way, is that a combined job?
Yes.
So how long have you been at that job?
This November I'm at 6 years, I believe.
Now, when you, as a paramedic, what does that, I know there's some tiers of emergency medicine. How does the paramedic rank?
You have your EMT basic, your advanced EMT, and then your paramedic.
So as a paramedic, can you assess whether or not somebody is alive, dead,
Yes.
and you have some equipment and things like this that you use?
Yes.
You were called to 685 Low Country Highway on August the 5th, 2019, were you not?
Yes.
Tell me what you found when you got there.
The child laying prone with her legs kind of extended a little bit, a few feet from the rear passenger or rear driver's side of the vehicle on the ground. Didn't appear to be breathing or have a pulse.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Didn't appear to be breathing or have a pulse.
Did you check for any of that?
Yes, we applied the cardiac monitor, which showed what's called an asystole rhythm, which means there's no heartbeat at that time.
All right, so when you apply cardiac, how do you do that?
We apply 4 leads on the person's body.
Are these the little white things?
Yes, yes,
So did you apply those 4 leads on
Yes.
Christina's body?
yes,
And did you check that with the monitor?
yes.
And what were the results of that?
It showed the asystole rhythm, which is no electric activity or heartbeat,
So what does that mean?
that the party's deceased.
No further questions this time.
No, Your Honor. No question.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That was quick.
State called Scott Shea.
Thing is, even if let's say if she said they thought it was cranked, if it has the remote start, that remote start only cranks it for like on my Jeep, I think it's like 10 minutes before it goes off automatically.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You look on the testimony about the coach, I give it to, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
You can see them with the stand. State your name again for the record, spell your last name.
Todd Shank, Schenk.
Mr. Shank, what do you do, sir?
I'm a crime scene investigator for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Crime scene investigator.
Sorry. I've been doing crime scene investigations for almost 10 years now.
And all that time with SLED, with the State Law Enforcement Division?
Yes, sir.
And so in your capacity as a crime scene investigator, what do you do?
So our job at SLED is to respond and give forensics expertise to our counterparts at the local, county, or municipality level. So we show up, we'll document their crime scenes with photos, collect evidence, give any kind of scientific help we can in the forensics field to our local counterparts.
All right, so you are collecting evidence, but at the scene, you're collecting it through the case?
We are, yes.
Let me first go to State's Exhibit 8. Yep. Your Honor, I believe I marked it on the back of that copy of the State's Exhibit. This is the crime scene sketch. All right. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Is this your crime scene diagram?
It is.
Right. And this is the one you prepared after responding to this scene?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, remove State's Exhibit 8 into evidence. Okay.
It's admitted without objection.
And I know it's difficult for Your Honor to see it. Copy, but I'll use it off this. If you would show the jury, can you see it from there? I'm trying to find a place I can locate it where it don't block the fifth counsel. Can you see it from there?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what that is, please?
Yes, sir. So this is the residence at 11685 Low Country Highway. The residence right here is, may I step down?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So this box right here is the actual residence itself. This would be the front door. This next box is just the porch, a very basic version of it with the columns. This is the Jetta, Volkswagen Jetta that's parked out front. The victim was located here. There was a small sidewalk, and then this was the blue Chevy pickup truck that was out front. The main road would be down here.
And so that corresponds actually with. This corresponds basically with State's Exhibit 5. Is that correct? I mean, that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir, it does.
As you are, if you go through this, did you, in the scene, not only did you do this graph, did you also inventory the car, the automobile?
We did search it and go through it. Yes, sir, we did.
And as you inventory the car, do you ever move things around? Do you just record it, photograph it? How do you I guess, document the scene, so to speak?
So first thing is photographs are our biggest documentation tool. My partner in this instance documented the scene with our photographs. We take overall mid-range and close-up photographs to establish where things are in the scene. I'll also handwrite notes. We'll take measurements. So there's multiple ways in which we document a crime scene, but photos being the number one.
Let me show you one other exhibit too. This is State's Exhibit 6. I do not believe I had a copy of that one. This is just an aerial view of this. There we go. Let me show you on State's Exhibit 6. This is a fair and accurate depiction of how the car was located on that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit 6 into evidence.
It's admitted.
Okay, let's try to show that on the screen. All right. And that is where the car was located. That's sort of an aerial view of basically of your crime scene chart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
His attorney is against everything. He objects to everything. They are being tried together. So we have, which makes this really interesting too, because we have, we had 2 opening statements. We have 2 cross-examinations for every witness. So, and Larry King's attorney, his whole thing is that his responsibility in this ended when he put her in the car. And that the worst mistake he made was getting back with Rita. That comment pissed me off. If I were on the jury, that would have made me so mad. Him just waltzing around the crime scene, living his best life while she's in there suffering, and his worst mistake was getting back with Rita. And he didn't have any kind of responsibility toward her after putting her in that car. I would love to believe that I would be a fair and impartial juror, but if I heard that, I don't know that I would be able to take anything that he said after that point with any kind of seriousness.
Let me show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 9.
And he objected
State's
real quick.
Exhibit number 10, 11, and 12. First, if you could tell me, can you identify those photographs?
Yes, sir, I can.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of how the back seat of that car looked when you and your team inventoried it?
Yes.
And those are fair and accurate depictions of what's in that bag and as the bag being opened, the whole bit?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 9, 10, 11, and 12 into evidence.
Harry K. gifted 5 memberships. Nisi, JP, Tracy,
And they're admitted over
Christy G,
objection of,
and CDCT
Thank
were
you,
all
Honor.
gifted memberships.
Let me first show you on the monitor State's Exhibit number 9. Now, can you describe for us what that is? I know might be kind of hard to see from here. Can you see it well?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
So this is looking in the rear passenger door of the Jetta. So the front passenger is the seat on the top right of the photo. This would be go ahead, sorry.
And I'm going to stop you there. This bright spot right here, what is that?
That is the open door on the driver's side of the back.
All right, and so that is in the same condition as the crime scene that we showed earlier. Which is State's Exhibit 5 that the door's open.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so you're now on the other side of this car, which would be, go back to the file, please. Back up here.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. If you go back to State's Exhibit 9. All right, so in that back seat, tell us what that is.
So there's a blue duffel bag, some kind of gym bag sitting on the rear passenger seat. There was a pink sippy cup in the middle of the car, or the middle of the seat, and then some other items down there on the floorboards.
And the bag, is that in the condition that you saw it when you got there?
It is.
Let me go to State's Exhibit 10. Describe what that is, please.
That is a 9mm handgun that had 2 different barrels on it.
And that was in the top of that bag?
It was.
The hand on the left, is that one of your team members or your team?
That's my photographer spreading the bag so you can see the handgun.
And then let me show you State's Exhibit number 11. Tell us what that is.
That's showing that there are 2 cartridges in each, or a cartridge in each chamber of the handgun.
Okay, when you say cartridge, what do you mean?
It's the unfired bullet. So the bullet,
It's loaded.
it's loaded, yes.
And then finally, let me show you State's Exhibit 12. What's that?
That was a Tupperware full of cigarettes in the bag.
And that's all in the back seat of the car?
Correct.
Oh, so didn't have to go back inside for cigarettes. There goes that theory. Nurse for God, happy anniversary. We're glad to have you with us.
I may approach her and hand this up.
And Lucy's excited about her gift. Yeah, a Tupperware full of cigarettes. And her whole thing was that she just put her in the car and had to go back in. Hi, Rainy Rain. I hope you feel better. Yeah, it is. Y'all, we are only 2 hours in and we've already got our first gotcha moment. It said a Tupperware full of cigarettes, so I'm assuming it would be actual cigarettes, unless he meant cigarette butts, if he
All right,
misspoke.
let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. I'll hand these at you, and I'll just ask you to hold on to them for right now, please. 30, 31, 32, 25, 26, 27, and 28. Are those fair and accurate depictions of what is shown in those photographs?
It is.
And what are those?
These are tubes of blood that I collected via chain of custody from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do with it? And before you get into that, these other tubes, tubes of blood would be referenced in 27 and 28. What about these other photographs?
These are photographs showing the container and how I sealed them and submitted them into the lab.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we introduce these photographs into evidence. State's Exhibit 29, 30, 31, 32, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
So the next is this time now,
Can you repeat that, please?
I would object to their introduction at this time. I do not believe the foundation has been taken.
Phil?
Mention prior objections.
They will be marked for ID purposes at this time.
Okay. So let me ask you, first of all, when you took the blood, what did you do with it? First of all, the blood vials, where are the blood vials coming from?
I believe it was Investigator Kelly Paget, or investigator with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, from the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Did you get all of the blood vials from her?
I did.
Like when you received those blood vials concerning, I think we've got, read that. Do you know where the blood came from?
It came from our two suspects.
Larry King and Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Marie, we were looking
These
for you
blood
earlier.
vials, what did you do with them once you received them?
So once I get them, I transport them back to Columbia to the forensics lab. I seal them in a heat seal pouch, log them in, and submit them so they can be disseminated.
So you actually put them in the best evidence bag that's left?
The heat seal, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How did you receive? Did you receive them as is depicted in, I guess it's State's Exhibit 27?
Yes, sir. I got them in it was a sandwich bag or some kind of Ziploc bag from the hospital.
And these numbers on there, what do those numbers indicate?
That's the lab number, item number, and my initials.
And so that's your initials there?
Correct.
And then this other paperwork on what I just referred to as the best evidence bags. This is what you actually produced. Is that correct?
It is.
And what's the purpose of those? And specifically, that is in State's Exhibit number 30 and State's Exhibit number 29. What's
They're
the purpose of that?
tamper evident bags where it's a plastic bag that we use a heat sealer to seal the top and we initial and date the seal. And that just shows that if someone were to try to access that evidence, they would have to destroy the seal to get to it. So it's a way of sealing it.
So your taking of the blood, did you change or alter the blood of either Rita Pangalangan or Larry King in any way?
No, sir.
Your process was as a chain of custody, which takes it from one person to another.
Yes.
And in that process, you put them in these best evidence bags, which are indicated in these photographs.
Yes.
Did you change or alter what was inside of that in any way, shape, or form?
No.
And the writing on State's Exhibit 25, 26, actually 31 as well, 29, 30, and 27, all that writing on there indicated on that is stuff that you did, you prepared.
I did.
As a part of the chain of custody.
I did.
And again, you did not alter it or change it in any way?
No.
Your Honor, this time we move this to citizen evidence.
I can rule on each individually if you prefer.
Subject to prior objection.
Excuse me.
Related to cost.
Number 25 is admitted. Number 26 is admitted. Number 27 is for ID purposes only at this time, as well as 28. 29 is admitted. 30 is admitted. 31 and 32 are for ID purposes only at this time.
So for ID purposes only, 27, 32, 31, is that correct? And 28, I think, is also ID.
27, 28, 31, and 32 are for ID purposes only at this time.
Let me go to State's Exhibit 30, please. Okay, and this is the best evidence bag you were describing?
It's our heat seal pouch. Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, what is the purpose of that?
This is a plastic bag that we heat seal the top, and it is a tamper evident bag where if someone were to rip it open or try to gain access to the evidence, it would be readily visible. So it's just a way of protecting the evidence as it's transported throughout the lab.
And the handwriting on that is yours?
It is.
Go to State's Exhibit 29. Again, what is that?
This is the this is the item for heat seal pouch. And at the top, you can see where I've initialed and dated the seal, and you can see the crease in the plastic.
Now, the yellow sticker, what is that?
That is our barcode system. That's how we can electronically transfer evidence throughout the lab. So it's an electronic chain of custody.
And then State's Exhibit 26.
This is item 6, heat seal pouch.
And State's Exhibit 25.
This is showing the initials and date on the actual seal where I sealed it on item 6.
And the purpose of you sealing it at that point, once you seal it, what do you do with it?
I then submit it to our evidence process or our evidence control, who will then disseminate it throughout the lab to where it needs to go.
In your lab, and we talked about you being a crime scene investigator. Tell me about what type of lab you talk about when you say lab.
It's a forensics the South Carolina Law Enforcement Forensic Services Laboratory. So we do everything from crime scene to firearms, latent prints, DNA, trace, tox, any forensic evidence, any kind of forensic science that we need to do, we do.
And so when you say tox, what do you mean?
Our toxicology department, they can look at blood, and it's best for a tox to tell you exactly what they do. But we have scientists that work in the building and can work in their discipline.
Okay, so all of these items here, you took that to the lab and turned it over to them, is that correct?
I did.
And again, did you change or alter it in any way before you did that?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any further questions at this time?
By the defense.
I've got no questions for you, Shane. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Moving through witnesses pretty quick.
Say no Lindsay Lewis that's standing.
Oh, this is the babysitter.
Your Honor, of course, this is subject to trial.
Yes, sir.
This is what they tried to get kept out of here. One of the things.
Do you affirm the testimony about the biblical in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? If they can see the witnesses, say your name again for the record, swear to last name.
Lindsay Lewis. Lewis.
All right, let's get you to pull the microphone close to you, please, ma'am. All right, and go ahead and tell the jury your name again
Lindsay
and last name.
Lewis, Lewis.
Okay, and where do you live, Ms. Lewis?
St. George now.
How long have you lived in St. George?
About a year.
Where did you live prior to that?
Walterboro.
And how long did you live in Walterboro?
Wow, a while.
How old are you now?
I am 22.
Let me ask you to go back to August the 2nd, 2019. How old were you on August the 2nd, 2019?
18.
Did you know Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, sir.
And how did you know her?
She was my child development teacher.
And what school was that?
Colleton.
Now, on August the 2nd, did you have a reason to go to Rita Pangalangan's home?
Yes, sir.
And what was that reason?
To meet to go over her daughter Christina's routine, about her everyday living and all that stuff, taking care of
Why
her.
did you do that?
Because I was gonna be watching Christina. I was supposed to watch Christina.
Did you have any particular interest in this? How did this come about?
Because I was gonna be a nurse, so they thought it would be best for me to, kind of get the hang of her routine and all that. It might help me out, so I agreed, and that's when I
You say
went.
they, who are you talking about?
Rita, and I think she spoke to my mother about it.
And so, did you go over to Rita's house for the purpose of learning how to take care of Christina?
Yes, sir.
It's a copy for your honor. Let me show you a picture of, State's Exhibit 13. First, I ask if you could identify that. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how Christine looked?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that was when you knew her when you were 18, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is we're talking about August the 2nd, 2019.
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, we're moving into State's Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
It's admitted.
Appreciate it if you could go to State's Exhibit 13. All right, now, as you knew Christine, first of all, tell me about her. She appears to be in a wheelchair. When
Yes,
you
sir.
were dealing with her at the house, tell me about her. Could she walk?
No, sir.
How did she get around?
She would crawl or on her knees, or either on her hands, kind of like a baby.
I apologize, I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Kind of like a baby, sort of.
And her hands, especially on the right, looks like, can she fully grasp things?
No, sir.
What about her ability to talk? Was she verbal?
No, sir. She would babble maybe, but she couldn't speak full words like we can.
And tell me, from the standpoint, it looks like she's actually smiling in that picture. Could she show emotion?
Yes, sir.
And this is, and you went over there on August the 2nd to learn how to take care of her.
Yes, sir. Pretty much.
What was involved in that, in taking care of Christina?
She has to get certain baths, and you have to change her, and stuff like that.
When you say
Feed
change
her.
her, When you change her, what do you mean?
Like her diaper, I guess you say pamper or whatever you want to call it.
On August the 5th, there's actually a photograph of her in a diaper. Is that the condition she was always in?
Hmm.
And I need to say yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you had to change your diaper. What type of food did you give her?
I was told to give her Ensure nutrition drinks.
Anything else other than that?
No, not at the time.
All right, so you go over there on the second with the idea of learning how to take care of her. What happens after that? And what time do you get there, by the way?
I believe it was about noon. I mean, noon, 1 o'clock maybe.
All right, so what happens after that?
Well, I just got there and we went over the routine pretty much, and then Rita asked me if I would watch Christina while she went on a date with Larry.
Was that Larry King?
Yes, sir, her boyfriend. As
So
of
what
my
time did she
understanding.
ask you to go, if you would watch it?
What time?
Yes, in other words, you got there about noon, you went through the care. About what time did she ask if you could watch?
I believe it was like around 5, 6 o'clock.
And did she?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that. She left the house, I'm assuming, sometime around that afternoon?
Yes, sir. I would say about like around 5, 6 o'clock that afternoon. She left.
Was anybody
And
else there to take care of Christina?
no, sir.
Just you?
Hmm.
Had you taken care of Christina before?
No, sir.
I wouldn't have left her alone on her first time taking care of her.
The second.
Second.
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
A Friday.
Did you see Rita Pangalangan again?
Not until Sunday afternoon.
Wow.
After she went on a date with Larry, did she say, I'm gone and I'll be back Monday or anything like that?
She said that she texted me later that night to check on Christina. I would say about 9:30, 10 o'clock. And then she said she would be back the next morning on Saturday to go grocery shopping and stuff like that, but she never came. And
Were there groceries in the house?
no, sir.
Wow.
Just the Ensure drinks?
Hmm. And I think there was a pitcher of Kool-Aid in there, maybe in the fridge.
All right. So did she come back the next day? That
No,
would be, I
sir.
guess, the
Saturday.
Saturday, correct?
Hmm.
Did
Saturday.
she come back Saturday?
Mm-mm. No, sir.
Did she call in?
No, sir.
Ow.
Did you ever get in touch with her?
Through Facebook, I think it was.
I'm sorry.
Through Facebook, I think it was.
Did you talk to her again Rita, after that?
After Saturday?
Yes.
Not until Sunday, when she said that she would be, that Larry would drive her back to the house because she did not know how to drive his truck, and that he got sick with food poisoning. So that's why she was gone taking care of him.
At any point in time, did she call to tell, asking if it was okay if you took care of the child?
No, sir.
Didn't you hear from her after she called to check in Friday night?
No, sir.
Did you ever, by the way, did you see Larry later on?
Later on, when?
The next day?
Mm-mm. On Saturday? No,
Yeah,
sir.
Sunday?
Sunday? No, sir. I know he was out there. I could hear music or something. I know somebody was out there. And I'm guessing it was him dropping her off.
Yes. My real question was, did you ever find out if he was actually sick?
Sick? No.
You know what?
No, sir. I did not find out if he was actually sick.
Okay. And then, when did you, in fact, see Rita again?
Again, when? Oh, that would be Sunday.
Sunday, about what time was that?
Then the afternoon, I would say 5, 6 o'clock maybe.
Wow.
Tell me also, did you also put the child to bed? Did you also put Christina to bed?
Hmm. Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was that?
I came later to find out it was bed bugs.
401, 403, 404. All previously given to your honor and the defense and already argued.
Right.
So all that was in the statement and all of that is already discussed. Argued.
Not overrule the objection.
Thank you.
This poor child.
Please answer any questions that's been said. Thank you.
Where are you going, ma'am?
Oh, I didn't know.
Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't know what he was saying.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You knew Cristina from before, correct?
Yes, in the classroom.
Right. Rita would bring Cristina to the classroom.
Yes, sir.
And when they're in the classroom, they were having fun. You had fun in the classroom.
I guess so. Yeah.
Everybody seemed safe in the classroom.
Yeah.
There was no
Yes, sir.
concerns when she would bring Cristina with her to school.
No, sir. I'm not sure.
And she taught you, Rita did,
Yeah, for a little period of time.
and you felt comfortable enough with her as your teacher that you wanted to help, potentially becoming a nurse, to help take care of her child.
Yes, at the time.
And were you aware that through her condition with, as far as the pediatrician, that she had a choking hazard, that she had to drink Pediasure or pureed food? Did you know that?
That she had a choking hazard?
In other words, she couldn't eat whole food.
No, I did not know that at the time. I was just told she was supposed to drink Ensures
And there were boxes of those in the home.
in the pantry.
Right, there were plenty of those.
Yeah, there's a few.
At that point, Rita texted you to say that she was checking in, but you said you didn't hear back from her.
At what point?
Did you call anyone about that?
Call anyone?
Yes.
You said
Did you call anyone about not hearing from Rita?
no. Did I call anyone about not hearing from her? No.
And why is that?
I just figured she'd be back. I mean,
Because you felt comfortable, you had control of the situation.
at the time,
You did, didn't you?
I was a little confused, but yeah, I mean,
I mean, you were taking good care of Christine?
yeah.
No further question, John.
Just one very briefly. Did Rita tell you, by the way, that she couldn't be given solid foods because she choked to death?
She did not tell me that. All she told me was not to give her Ensures. That's what she told me.
Nothing else.
Anything further?
Thank you. State call,
Let's have a witness on the stand.
Your Honor, I guess before we go down, I guess we can do that. I'll have.
Do you have any additional questions of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
State call, Brittany Honeycutt.
Okay, here we go again. Brittany Honeycutt. This is another one that they've fought over, trying to keep this out. Can you imagine the very first time that she's ever taken care of her and she leaves her for a whole weekend to go on a date that was supposed to just be a date. And she had never taken care of her before. And she just leaves her. I could not imagine.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Brittany Honeycutt, Honeycutt, Honeycutt.
Miss Honeycutt, where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Link City, Texas.
And what do you do?
I am in administration for Chevron,
How long have you been doing that?
a couple months.
Let me ask you to go back now to August, and a few months prior to that, in 2019. Did you know Rita Pangalangan?
I did not know her personally. I met her through an ex-boyfriend.
Okay. So did you have an occasion to come in contact with her on a regular basis?
After I moved in, yes.
All right, but tell me about moving in.
When I moved in, the agreement was I would pay some rent.
All right, move back here.
Oh, sorry.
So, who are you moving in with?
Oh, it was me and my two kids
Okay. And who are you moving, you and your two kids in?
into Rita Pangalangan's house on Academy Road.
And that's Academy Road?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
All right, great. So what was the rental agreement on that?
I would pay her some rent just for staying there because it was supposed to be a temporary situation.
How long did you stay, how long did you rent from Rita?
from May of 2019 until August 1st of 2019.
Till August 1st, 2019. So until the Thursday before this.
Yes.
During that time, did you come in contact with Cristina?
Yes, every day.
Tell me about Cristina. How would you describe Cristina?
Cristina was obviously disabled, but she was a sweet girl. She was quiet. She kind of watched TV. She played with her toys. She didn't really bother anybody. I mean, you knew she was there, but she was just really quiet.
Tell me, could she walk?
She could not walk.
Could she talk?
She could not talk.
But you could see emotions, I guess. From
Oh yeah, she definitely showed emotions.
Okay. All right. Did you ever take care of Cristina?
There were a couple of times where I was asked to watch her for a little bit.
So when you say you were asked, who asked you?
Rita asked me
Okay. Asked you to watch her.
to watch her, yes.
And how many times is that?
By myself, a couple.
Your Honor, this is subject to our prior.
Yes. Yes, proceed.
Thank you. All right, so over the time that you stayed there, you watched her yourself, by yourself a couple of times?
Yes.
And what did you have to do to take care of her?
Since it was just a few hours when I had to do it by myself, it was just basically make sure her diaper was clean, make sure she had Kool-Aid in her cup, and that was pretty much it.
Did she, did Rita Pangalangan ever just leave the child with you without asking you to take care of her?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
So there was an incident where there was a Sunday night in July where she had asked me to watch her for just overnight, and I said that was fine. So, I'm sorry, that was not Sunday, that was a Monday. And she came back the next day because I had told her I had to work. So she did come back home that morning, and she told me she was going to be home all day. And when I was ready to go to work, sorry, I am so sorry. I got my days mixed up. So when I first watched her the first night, that was an agreement. The next day it was, she wasn't going anywhere. And then it was, I remember her giving her a bath. I remember her getting ready for bed, and she would close her door, and she did the normal routine. And then I went to bed with my kids because I had to work the next day. And next thing I know, the next morning I woke up, Cristina was in her room trying to get out of the room.
So when Christina's in the room, is she locked in the room?
I don't know if the door was locked, but I know she could not open the door.
Is the hands?
Yes.
Did Rita, and let me go now, I'm going to go right up until the August when you left. You ended up leaving the Thursday before this event took
Yes.
place, is that correct?
Yes.
Getting pretty that close to that time, did you have a discussion with Rita about you babysitting Cristina and whether or not you were able to do that?
Yes.
Please tell us about that.
So she had come up to me and asked me,
All right, I'm going to stop.
oh,
you.
sorry. I'm sorry, should I just say her name?
Please.
Okay, sorry. Rita came up to me and had asked me if I could watch her. I had let her know that I had to go into work for a few hours, and she kept asking me over and over. And finally, when the answer didn't change, it was no, obviously. She told me to leave Cristina in my car with the windows down because she does it all the time.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm
Whoa.
sorry, I didn't interrupt you. You said you couldn't because you had to go to work.
Yes.
Pick it up from there.
So when I told her the first time, she kept asking me over and over again. And when she realized that the answer was not going to change from no, she had told me that I could still take her and leave her in my car with the windows down. And because she does it all the time. Because she does it all the time.
She did.
Rita.
You see Rita Pangalangan in the courtroom?
Yes, I do. She's right there.
Your Honor, let the record reflect she's identified the defendant, Rita Pangalangan.
Right there, where,
Oh, don't you cry now.
Oh, right over here in the
What is
white
she
shirt.
wearing?
It looks like a blue jacket and a white shirt.
Ooh.
it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. None, Your Honor.
Phillips.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Honeycutt. Rita kicked you out of the house right before all this happened, is that right?
It was more of I was moving. I had already had a house set up.
That's your opinion. She kicked you out of the house because you weren't paying rent and you brought bedbugs into her home. Is that fair to say?
What?
No, sir.
And you also moved your boyfriend into the home with his whole family. Y'all had a very toxic relationship and you were in her home, not paying rent, correct?
I do not agree with that, no.
No further.
What a
Nothing else.
what a jerk!
Thank you, Miss
Are you
Steptoe.
kidding me? Are you kidding me? Woo! Woosah. Woosah.
State calls Kelly Paget.
Call in, Your Honor, the matter of law.
We'll address it later.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Wow. That was their attempt to discredit her. Wow. And he just throws that in there. You brought in bed bugs.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Paget, P-A-D-G-E-T-T.
Ms. Paget, who you work for?
With the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
So, would it be proper to say deputy then?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Paget, were you working for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on or about August the 5th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an occasion to come into contact with Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you take her to the Colleton County, what's the hospital in here in Walterboro? Is that Colleton Memorial?
Colleton Regional Center, I believe is what it's called.
So did you take her to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And were you present when blood was collected from Rita Pangalangan?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked, 3 photographs that have been marked for identification, and they are states 31, 32, and 34. So first I'm going to hand you states 31 and 32. And if you would look at those 2 photographs, I realize there's some writing on that bag that you did not do, but do you recognize the vials in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what are those vials of?
This would have been the blood that was collected from Miss Pangalangan on the night I took her to the hospital.
And when you got that blood, did you have it in this, I'll call it a plastic bag or a Ziploc appearing bag? Did you have it in that container?
Yes, it was placed in that container by the nurse at the hospital.
And was that done in your presence?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do with that bag?
It was, I transported it back to the sheriff's office and it was handed over to SLED crime scene unit that I met at the office.
And is that Agent Shank?
Yes, Agent Shank, yes.
While you had the blood in your custody, inside the Ziploc bag, did you alter it or change it in any way?
No, not at all.
And was it in the same condition as it was when the nurse took it and handed it to you?
Yes.
I'm now going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 34. I'm going to ask you if you can identify that photograph.
Yes, I can.
And what is that a photograph of?
This is a picture of myself and Miss Pangalangan still at the hospital. I'm holding a form and the Ziploc bag with the vials of blood.
And is that the same vials of blood that appears in States 31 and 32?
Yes, it is.
And is that the same blood that was collected at the hospital here in Walterboro?
Yes, it was.
At this time, I'd ask that States 31, 32, and 34 be admitted into evidence. So this prior, no objection,
Ma'am, were you there when the blood was drawn?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the blood being drawn?
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Either side.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
It's admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could
Dylan, if you would put up states 34 so that the jury can see. And as you described it, in the deputy pageant, I know it's a silly question, but is that you in uniform?
Yes, sir.
And next to you, is that his family?
Yes, it is.
And then that you described earlier, your testimony was that was the bag. And I will now, Mr. Hightower, go to 31. So are those the vials of blood you mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir.
And 32. And those you can actually see the writing that indicates the printed label, whose blood it is, etc.
Yes.
And did you also receive blood from another deputy?
Yes.
And whose blood was that, as far as you know?
Taken from Mr. Larry King.
And what deputy gave that to you?
Brian Varnado.
And what did you do with Larry King's blood you got from Brian Varnado?
It was also handed over to SLED agent Shank.
And were they the same vials or same type of vials that we have just seen in these other photographs?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence, please, Your Honor.
Yes, Lisa Wilmot, you heard that right. It was the witness who did it and
I
not.
don't have any other questions. Please answer any questions defense counsel has.
I have none, thank you. No question, Your Honor.
Not the
Thank you.
defendant,
Thank you.
according to him.
State calls Brian Varnado. I'm sorry, I apologize, Judge. State calls Spencer Stevens.
So I'll stand for a moment, waiting on him.
Oh, break time. Break time. That little snarky cross-examination was just an attack on her character, just trying to discredit what she said about, anything that they can try to discredit, like, oh no, you have a toxic boyfriend that you tried to move out and you got kicked out, which she disagreed with. She said, no, I didn't get kicked out. She said that you got kicked out for not paying your rent and for trying to move in your boyfriend and his whole family and for bringing in bed bugs so there were like all these reasons that
Okay.
he allegedly got kicked out.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Hey, miss, happy anniversary.
Spencer Stevens. Last name is Stevens.
Your Honor, I apologize. Court's indulgence, just one moment. Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't pass the other one up. I'll pass up copies. Thank you, sir. Mr. Stevens, where do you work, sir?
Right now I work at Roper St. Francis.
And back in August the 5th of 2019, were you working at Roper St. Francis or somewhere different?
I worked at Colleton Medical Center at that time.
All right, so in what position were you working?
I'm a nurse in the emergency department.
On or about August the 5th of 2019, did you draw blood from Larry King?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as states 27 and 28, and ask you if you can identify what's in those photographs, specifically the vials.
They're different vials we use for different lab studies. Some are for coagulation, some are for chemistry, some are for a basic chemistry panel.
And do those have markings on them that allow you to identify?
Correct. When a patient comes in the emergency department, they're registered either based off of their social or their name and birthday. That generates a sheet of stickers for that individual. And on those stickers at Colleton, we labeled what we called our 3-4, which is our specific identifier and the time we drew the specimen on them.
And does it also have a number on there that indicates who drew it?
Correct. My specific number was MXO 7175, and that's my specific identifier for the lab to know that I drew those results.
And whose blood, is that the blood that you drew from Larry King on August the 5th?
Correct.
I'm sorry, August the 5th of 2019.
Yes.
And once you draw the blood, who did you give it to a member of law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you actually put it in the Ziploc bag and seal it, or do they do that, or how does that work, or y'all do that together?
I don't recall how it was done in this instance. Most of the time it's done under their supervision.
And did you do you put the stoppers in all of the tubes?
So the tubes actually come pre-stopped. Our transfer device has a transfer needle inside of it that the blood goes directly into. We don't have any actual contact with it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, once you hand it over to law enforcement, or previous to you, previous to you handing over to law enforcement, did you alter it or change it or do anything to it in any way?
No, sir.
And once you handed it over to law enforcement, did you have anything else to do with it?
No, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Just please answer any questions that defense has.
Questions?
Do you remember the name of the law enforcement officer that you gave this to?
I do not.
Anything further?
Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, Ms. Stepdowne.
Thank you.
Flying through them. A lot of these are
State
just
calls Brian Barnado.
like, yes, I took the blood. Yes, I did this. Yes, I did this. So they have to kind of get them in. It's just foundational stuff.
Your Honor, I did not ask this, I apologize. I asked that Mr. Stevens be excused unless the defense counsel has an objection. You know.
All witnesses are excused once they step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, for those of y'all asking, she's holding her little bottle of wine.
Raise your right hand and left hand behind. Do you affirm the testimony you have to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barnado, who you work for?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Deputy Barnado, did you work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office on or about August the 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Deputy Barnado, did you have occasion to meet with Larry King on August the 5th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you take him to the Colleton County Medical Center, the Walterboro Hospital?
I did.
And was that for the purposes of a blood draw?
Yes.
And were you present when blood was drawn from him by Nurse Stevens?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, I apologize. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 27, 28, and 33. If you would, actually, first let's just start with 27 and 28. If you could, can you look at those vials? The 28's a little bit close up. Can you identify what's the vials in stage 27 and 28 for identification?
Yes, this is the blood vials drawn from Mr. King.
And were you present when those vials were drawn?
Yes, I was.
And did the nurse hand those vials to you?
They did.
While they were in your custody, were they also placed in a plastic bag that's shown there in 27?
Yes,
Did you alter that or change it in any way?
I did not.
What did you do with the blood once you got it?
Once I got it from the hospital staff, I turned it over to, at the time, Detective Kelly Paget. She was a sergeant detective with the sheriff's office.
And is it your understanding from there it went to Agent Shane?
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you for identification stakes 33. Can you identify that photograph for me?
Yes, sir. That's me holding the vials and the paperwork.
And is that, you said the vials, meaning the vials that were drawn from Larry King?
That's correct.
And are all these fair and accurate representations of the vials you got? I realize there's excess writing that was already testified to,
Right.
put there by Agent Shane. Other than the writing and the label, was that accurate and a fair representation of what you were handling?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this a fair, is stage 33 a fair and accurate representation of you basically holding these bags in the hospital on August the 5th of 2019?
Yes, it is.
And again, did you alter or change anything in any way?
No, I did not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that states 27, 28, and 33 be moved into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
You're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Coxar, if you would please go ahead and show 33. That's you holding the vials.
That's me. Yes, sir.
And then let's go 27 and 28. And we referenced this, and I probably should have asked you this earlier. It says Larry King, and I kind of gestured over that way, but do you see Larry King that blood was drawn from in the courtroom?
Yes, I do. The beard and the white shirt.
I have nothing further. Thank you very much for answering any questions.
None, thank you for coming.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Phillips?
Your Honor, you spoke with Mr. King.
Have I spoken with Mr. King? That day, yes.
He said that Rita would never hurt her intentionally.
I'm sorry?
He said that Rita would never intentionally hurt her daughter.
He may have said that. I don't recall him exactly saying that. That's a possibility.
Anything further?
I don't have anything further, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You want to now approach? Or maybe
Yes, sir. Well, we'll send you to the jury room for a few minutes. Please, Matt.
Sending them to the jury room. I thought it froze for a second. So a lot of this, I know we're breezing through. It's just foundational witnesses. They have to like show who had control of the, like who took the blood, who had control of the blood. That way they can't just grab any old meth heads, off the street and take their blood and try to frame them. They have to go through all the foundational stuff of like, yes, this is their blood. There's no way it could have been anybody else.
Appropriate to move for a mistrial, specifically under the objections that we had.
Oh.
Under Rule 404B as well as 403. I believe at this point, the prejudice is manifest necessity that this is now denied Rita the right to a fair trial. This case has become about her mothering. All these other things do not even relevant to the date it occurred. And with that, this is again evidence all about things that happened previously, not even some of them being very remote, in my opinion, and very tangentially related, other than just unduly prejudicial. From that, we believe it would be a manifest necessity based on that to move for a mistrial.
Move for mistrial.
Response.
Yeah, we covered all the issues as far as relevancy. I believe it was relevant testimony and her state of mind and her treatment of her child. I think it's very much at issue in this case and was all relevant testimony.
All right, deny the motion.
Figured that was coming.
So scheduling wise, we've ordered lunch for the jury, and it's anticipated to be here at 12:45. So we, to the extent we can, we're going to want to go to 12:45 and then break for about an hour.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, so we'll take a few and let, sir,
We're down to 10 minutes or so.
how much time do you need?
No more than 10. I can get it done in 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yes, sir.
All rise.
Wow. All right. So Lucy is still sleeping with her little bottle of, let me see if I can get it from her. See if I can see it. Oh, look at her looking at me like, why'd you take my wine? That's exactly how I look at people when they take my bottle of wine too. Look at her watching it too, like, Showy. I'll give it right back. So you can see, can you see this? It's Nipah Valley. And it looks like that cupcake wine, but it's cupcake. And can you see this? This is really hard to do in a camera. I'm not very good at this. And it's, can you see at the bottom? It says Pinot, and then Grigio is Grigio. How cute is that? So if anybody is wondering, like mother, like daughter, yes, she was snuggling a bottle of wine as she was snoozing. And yes, that's why she's my daughter. She's so funny. Yeah, she's like, don't touch my wine. Down here minding my own business. You're trying to take my wine. What are you thinking? She's a trip. All right, so all right, let's talk about this. We have a 10 minute Judge Newman break. I love him. I love him so much. He's the best. All right, so we have a lot of that was just, you know, like I said, foundational stuff. The thing about the 2 babysitters was, I think, the most damning part of everything so far. Look at that little shiny bald spot. Look, did you all see that? Look at his little bald spot. Look at it shining. Isn't that cute? I don't even know who it is, but that's adorable. Look at it shining. Oh, bless him. All right, so the things about the babysitters, y'all. Okay, so the first one, the first babysitter that they called, Lindsay Lewis. Could you imagine? Now, keep in mind, this is not just like typical babysitting. This is, you know, Cristina had special needs. There are specific things that are required of that. I don't know who's had any kind of experience, you know, helping to take care of anybody with special needs before. But there's not like, it's not how it is with just typical babysitting where you're like, you know, hey, if their diaper is, you know, dirty, clean it. And if it's, you know, if they cry, feed them, or, you know, it's not like that. Like there are specific needs that go along with, you know, it's individualized care. And it's not just a typical, if they're around the age 5 to 7, do this. If they're around the age 10 to 12, do that. It's not like that. It's individualized care. And it is a full-time job. I cannot imagine the very first time you're ever alone taking care of somebody, it's for 48 freaking hours while mom is on a date and you've never taken care of her before. You don't have any of that information. And to leave them alone for 48 hours and not even tell her, okay, she said that there's no groceries, but there were Ensure packets or whatever. Okay, fine. So there were Ensure packets. But to say that, okay, she can only have Ensure, but nobody told her that. She said to give her Ensure, but she didn't say, don't give her any kind of, solid foods because it's a choking hazard for her. She didn't tell her that. Like, there are so many so many problems with that whole scenario. I have no words. And for her to say, oh yeah, she asked me, I went around, lunchtime and she had told me like, hey, can you, watch her tonight for a date? Okay, perfect. That's perfect. Like, go on a date, go to dinner. That gives me, 2 hours, get my sea legs, figure out, a little bit about what I'm doing. 2 hours, not 2 days, not Friday night, Saturday night, and all of Sunday, like not a whole weekend. I can't even imagine. And then to not even call. And then, okay, so Larry here has food poisoning, so you need to take care of him instead of your own daughter that you left with somebody who's never taken care of her before. Let Larry puke it up himself. Larry's a grown-ass man. He don't need you over there, holding his hair back, holding his mullet back, and, while he, pukes up his food poisoning that he probably got because of karma. He don't need that. Your daughter needs you. Your daughter needs you. I'm so annoyed by this woman already. I have no problem with a mom needing a weekend away. No problem with it. When Jacob was growing up, I had, an occasional weekend. It wasn't often, but I had him. My mom was the only one who was ever allowed to watch Jacob for a weekend. But, he would go see like my mom, my grandmother. Those were the only ones who were allowed to have him for a weekend. But I had some of those, like I took a girls trip to Knoxville on a weekend. And, like I did a couple things like that, like where, it is good for your soul to like mentally rest. And it's not something I did, every weekend or even had the option to do every weekend, even if I wanted to. But I'm not taking anything away from a mom having a weekend to decompress. Nothing wrong with it. But you don't take a weekend to decompress when you leave your child with somebody who's never taken care of them and don't tell them that you're going to be gone all weekend and it's supposed to just be a date. And then you don't answer the phone and don't show back up and you leave that babysitter in your house with no groceries. And all she's got is a pitcher of Kool-Aid and some, Ensure drinks. And this is 2019. This is before DoorDash was like a huge thing. So, not that even leaving her there with no groceries would have been okay, even if she had DoorDash. Like that's not her responsibility. Take care of your kid. Your child is more important than some grown-ass man with food poisoning, alleged food poisoning. I cannot even I can't even, I don't understand. I don't understand. It's crazy, especially when oh yes, Erica, especially when the babysitter is only 18 years old. 18 years old. Could you imagine? Yeah, the babysitter was one of her students. I mean, get it together. If y'all see me duck like this, I'm not hiding from anybody. I'm looking. I have huge monitors right here, but if I look under them, like where they sit up, if I look under them, I can see out my window. So if you're wondering. I am just, I am over their nonsense. And then the second one, Brittany Honeycutt. She moved into Rita's house. Let's see, May, June, July. So she was there for 3 months. She lived there for 3 months, and she moved out the Thursday before this happened. And she said that when she told her that she could not watch her, she had to work, that Rita told her, well, just take her with you and leave her in the car with the windows down. That's what I do. I do it all the time. What? What? And then the cross-examination on that one was, well, Rita kicked you out of the house because you brought in bed bugs and you had a toxic boyfriend and tried to move him and his family in there and you wouldn't pay rent, right? All those things at once within 3 months. Okay, if that was the case and she was so toxic and awful, why would she be trying to get her to watch her daughter for her all the time? Don't make a whole lot of sense to me. But what do I know? What do I know? I am not surprised about them asking for mistrial, and that will not be the last of the mistrial stuff that we hear, I'm sure. But it ain't going to get him nowhere. Holly Mac says, we don't understand because our minds don't think the same as these people, thankfully. Thank the Lord above for that. Oh, it's awful. She's more worried about drinking, smoking, and grooving than her daughter. I've seen it too many times. She went on a binge and left her child behind. That's not how you have a momcation. That's exactly right. You know, a momcation is different than, you know, a weekend-long drug binge. Hey, Michelle. Randy, I have CP and my mom took care of me, but occasionally my mom's friends would help while my dad was working, is traveling, especially after I had surgery. I would need extra care, for example. Yeah. And see, you know, and that's the thing is like, things like that, like needing extra care, needing extra help is totally understandable. Ditching your kid for a weekend long drug binge with somebody who's never taken care of them before. This is not tomatoes and tomatoes, people. This is tomatoes and bed bugs. Let me see. Here, I'm going to do something real quick. Let's see. They should be coming back in just a minute. Here we go. You know, that's one of the things that they said too, was that they treated her like baggage. So sad. It just burns my britches up here and stuff like that. I just get so... It ain't right. I don't like it. Yeah, listen to learn. Hey, listen to learn. Yeah, we pulled that article up yesterday and looked at it, and we talked about this morning too, where the older daughter was arrested a week later. For those of you who weren't here with us yesterday or this morning, it was a week later, and it was Walmart parking lot because it's always a Walmart, and she had been in there. Police were outside for 15 minutes before she came out. So she said that she was only in there for 5 minutes. They know that that was a lie. But let's see. All right, I want to show you something.
Please be seated.
Sir.
Say you're ready.
I was going to show you this
Bring
one.
the jury.
I'll have to show you when we have another break. Supposed to have a break in like 10 more minutes. I'll show you all the storm. See what it's happening now. Bring the jury. Yes, that's the main part of their evidence that shows that all the stories they told don't line up to that. He doesn't. I like that he said something about that too, about them bringing up all that stuff today is not respecting the jurors' time. Look, Judge Newman's reading our chat. Say hi, Judge Newman. We love you. Good to see you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State called Matthew Hogue.
Raise your hand. that came in the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the recording in the trial shall be the truth, so help you God? You take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Matthew Hogue, Hogue.
Agent Hope, who do you work for?
I work for SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And what do you do for SLED?
Currently, I'm a special agent in the Vice Unit for SLED.
And back in August of 2019, what were you doing for SLED?
I was a forensic technician in SLED's toxicology department.
Sir, I'm going to hand you, we'll do
There's
this in
toxicology.
two batches. So first, I'm going to hand you, these have already been entered into evidence, 29, 30, 31, and 32. I believe it is listed as SLED item number 4. So can you tell me if you recognize the items in those photographs?
Yes, I do recognize them.
And are you the one who took these pictures?
Yes, these pictures of the evidence bags and what was inside of them are pictures I took as part of my duties as a forensic technician.
So did you upon this being logged into SLED, at some point, did you open these bags to inventory or take photographs of what was inside the bag?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you alter them or change them in any way?
No, I did not.
And once you were done with taking these photographs, did you perform yourself as a technician? Did you perform any tests on them?
No, I resealed them and they were stored in our refrigerator until further testing by someone else.
I'm going to ask you the same thing for states 25, 6, 7, and 8. And I believe that is SLED item 6. Yeah, same question. Do you recognize the blood vials in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And are you the one that took these photographs to document them with SLED evidence?
Yes, I did.
And did you alter them or change them in any way?
No.
And other than to open up the bag and catalog it and reseal it, did you have anything to do with them beyond that?
No, I did not.
And I will also ask you, if you can, as to SLED item 6, can you, by looking at the listing on the vials, can you tell me whose blood sample that is?
The blood vials say Larry Eugene King Jr.
And as to SLED item number 4, I'd ask you the same question.
Rita Marie Pangalangan.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions. Please answer any questions that the defense has.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ask you to be excused, Your Honor.
Yes.
Brooklyn Gonzalez.
Another foundational.
Raise your right hand. Left hand up on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the report in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. Yes. Take the seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Brooklyn Molina. My last name is Molina.
And I messed that up and said Brooklyn Gonzalez. I had both names written down. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember one. So your married name now is Brooklyn Molina?
Yes, that's correct.
Agent Molina, who do you work for?
I'm employed by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED.
And what do you do for SLED?
I am a forensic toxicologist in our toxicology department.
I'm going to hand you a couple sets of photographs that have been testified to and are already in evidence. So I'd like to start with what is referred to as SLED item number 4, which is a collection of 4 photographs, 29 states exhibits 29, 30, 31, and 32. If you would look at those and let me know, did you have anything to do with the blood vials of Rita Pangalangan and SLED item 4?
I would have assisted in taking these photos.
You actually assisted, is that Miss Agent Hogue?
Yes, Matthew Hogue.
And there's a yellow sticker, and I think this was testified to earlier. There's a yellow sticker on those. Mr. Hightower, you're in 25, please. So this yellow sticker, can you tell me what that yellow sticker signifies?
Yes, that is the unique SLED identification number that was given to this case, and number 6 represents item number 6 that was submitted to us.
So if I could borrow those real quick. Mr. Hightower, would you please bring up 29? So is that what I was just referring to as SLED item number 4?
Yes.
Blood from Rita Pangalangan. And would you tell me about SLED item number 6, whose blood that is?
This is a lot of foundation just for the toxicology.
These vials are labeled King, Larry Eugene Jr.
And did you perform any, you said you assisted in taking the pictures. Did you do anything else with SLED item 4 and SLED item 6, the blood vials from the defendants?
Yes, I performed the blood alcohol analysis as well as the preliminary drug screen.
All right, and your blood alcohol analysis, is that like ethanol? Or,
Yes.
and did you find any ethanol? And we'll just do it one at a time. In SLED item 4, which is Rita Pangalangan's blood.
No.
And did you find any ethanol for SLED item 6, Mr. King's blood?
No.
You said you did a preliminary, what was it?
A preliminary drug screen.
And let me ask you this. As part of your job at SLED and what you do at SLED, what kind of qualifications and things do you have to have the job that you currently have at SLED?
So education-wise, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Chemistry from Ohio University, and I have a Master of Science from the University of Florida in Forensic Toxicology. Education aside, we undergo extensive in-house training for blood volatiles analysis that consists of analyzing 500 previously analyzed samples and comparing those to the known values, as well as completing, we had multiple lectures, each followed by an exam and then a comprehensive exam. We are competency tested, which is an internal test to determine if we are competent in that analysis. And then we are proficiency tested each year by an external vendor in each discipline that we're deemed competent in. For drug screens, my training consisted of assisting in 100 case samples and the operation of the instrument. Again, we were competency tested and are proficiency tested by an external vendor each year with that.
And just, not this case specifically, but this case and other cases you do, what is the procedure of that you follow once you do your preliminary tox screen? If it's positive, what would you do with it?
So once a case is positive on our preliminary drug screen, those results all have to be confirmed. So they are then assigned to another analyst in our lab.
And does that have, let me back up for a second. So you talked about your undergrad degree is in, what is it?
Forensic chemistry.
All right. And how long have you worked for SLED?
I have worked for SLED approximately 5 years.
And you said you talked about some proficiency exams. How often do you have to do those?
Yearly.
So have you passed them every year?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before?
One time.
And what would your expertise be in if I were to ask the court now to have you declared as an expert in? Would it be forensic toxicology?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that Agent Molina be qualified as an expert in forensic toxicology.
Says the defense.
I think she's an expert. Just subject to the prior pre-trial.
You know, she's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, we talked about doing different tests, the fact that you did a preliminary toxicology. So if we could just take them one at a time. As to SLED, and I'm going to be very describing, as to SLED item 4, which is the blood of Rita Pangalangan, were you able to run a preliminary toxicology screen on that?
Yes, I completed a preliminary drug screen.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong language. A preliminary drug screen.
Correct.
Did you get a preliminary hit on any drugs?
Yes, that item number screened positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
And ladies and gentlemen, once a witness is qualified as an expert witness, they're then allowed to offer opinions in the area of their expertise, subject to the rules of evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to SLED item 6, Agent Molina, were you able to, or did you run a drug screen on that?
Yes, I did.
And that's the blood of Larry King. What results did you get as far as a preliminary result?
Do you have a copy of the report, actually? I just want to make sure I tell you the correct. Thank you.
Just after reviewing that, see if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, so I did perform a preliminary drug screen, and that would have been positive again for methamphetamine and amphetamine.
So both had a preliminary result of methamphetamine and amphetamine.
Correct.
And what did you say the procedure was once you do that?
Then that case is assigned to an analyst to confirm those results.
And who would the analyst be in this case?
Lindsay Mitchell.
And other than what you testified to, did you have anything else to do with this case?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions for you. Please answer any questions the defense has.
Thank you.
From the defense.
Mr. Cutler, so I think I understand the process. You say you do a preliminary screen. I assume if it's negative, then that substance is discarded. That's the end of the investigation into that substance. Is that right?
For that substance, correct.
And then you said it's positive, it's sent to someone else for a confirmation.
Correct.
Is that right? My question is, when it goes to someone else, is that like a higher echelon of testing? Is that something that is more specific? Or is it someone else who is, if you will, on your same level within SLED, we all just check behind each other?
No, so it would go to confirmatory testing, which is going to go to a class-specific confirmation.
Okay, and would it be fair, it's just a higher level of testing?
Yes.
In a lens?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Even though, now in the afternoon, so good afternoon. Based on your training experience, you can't tell when a substance was ingested, right?
No.
And so that preliminary report, it could have happened several days before the blood was actually taken. Is that fair to say?
Well, if it's in the bloodstream currently, it is acting on the individual.
Well, now, as far as your expertise, your training and experience, I want you to go outside the scope of what you have. As far as whether somebody tests positive, they could have ingested it days before and still test positive. That's true.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell from the preliminary report when somebody may have ingested a substance.
Right, just what is currently in the bloodstream.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. Ask that she be excused.
All right. Now, every witness is excused once they step in, and you're excused.
State calls Lindsay Mitchell.
Moving through them. Murder and conspiracy.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. You affirm confirm the testimony about the report, shall be the truth, so help you God. You can see the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Lindsay Mitchell, Mitchell.
Agent Mitchell, who do you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And did you work for, is that also commonly known as SLED?
Yes.
Did you also work for SLED back in August of 2019?
Yes, I did.
These are already in evidence and have been testified to, but let me just call out, as to SLED lab number 19-14197, items number 4 and 6, did you perform any, well, let me back up for a second. Did you have anything to do with those items or analysis on those items?
Yes, we performed testing on these evidence items.
There was earlier testimony, ma'am, from Ms. Molina dealing with kind of what a preliminary tox screen is. Can you kind of describe the process of what occurs when there is a positive, for lack of a better word, positive hit on a drug screen?
Yeah, if our drug screen results in a preliminary positive, that has to be confirmed by another type of analysis before we can report it.
So let me ask you a little bit about your background. What are you, is forensic toxicologist the right word?
Yes.
So to be a forensic toxicologist, what kind of an undergrad degree or training education do you have?
I have a double major bachelor's in forensic science and chemistry from Pace University. I also have a master's in professional studies from the Pennsylvania State University.
And what sort of, and I may have asked you this already and I apologize if I did, how long have you been with SLED?
For 8 years now.
So did you have any job in forensics or chemical analysis prior to working for SLED?
No.
So you've been there now 8 years.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about the certification process. What do you have to do, or what types of certifications do you have to go through, or testing to maintain your job as a forensic toxicologist?
We undergo extensive in-house training for blood alcohols and for drugs for analysis and interpretation. We have lectures and hands-on training that we do. We have to previously analyze samples before we can take a competency test, which is supposed to mimic a real-life case sample. We also do oral training like mock courts and stuff like that before we're signed off and deemed competent. Since that time, we have the opportunity to do extra training, extra courses that we get to go to, such as the Borkenstein alcohol course, as well as they have a Borkenstein drug course. And we annually do proficiency tests in all of the subjects that we perform analysis in.
And you said annually, so you have to do that every year then?
Yes.
And have you failed any of those proficiency tests?
No.
How many samples do you think, including all the testing that you did as well as actual cases, how many analyses, I guess would be the plural of that, how many times have you looked at this kind of stuff?
Probably into the thousands.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the state of South Carolina or federal court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Probably about 4 or 5.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that, Agent Mitchell be declared an expert in forensic toxicology.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection to qualifications for new projects regarding toxicology.
She's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Mitchell, in this case, and obviously I've already referenced the lab number, there was testimony earlier from Agent Molina that a preliminary tox screen was done and it was positive for methamphetamine and amphetamine. Was that sent to you for confirmatory testing?
Yes, it was.
And was that confirmatory testing done?
Yes.
And can you just kind of explain the process of how that works?
So a sample is taken from the evidence. It is run on a GCMS, that's gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. That instrument gives us the ability to separate and identify things that might be in that sample. So in this case, it was run on a specific test for sympathomimetic amines, which is the drug class that includes methamphetamine and amphetamine.
And let me ask this, it was asked earlier, this is like, would you call this a higher level of testing or just a more specific testing?
I guess both. It is more specific, but it also gives us a quantitative value as well as the confirmation of the presence.
And were you able to analyze that information on, and I'm sorry, I didn't forget, but if I try to pronounce it, I'll mess it up. What's the machine that you guys use again?
GCMS is the easier term.
So on the GCMS, were you able to analyze this?
Yes.
All right, so as to SLED item number 4, which is the blood of Rita Pangalangan, were you able to reach a confirmatory analysis?
We did, yes.
And what was that confirmation?
I know that it confirmed for the methamphetamine and the
Did you do a report on that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 for identification. Can you identify that?
Yes, this is my report.
And is that your name that appears on the bottom?
Yes.
Of the second page, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and if you will go to the second page, what are your results as to Rita Pangalangan's SLED item?
We found methamphetamine at a level of 400 nanograms per mil, as well as amphetamine at a level of 160 nanograms per mil.
And is that report an accurate reflection of your results?
Yes.
Other than that I stapled it, has it been altered or changed in any way?
No.
Judge, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 15 be entered into evidence.
Second offense.
The document itself is a hearsay. It can be referenced and it's now been testified to the record. And it's subject to the fire pre-trial of the itself.
In response.
Judge, I apologize for you guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's not a hearsay document. The agent who wrote it is here to testify. If she wasn't here to testify, then it would be a hearsay document.
The document itself is cumulative to the testimony, so objection sustained.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Is that also the report that?
I haven't done one yet.
Yes.
And what SLED item number is that in reference to?
Item number 6.
And as to SLED item number 6, were you able to reach the same conclusion as to levels?
For levels, methamphetamine was reported at 480 nanograms per mil and amphetamine at 88 nanograms per mil.
And who is that in reference to, that SLED item number?
Larry Eugene King Jr.
And were those, is that a correct and accurate reflection of your results?
Yes.
Your Honor, report's indulged.
We're going through all these witnesses just to show that they had these drugs in their system. Right now, I am not in an evacuation zone. The sky's getting dark out there. I put my little storm cam up.
A couple of questions. There was a question earlier about if that was in the blood. If you see amphetamine and methamphetamine both, can you explain to the jury what a metabolite is?
Sure. So when you consume some type of drug, your body can break it down further into what we will call a metabolite.
All right, and so can you answer the question as to this case? Is amphetamine a metabolite of methamphetamine?
Yeah. So in this case, when someone consumes methamphetamine, it is broken down to amphetamine in the body.
So is that a natural body process as the body is processing the methamphetamine and convert some of that into amphetamine.
Yes.
And if someone has these sorts of levels, and if you need this, I can get it back to you, but I think your testimony was in excess of, I think, for Rita Pangalangan, it was 400 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine. And for Larry King, it was 480 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine. Can you tell me anything about how that would act on the body?
Yeah, so methamphetamine in general, some of the physical side effects you could have are rapid or irregular heartbeat, not labored breathing, but irregular breathing. You could experience agitation, anxiety, confusion, euphoria. It's different person to person, but those are the general effects that you might see.
And at that level, would you consider that person to be under the influence of methamphetamine?
To some extent, yes.
I don't have any further questions. Please answer any questions the defense has. No.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just want to make sure through the metabolites, as far as you testified, you're not able to tell when the substance was ingested.
Correct.
And it could have been ingested up to, specifically with methamphetamine, up to 3 days prior to when the sample was taken generally.
Yeah, probably, possibly.
And a higher threshold was taken 500, right? That would be a greater indicator that it was taken within that 3-day period.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that just seeing greater than 500 nanograms per milliliter indicates that it was taken.
As far as the literature that's out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
But you do agree it could have been ingested up to 3 days prior. There's no way for you to know.
Yes, that would be possible.
Thank you.
Anything further?
He's really wanting to push that 3-day thing.
One question, Judge. Ma'am, is there any question though that the body is still acting on the body at that time?
Yeah, the fact that it is in the blood shows that it was active in the bloodstream and in the body at the time of the test, the time of the blood draw.
Thank you.
In the ping pong, but you don't know how it would affect that person specifically. You're saying it's active in the blood, but you don't know how it's affecting that person in any way, shape, or form. You can't testify to that.
So like what specific effects they might have been feeling at that time? No, not specifically.
Right, because they might have done it 3 days prior.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, can they sit down?
The thing that he keeps
Okay,
pushing
ladies
about.
and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. We'll start back at 2:15. Please go to the jury room and please not discuss this.
Let me pin this. Pin this. Okay. The thing that they don't seem to like, he keeps wanting to make a big deal about this whole 3-day thing, but that's the thing about meth. Like, you've heard so many things about how strong it is and how much it can affect you and stuff. So it's not like, this is going to be like the 3-day thing is going to be like their moment of, like, oh, well, if it was 3 days ago, then everything's fine. Ugh. Drives me nuts. Jackie D, where did that comment just go? Can you see? Oh, my thing might not be. Y'all see my little. How cute is this? Y'all know how I am about gnomes. I've got my little beach life gnome, and it's got the little starfish. Look at this. How cute is that? Beach life is the best life, even with a hurricane coming. I love that. So now that one has been added to my little collection of no-me's back here. I love it. I love it. So cute. I do have some of her chasing seagulls and stuff. I will have to find them. Oh, I lost beach cam. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. I got to move some things around in order for us to get Lucy and let's see. There's Lucy, there's me. There's beach cam. I'm trying to almost just messed up big time, but I didn't. See, I can make myself the smallest. Y'all are really here for Lucy, let's be honest. All right. Sorry, I'm gonna be with y'all in 1 second. I'm trying to get this set up so that while we're at break and we're chit-chatting, y'all can see Lucy and the beach so we can watch for things happening. There we go. And there's yard cam. Okay, I think I got it. All right, I think we're updated. Good enough. Good enough. It's fine. Okay, there. All right. Now you can see Lucy on one side and my yard on the other side. You can see where it's getting a little bit gray and rainy, but it's not like super, super bad yet. So far we're good. The wind has definitely picked up, but that's okay. You can see too, there are a few live cameras that they have. Let me see if I can find if anywhere else around the beach has worse weather than us. I don't think so. I think everything's about the same right now. It's starting to get a little dark towards the west, but it's not like so bad yet that, you know, that I have to be worried. Haven't lost power. So, you know, that's all that really matters, right? I still have power. We're still here. So, I know that today has been one of those days where there are 1 million witnesses that are all just about the blood vials. But this is going to play, I think this is going to play a big part into what they are saying as far as, you know, if they were on a drug binge, if they were high on meth and not thinking right or whatever, you know, all these things. There, with him pushing that, oh, well, you know, so it could have been 3 days ago, right? her response was so great though, because she's like, okay, yeah, it could have been 3 days ago, but like it's possible, but if it's still in your bloodstream, then it's still working on you. So, or it's still active. So that's the thing is, you know, you can't really like brush it off like, oh, no big deal. You know, it was in her bloodstream, but it could have been 3 days ago. You can't really brush it off because that's not how meth works. I don't know if, you know, y'all have ever seen, you know, or experienced anybody dealing with that. But I mean, it's not like one of those things where you just, you know, had it in your system 3 days ago and now you're good. Like you might have had it in your system 3 days ago, and then now you are like believing that you're seeing, you know, like robotic chickens in your yard or something. I don't know. Like the meth is not one of those things that just gets out of your system. Like people don't sleep and they don't eat. So it has a lot of effect on, you know, other things. It's not just, you know, it's not just like, oh, no big deal 3 days ago. It's a huge deal. It's one of those things that they wanted to fight to keep out, the drug use and any of the prior situations with, you know, her parenting being called into question, or robotic. It was the first thing that came to mind. I don't know why robotic chickens was the first thing that came to mind, but this is the kind of life we lead. So Weather Watch. I knew Weather Watch would appreciate the weather cam. I'm channeling my inner Weather Watch and watching for the storm to start coming in. It was beautiful this morning. For those of y'all who were here this morning when we started the stream, I showed y'all a picture that I had taken when I woke up this morning, and it had a you know, pretty rainbow and everything was, you know, it was beautiful out there. And now the rain has started to come in. Yeah. If Brandy puts up a weather cam and Weather Watch comes in, it's like the bat signal, you know, it's like I summoned him over the city. Like he felt it in his bones that there's a weather cam up now. And it's like the bat signal has gone up and it brought him to us. Or at least that's how I'm picturing it in my mind. Probably not that exciting, but that's how I'm picturing it in my mind. So it works. Let's see. I am safe. I am not in the evacuation zone yet. So I'm good. I'm not in evacuation zone. We're all good. If it gets really bad, then like I said, if I lose power or anything, then y'all just carry on, continue, and I'll be back shortly. Weather Watch said that's exactly what happened. I have the live radar streaming on my channel for now. No audio, just visual. Weather Watch, I'm going to pull up your stream. We want to look at your radar. What just happened to my screen? What just happened? Hold on, let me exit out of this. I don't know what I just did to my stuff, but all of my stuff just went a little wild. Okay. If y'all want to look at Weather Watch's stuff, I have, let me make it big. he's got YouTube channel. He's one of our friends of the channel. So all you have to do is look at on my little about thingy or whatever. There's a link to his stuff. So this is what we got going on right now. Weather Watch, don't copyright strike me. I promise I'm only going to look at it for a minute and show everybody where to pull up your stuff. So he's got this pulled up. So this shows kind of how it's expected to go. So as of right now, I'm okay because it shows, it shows it about right here, and I'm like right here. So I'm in this general area. So right now I'm okay. Now, if it takes a shift, then yes, the other Mr. October. Yes. Weather Watch says, okay, so he's not going to copyright strike me, so that's good. You heard it here first. This is legally binding. And he says, the more people that know, the better. So this is, he's on my friends of the channel thing, so y'all can find his stuff, but that way you can pull it up and keep an eye on it. So we've still got a ways to go for it to get up here, but I'm hoping that it doesn't twist or turn or move, because as long as it doesn't, I'll be good. And I have not been here yet where we had to evacuate. I have been in this building before for multiple hurricanes. My mom actually lived in this building when Hurricane Michael came through. She had, or did she live in the building next door? Either way, it's the same condo complex. It might have been the building next door, but regardless, it's the same condo complex. But she lived here during Michael when that was the most damage that we've had here in a really long time. And that was in 2018. I have been through multiple hurricanes here, but not any that have been so bad that I have evacuated. That one last year was supposed to be really bad, and it was coming straight for us. And then it took a turn toward the east, and it ended up hitting Tampa and all of this. So it was coming kind of like this, directly for us. And then it ended up taking an eastern turn, and we did not even have rain. We got really lucky. So we'll see. Kind of just heard Brandy say y'all and came running in from outside, then looked at the TV. Come on, y'all. That's so funny. Too funny. So I am going to, while the rain has, you can see the rain has kind of calmed down for a moment. So Weather Watch, if it's okay with you, I'm going to leave your stuff on here. I'm going to take about 10 minutes and walk Lucy out, and then we'll come back and go over all the stuff that we just heard and summarize some of the extra stuff that we had heard before for those of y'all who are just joining us. But I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to move myself so that you can see Weather Watch's logo up there. I'll leave my yard cam up, but I'm going to take Lucy out before. Stats on screen are tomorrow morning's projection. Forecast time 7 a.m. Wind speed 125 miles per hour. 100. Okay. Wind gusts 155. Do you know how fast 155 miles per hour is? It's real fast. That's crazy. I see Weather Watch. is going to handle this for a minute while I'm, if I get swept away while I'm out there taking Lucy out to POTTY, then y'all will know, y'all will be able to see me float by on the yard cam. Okay, I'm gonna take her out real quick and I will be right back, y'all. Alrighty. We're back. We are back. Oh, oops. Hitting the wrong buttons. There we go. I adjusted the yard cam a little bit too, so that we could try to see some of, let's see. So you can kind of see, you can see it a little bit. You can see it's getting a little bit darker in certain spots, but it's not too bad yet. When the waves start getting really big, that's when it gets a little bit scarier, but also kind of cool. Because when it gets like that, it's really loud, but it's like the most calming loud you'll ever hear. It's really nice. So anyway, oh, let me add Lucy Cam. Lucy's on the move again, but we'll add her anyway. I just gave her a treat. So, yeah, the spots are on the window because I've got the camera set up right in front of, the camera is set up right in my window. You can see actually, like you can see my little window frame right there. But the spots are rain on the window. It's not like crazy raining yet. Let me move that just a little bit. Okay. It's a little bit better. Alrighty. If I know how to surf, grab my surfboard and live stream it. That is not a live stream that anybody wants to see. I can guarantee. Oops. Add Miss Lucy back. Where'd she go? I think she's still eating her treat. Weather Watch, I appreciate you letting us take a look at your channel. It's crazy seeing how strong these are. It's wild. The power behind the storms like this is just crazy. The wind and the water and everything. If y'all are not subscribed yet to Weather Watch's channel, make sure you go do that now, especially with weather like this. You want to know what's going on, and he is the place to be. All right, so let's take, oh, there's the Lucy girl. Hello, my love. Did you eat your treat? Did you eat your treat? You're a good girl. Hi. I see you staring at me. You're not getting another one. Look at her little face in the camera. She's so funny. I love Lucy Cam too. It's the cutest thing. She cracks me up. And we got this idea because there was one day where we didn't have anything to stream. I think we were just doing a hearing that day and it ended a little bit early. So we decided to take a field trip, and we were like, we went on a field trip to the zoo, and we're just watching, like bouncing around, looking at all these different zoo cams. And it was so cool. And so somebody had said like, oh, you should make a Lucy Cam. Like I would watch that if you made a Lucy Cam. So I made a Lucy Cam. Uh-oh, we got action on the beach. Let's see who's out there. Let's see if we can. Oh, they're putting up the yard furniture. It looks like. Look, you can see him out there. That's our guy putting up the chairs and stuff. Oh, you can see the rain starting to come in across the Gulf now. See how it starts to look blurred like that, where everything kind of blurs into each other. That's what it looks like when it starts raining like that. And so you can see him out there. The rain's starting to pick up, and you can see him out there putting up the chairs. That's actually come in pretty fast because it wasn't that bad just a minute ago. I mean, when I just went out, it was barely sprinkling. And now you can see it's raining a little bit more and the waves are picking up. Isn't that crazy? I see him down there by our tiki hut stacking. You can see him right at the top of it. I know it's like, I am not a professional weatherman or a professional weather camera man. And I don't have professional weather cameras. I literally have my laptop sitting in front of my window. So the raindrops on the window, there's not much I can do about that. But at least kind of gives you an idea of what's going on out there. You see his little lights as he's moving this stuff. Bless him. Taking all that in. So the last time that we had a hurricane here, see where all the chairs are stacked up right there? And like they're kind of like in line with the tiki hut. The stuff, like the waves and everything had come up so high that it came up past where the tiki hut is. And it was carrying some of our chairs like out into the Gulf. And when I say the waves, I don't mean like it just like, oh, the white cap barely hit there. I mean, like it was like there was a lot of, I mean, our beach it looked so short because, that's not what we're used to having that's a pretty wide beach area. And I mean, it was the waves and everything had gotten so high that it came, I mean, it was crazy. It's crazy. Oh goodness. All right, let me get our stuff pulled back up so that we can be ready for when they come back. Boost the volume again in case we have to get them to do that. Get it ready for them. Let me unmute it in case there's a hot mic moment. Gotta love a hot mic moment. All right, now we're good to go. Now we can watch this poor guy work. And okay, so see how he's on the four-wheeler and he's going and like, they pull this stuff. You know what, Kelly Pete, me too. Maybe I should just do beach cam. Like I'll just do another Lucy Cam and I'll set it up like beach cam. And maybe I'll just do this even on days when it's not a hurricane. maybe we can just have this, but then it's going to make me want to end the stream early to go out there. But I love it. I sit there. If I am not at my desk, I am either outside or by my window. I could watch it all day. And when the storms come in like this. Okay, so those four-wheelers, it reminds me. So y'all know yesterday I told y'all that I love sea turtles. Well, they have a crew that comes through on four-wheelers and they volunteer, and I want to do it. If I didn't have like some early trials, I would do it. But because I'm up every morning, you know, at 4:30, 5 o'clock anyway, but they'll come through and they'll look during turtle season. They'll look and see, you know, look for signs of turtles that have come up to lay their eggs and stuff. And it's like this whole thing. I want to do it so bad. I love sea turtles. And I'm like, how cool would that be to go, you know, every morning and look for signs of them and like be able to find them and help save their babies. It's like this whole turtle tracker thing, and it's the cutest thing in the world. And I really want to do it. Jackie D, you're a turtle tracker volunteer? You're living my dream, Jackie D. I have wanted to do that forever. I love sea turtles. They're so amazing. Oh, Jackie says, do it. I transport injured wildlife. Oh, that's cool. The only injured wildlife I've had since I've been here. Oh, is Jams in here? Jams isn't in here, is she? She would laugh at this. No, she's not in here. So not long after I moved here, there was a pelican that was out back. And so when I walk, see where the little walkway is? That's our Moby mat. It helps people who, it like helps you walk. So you can get your wheelchairs and walkers and stuff out there further. We didn't have that years ago, but when I was out there trying to get out there with my walker right after chemo and stuff, when I was in a wheelchair. But we have it now. It's really cool. So right at the end of, you can see like where the Moby mat ends before the tiki hut, you know. So when you come off that Moby mat and turn right, about halfway in between there and the stacks of chairs, there was a pelican. And I was like, check out this dude. You know, me and my kid were out there. We had gone for a walk and it was sunset. And I was like, how cool is this guy? And the closer we got, like he didn't really like move around and stuff, you know, he was just very stationary. And that's not normal for pelicans. Like they'll come right up to you, don't get me wrong, but like normally if you're on their beach, like if they come to the pier or something like that, you know, like then they'll be right up on you. They don't care about your personal space. But if you're on their property, like in their property is the beach, then they don't let you just come up to them. They'll come up to you, but you can't just come up to them. So as we're walking, I kept expecting him to like, you know, fly away, and he never did. I was like, that's strange. So we went on a walk, we came back and he was still out there. And I was like, oh, this poor thing, you know, maybe he's hurt. So see, this is why I asked if James was here. This one was not disgruntled. This one was as sweet as he could be. But not a disgruntled one. But as we were coming back, I saw him and he was still there. And I was like, something's wrong. So I walked up to him thinking, you know, if I get right up to him and he doesn't fly away, then something's wrong. So I got right up to him and, you know, you could tell he was kind of like, you know, waddling a little bit, trying to get away, but he wouldn't fly. Anytime he would try to fly, he could only go like right up and then right back down. And so I was like, oh crap, something's wrong with him. So this is the off season, you know, there's not like tourists everywhere who are, you know, down here, like, you know, drunk looking for fun, you know, trying to trap pelicans. This is like, you're on your own. So I came and got our maintenance guy that, works here in the building, and I had come up and I'd gotten like a big blanket, and I was like, okay, if I can get up to him and like put a blanket around him, I can like hold him and get him to the emergency medical center. For animals, I'm not going to like take him to the ER, but like the emergency animal hospital. So I come in and I don't have anybody to help me. And I'm like looking for people on the beach, and the beach is about as dead as it is right now. And I come in and I see him, the elevator opens, I see him. I'm like, it's like, what time do you get off? And he's like, oh, I just got off. I was like, perfect. Come help me save a bird. So we go out there and we're like, we have the blanket, and I have like, I'm on one side and he's on the other side. And we kind of like are, walking towards him and like trying to like, be calm. And I'm talking to him and telling him it's going to be okay, as if that helps. I don't know why I think it does, but it does to me. So we finally get to him and then get close enough, whatever. And, it took us a minute, but then, got the blanket on him. And do you know how strong a dang pelican is? Y'all know how strong these things are? These pelicans are big. And you don't realize how big they actually are until you are holding one in your arms like this. So thank God I had a maintenance man with me, because he was able to hold him. I have a picture of him holding this thing. And look, you don't think about it, those beaks when they're, and they've got the big thing down here so they can catch fish. You don't think about it. When you hear it right up close, like bam, bam, like I'm an animal lover. And in that moment, I was like, I felt so bad, because I was like, he's going to take off the maintenance guy's arm, and then he's going to be mad at me, and his wife is going to be ticked off because now he can't do work around the house either. And it's going to be this whole big mess. And it's all because I saw a bird and thought it needed help. But they are so strong. I think he did try to eat the maintenance man. They are strong. And that beak is like, bam. I mean, there's some horsepower behind that beak. And it finally, we got him, he was, and thank God, maintenance man owns a turkey farm. So he's used to big old aggressive birds. And this was like right up his alley, him and his turkey farm. So I was like, how different is a pelican than a turkey? Except for the big old beak that tries to eat you. But other than that, so then now I'm like, well, crap, now we got to get him there. So we end up getting, one of the neighbors had a dog crate. So we get, she comes over with her dog crate, and we have, we put this pelican in the dog crate, and then we got it to the animal hospital, and they were able to help him. But it was the craziest thing. That's my only like save the wildlife story that I have since I've been at the beach. Everything else is just telling people, put that dang sand dollar back that's still alive, and fill in your stupid holes so that turtles don't get stuck and stuff like that. Mostly just me fussing at people, but that's my only actual. Y'all see a picture? I got a picture. Let me see if I can pull it up without. I have a picture of the maintenance man holding it. And it's funny because I swear, y'all, I swear he avoided me. The maintenance man, not the pelican. I swear he avoided me after that. And it's probably not my imagination. Here, let's see. This is the pelican. Look how big he is. And that's the maintenance guy holding him. That's our big old pelican. Let me see. I think I have another picture. I don't want to. Oh, this is somebody apparently recorded us. The neighbor recorded us and sent this to him. See, this is over by the thing. This is where, see, we had the blanket right here. And then we got him with the blanket and then held him and got him in. And I didn't know this, but the neighbor was recording us from the condos next door. This was the rescue mission. And then, but look how precious he is. This is him. Isn't he just darling? Ain't he just the sweetest thing? I mean, who wouldn't want to rescue him? It's a big old bird. It is a big old bird. So the blanket, we lost the blanket when he kept trying to get out of the, like, when he was trying to eat the maintenance man. Pelicans turned into pterodactyls. I don't know if anybody's warned y'all of that, but that's what happens when you try to grab them. So he turned into like a pterodactyl, and he's trying to eat the maintenance man. And then, so the blanket ended up, he kind of wiggled himself out of it. And then the maintenance man was okay holding on to him because, like I said, he's got a turkey farm. He's used to aggressive birds. So he ended up holding him. And then I had the blanket. We put the blanket over the crate when we took it in so that so it wouldn't be scared. I don't know. I've seen people put blankets over parrots. I thought, you know, parrot, turkey, pelican, look, it's all the same thing, right? So apparently he had something wrong with his wing, and we didn't get to stay. They said that they were going to take care of it. It looked like there was it looked like fishing line or something that was wrapped like all around it. So I don't know if it was just like wrapped so much that he couldn't move his wing and that's why he couldn't fly, or if there was like a hook somewhere, but they said that they were going to be able to take care of him. So we did not, they told us, they were getting ready to close anyway. They told us not to bother waiting, but that he was going to be okay. So this is him. Isn't he pretty? Look at him. That's my one save the wildlife story. Let's see. I think I had another. Yeah, there's another video. Oh, this was right after this is when we got the blanket on him. And we're sitting there and I'm telling him, it's okay. It's okay. We're here. We're your friends. And then this is me and the neighbor. She is the one who brought the dog thing. This is when we're at the animal hospital dropping it off. And she said that she had been posting it all over Facebook. So she's like, she wanted to take a picture to tell everybody like, hey, he's okay. He's going to be all right. We got him here. So, but this is our friend. 13th juror Pelican. Before 13th jurors were even a thing. He's my buddy. He's my buddy. Sometimes when I see pelicans out there, I'm like, I wonder if that's him just like coming by to say hi and be like, hey, y'all, remember me? I'm here hanging out. And the chances of that being true are like slim to none, but we're going to go with it anyway. Okay, Kathy said, I'm no animal expert, but turkeys and pelicans are not really the same. Pterodactyl, turkey, pelican, all the same. All the same. I mean, but can you really tell me the difference? No. No. How to Save a Pelican, a new children's book by Brandy Churchwell. Yes, that'd be fun. That'd be so fun. All right, we still got about 15 minutes. I'm gonna make Beach Cam big again while we're waiting, so we can watch Beach Cam. There we go. Oops. There we go. Okay. We got Beach Cam going while we were watching all the heads. Am I sure it was a he? No, I am not. But I figure since he was trying to eat the maintenance man, that doesn't seem very ladylike. So I just assumed it was a he. Turkeys can't swallow your head. That is one difference. You are correct. That is one difference. Oh my gosh, Surfside, one of the beaches in Texas, a dolphin somehow washed up on their shore. People thought it would be fun to ride it. What? Oh. Thank you. I feel like we need to name the pelican. I never did get to name him. Yeah, it's not ladylike to eat the maintenance man. Duh. Had to be a dude. Science. Kathy, you don't even know you didn't even know that pitchforks are real. So you leave the farming to me and the turkey farmer. Turkey / pelican / pterodactyl farmer. If anybody who is just happens to be channel hopping and pops over here at lunch and hears this nonsense, is gonna be like, what the heck is even going on over here? Lindsay Hendricks, look at you being all romantical. Pipeline Beach in Hawaii has a constant cam, and it's incredible to watch. When my girlfriend and I were more long distance, we would watch it together to watch the sunset. That's adorable. Look at you being all romantical. Kelly says, OMG, I hope they were arrested. The dolphin riders or Lindsay Hendricks and her girlfriend? Probably the dolphin riders, right? Probably. He should be named Clifton. That's a good name. Peter the Pelican. So there are pelican farms now. Well, I mean, when you can't tell the difference in a turkey and a pelican and a pterodactyl, then that's just... I'm joking. I could tell the difference when I look at them. I'm just saying they're all big old aggressive birds. It's manners. Pelicans are pterodactyl. See? They're descendants. See? I told y'all. I'm basically like, it's like National Geographic lunchtime over at 13th Juror Channel. It's like you get trials in the morning, trials in the afternoon, and then wildlife lessons at lunch. Pitchforks are real. Pop at the Pelican. I like that. Lindsay Hendricks says, if I saw people riding dolphins in Texas, I would choke them. That's my favorite animal. Lindsay Hendricks, did you see my video of the dolphins chasing our boat? Let me see. Look at me with all my wildlife. Just bringing up my wildlife. Let's see. I have to move beach cam back again real quick. All right. Oops. Wrong one. Oops. Okay. So, this was this morning. You can see what a difference. You can see what a difference it is from this morning till right now. But that was this morning. And then this one was another one from this morning. And now you see how different that is. Okay, so here it is. Oh my gosh, let me take the music off. These were the dolphins that were at our boat. How cute are they? Look at them swimming along with our boat. How cute are they? I showed this yesterday too because I'm just obsessed with them. My saying instead of crikey would be, oh dang. I say that all the time. Oh dang. I love this. Love it, love it. Love it, love it. I will try to keep I can try to keep Beach Cam up. I mean, I could try to keep it a little bit bigger down here so that y'all can see it like this until it blocks somebody, and then I'm going to have to make it smaller, but I could try to keep it a little bit bigger until then. That's exactly what I would say, petrified. Oh, dang. It's eating my head. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Ostriches are leftover dinosaurs, and you can't convince me otherwise. Lindsay Hendricks, were you here yesterday for my ostrich story? What's with all my wildlife stories? Were you here for my ostrich story from yesterday? Ostriches? Ostriches? They may look cool. They're evil. I might have. Like, yeah, they're like, hey, I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex with feathers, and I'm just a little bit smaller. Let me try to eat your face off. Hold on, let me see. I think I have a pretty sure I have a picture of that too. I have a picture. Speaking of, look at this guy. Isn't he precious? I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find the picture of this thing trying to eat me whole. Oh, remember I told y'all about Tony the giraffe? That's my kid feeding Tony the giraffe. My kid is almost as tall as Tony the giraffe. I mean, not really, but he's like 6'4". Dang, I don't know how to find it. Where was that thing? Oh, well, I have it on my stuff somewhere, but now I can't find it. I was going to try to show y'all the picture of this bird that tried to swallow me whole. I'm telling you. Dangerous. I might be able to find it. Not that. Oh, well, I don't know where it's at. It's in one of my many photo albums, but I'm telling y'all, this thing was dangerous. See them moving around? Covers. Say world. Water. So 19. Hold on. Now it's like become a thing. Now I have to, oh, I bet I know how I can find it. I can change the date because I know about when it was. How do you do that? Ain't there a way to do that? Oh, here we go. 2000. $17? I'm gonna find this bird trying to eat me. We have movement in the courtroom. Let's hope they talk into their microphones.
I'm told that due to the impending weather, the court will close at noon tomorrow. I'm told that due to the impending weather, the court will close at noon tomorrow and
Why do I have two of these
not
playing?
resume until Friday. So that means that we will probably need to work late today and start early tomorrow because the case cannot go into next week. So I'm not sure the schedule of number of witnesses and all that.
If I may, we have the video, which we anticipate playing. That's going to take roughly 5 to 6 hours. So we can run that for however long you want to this afternoon, and we can finish it up tomorrow one way or the other. So whatever that has, I have one witness before the video, and then I'm going to do the video. So that will be a time that we'll just continuously run until you tell us to stop it.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't have a comment.
That video is gonna be.
We stay till 8 o'clock this evening.
All right.
Certainly, I'm saying one thing, it goes in the side, that doesn't create an issue.
All right.
It's none also.
So when the state rests, will the defense be ready to proceed? If that's tomorrow morning?
It's tomorrow morning?
Yes.
We can certainly do that.
All right. If you bring the jury.
They're already talking about state resting tomorrow.
Just to be clear, we won't rest after the video. We still have other witnesses.
I understand. We'll start at 8 a.m. Go tonight and start at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Wow.
At one time, the judges controlled the schedule of when court was in or court resumed, but now it's been turned over to the local county authorities, which presents problems from time to time.
So the weather tomorrow, they're gonna end at noon tomorrow, but they're gonna start at 8 a.m.
No,
Stays open is open.
yeah. County closes up, we have to leave.
Interesting. The video is going to be the
Probably.
most telling part of all of it.
Time they'll unlock the doors.
Maroon's off the
All right, jury's back. You may proceed.
State calls under Andrew Grunstein to the stand.
Sure.
Doctor, you'll stay here. She's going to swear you in.
My name is Andrew Grunstein, Grundstein.
Let me get you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, doctor.
Okay.
All right, so doctor,
Doctor.
what are you the doctor of?
I am a doctor of climatology. I study weather and climate.
And
Oh,
what do
no.
you currently do? What is your occupation?
I'm a professor at the University of Georgia. I've been there for about 20 years or over 20 years, and I teach weather and climate there.
And in the context
Go
of
dogs.
climatology, what's kind of encompassed in that?
So the field of climatology looks at longer term weather patterns, and similar to meteorology, which looks at day-to-day weather, but we look at longer term weather. One of the things that in climatology we're really good at is looking at past weather, so you can dig up old records and reconstruct what past conditions were like.
Can, in the context of studying climatology and teaching actual climatology, does that also affect as far as temperatures, heat index, that type of thing as well?
Yeah, my field is sort of like, medicine. People specialize in things, right? You have dermatology, you have allergists and so forth. In my field, people specialize too. And one of the things I specialize is in how climate affects people and human health. And I especially focus on heat and human health.
I'm sorry, you specialize in what?
In how heat affects people's health.
Okay. In the context of, and you teach that as well?
Correct.
All right. And in the context of studying that and teaching that, have you done research or been published on the effects of heat on people in cars and automobiles?
Yeah, I have multiple research publications on the conditions in a car when it's left out in the sun.
And how did you come about being published in that? Is that something that's published in a national survey? How does that work?
Yeah, these are published in what we call peer-reviewed journals. So the typical scientific journals, they get reviewed by outside experts to make sure that they meet standards of quality and that they're good science.
And in the context of those, how many of those have you done? I mean, first of all, how many of these research projects have you done?
Specific to hot cars,
Yes.
I believe 6 or 7.
Okay. And then in the context of writing and publishing on those?
In terms of how many paper, right? So I've got 6 or 7 peer-reviewed scientific journal articles on that.
And have you testified in court concerning heat in cars?
I have not testified in court with heat in cars.
All right. Have you ever qualified as an expert in heat in cars? That type of thing?
No.
Okay. How about from the standpoint of actually not only using these things, but giving evidence as to heat in cars and that type of thing?
I haven't testified in court on heat in cars, but like I said, I publish on this. I believe I'm an expert in understanding how hot cars can get in the circumstances where they occur.
Let me back up and ask you this specifically. In the context of temperature, like outdoor temperature. First of all, what is that called? I just say I say it's hot outside. I don't know what that means. So what are we talking about from outdoor temperature?
Sure, we usually refer to that as the ambient air temperature.
Okay. And then from an ambient air temperature, what else goes into the factor of heat and how that affects affects the body.
Right. So there's, when it's hot outside, right, it's hot and it's in the 90s. But other factors can influence how you feel and your heat stress. Humidity plays a very big role. Those of us who live in the South know that humidity can make it feel hotter. And I can explain the reasons for that if that's helpful.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. One of the reasons it makes us feel so hot is because it makes it harder for sweat to evaporate, and sweat's part of our personal air conditioning system. So when that doesn't work so well, we feel more heat stress. So temperature, humidity, sunlight can also increase your heat stress if you're out in the sun.
Now, when I see the news and the weather report, they're always talking about the heat index, and I now get that. In fact, I get that on my phone from the weather source. Where does the heat index come from?
Right. The heat index tries to account for the fact that it's not just air temperature, other factors can affect heat stress. And so what it combines is air temperature and humidity values.
Now, how does that relate to a car, an automobile, and specifically a person inside a car or automobile?
Right. So inside a car has a very different environment than outside of the car. And I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. But you could also combine the role of humidity in the car to show the combined heat stress from both the temperature and the humidity.
And so is there a totally different temperature that you deal with inside the place?
He's not been offered as an expert at this point.
And I'm just establishing that background.
No, he's eliciting opinions. He's not exploring his background or CV.
The question is there a difference between the heat in the car and the heat out the car? Is that in effect the question?
Yes, sir.
That's not an expert opinion.
No, sir.
I overrule the objection.
All right, so heat inside the car, that's different there. You got ambient temperatures, you testified as the outside temperature, is that correct?
Correct. So ambient is outside the car. Inside the car, we sometimes call it the cabin temperature.
And you have done studies on this as well?
Yes.
And you've been published on peer review articles on this as well?
Yes.
And have you worked with other people when you published and when you researched?
Yes, I've worked with other experts in this area too.
And they also are experts in this field?
Yes.
And your specific expertise from the standpoint of testifying is climatology as it relates to the effect of weather on people?
Correct.
Just, Your Honor, he has not been qualified.
I'm about to ask the question, Your Honor. At this time, I'd offer him as an expert in climatology and specifically in the effects of heat on people.
What says the defense? You wish to voir dire the witness? Do you object?
No, I don't object. No, I don't need to voir dire the witness.
Yes, sir.
I'll have cross questions.
Do you object to him being qualified as an expert?
I'll be quick. You said you've never testified in court before?
I have testified in court, just not specifically about vehicle hyperthermia, hot temperatures in a car.
It's always this
I have
guy.
testified though.
But you've never been qualified as an expert?
I have been qualified as an expert in weather and climate, but specifically as an expert in car heating in a court, no.
All right, well, I guess let's drill down on that. So you've been qualified as expert in climate. Tell me what that means.
Sure. In the cases that I've testified in court, I was dealing with heat as it affected human health. The people had suffered from heat stress. So that was the capacity I was qualified in.
So this is the first case that you'd be trying to get qualified as it relates to a vehicle.
Hyperthermia in a vehicle, but I have testified other times about how heat affected other people, but not in a car.
But never in a car.
Yes.
And your specific training and experience goes directly to how people are affected in a car?
My research has specifically looked at heating in a car and how it could potentially affect people's health.
Okay, so you do have that background.
Correct.
It's not just purely weather and climate.
No, I have an expertise in, I've been studying it. I've published in vehicles and how the temperature changes in a vehicle.
No objection as far as qualification.
Like, what would it matter bleh. Let me not get annoyed by the attorney already. Lucy's not annoyed. Lucy's knocked out.
Your Honor, I handed you up a copy of the legal, all except for this one, which I will.
Okay.
Let me show you, Dr. Hood, and I'll get you to come down in just a second.
Sure.
Let me go ahead and cover this right now.
States Exhibit 16 and States Exhibit 17. Would these aid in your testimony today in explaining your findings in this courtroom? Yes. And in fact, I think the bottom of States Exhibit 16 has already been entered into evidence. What is the top of States Exhibit 16? This is an illustration of how cars can get so hot, how the cabin can get so hot in the car. This is actually part of your report? Correct. And then these two charts here, these are charts that you created? Yes, I created them. That's States Exhibit 17. Yes. Okay, this time I'm going to move into States Exhibit 16 to States Exhibit 17.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
They're admitted.
Now, this one, Doctor, I'm going to ask you to identify, but I'm going to get you to mark on this, so I don't want to introduce this quite yet, Your Honor, but I would like to use this initially as the demonstrative before we put it into evidence. This is States Exhibit number 19, believe it. Can you tell me what this is? Sure. It's a chart that helps us calculate the heat index. Okay. So this is, it's got at the very top dew point. And we'll cover that in a few minutes. What else? It has air temperature and dew point to measure humidity, and those combine to create the heat index. Okay. Which is what you put in the report. Yes. Correct. And would this chart help you in your explanation of your testimony? It will. John, I'd like to be able to use this right now as a demonstrative. I'm going to ask you to mark on it, and so after that, I would offer it as evidence.
Okay.
All right, Doctor, if I could, and I know that we'll put up States Exhibit 16. Can you see that? No. Should I relocate to visualize that? Yeah, if you mind, could you come off the stand as long as he keeps his voice up?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if you will, explain, first of all, the very bottom of that is a photograph of the car in question. It's already been put into evidence. Explain it to the jury what the top is supposed to signify. Sure. This is an illustration of how cars get so hot. I think all of us who have lived, especially in the South, and leave our cars outside, know that when you get in there, it's often a lot hotter than outside. And this is why. Cars operate kind of like a greenhouse. You know those structures with the glass panels that allow you to grow things in the winter when it's cold? Well, cars operate the same way. The yellow arrows here are the sunlight coming in through the windows of the car. They heat up the inside of the car, and when that heat's produced, if the windows are closed, it can't go anywhere, and it builds up, and you end up with cabin temperatures, the inside temperature in the car, much hotter at times than outside the car, the ambient air temperature. Now, on this particular car, this is, what type of car is this actually? Well, this looks like a gray four-door sedan. And this is what you use for display. Similar, I guess, to the car at the bottom. What about the sunroof? Does that affect it one way or the other? If the sunroof was open completely and had ventilation, that could change things. But if it was closed and that air couldn't get out, then the heat would continue to build up in there. And so on the one at the very bottom of this exhibit, where it shows where you can see the sunroof, can you tell if that's open or closed? It looks like it's propped open a little bit, but I was told that there was a fabric covering that had closed it that would impede air movement. That's not going to really let sun in or let heat out. So right. Okay. That's basically the same thing as the top. Correct. Okay. Now, let me ask you this. On States Exhibit 17, which I believe you also used, if you could walk us through that. The top of this, I'm assuming, is something you charted separately from this? Yes. This is a figure from one of my scientific publications, and I had parked a car in Georgia, so similar in the Southeast, and I put a thermometer in the car, and I wanted to measure what the air temperature was like. So let me walk you through all these different lines on here. I should also mention it's on the Celsius scale. When I publish in some of these journals, people outside the United States use Celsius. They ask us to plot it in Celsius. So the numbers may look a little different than the bottom chart. But I plotted it up here. We have the time on this axis, I have it in military time, 24-hour time. The black line here is the cabin temperature. So that's the temperature inside the car. The dotted line here is the ambient air temperature. That's the temperature outside the car. So this car was a gray sedan parked out in the sun. It was in June. And you can see at the start in the morning, the temperatures were pretty similar inside and outside the car. And I've got the sun up here. And as the sunlight started coming into the car, you could see the air temperature in the car rapidly increasing while the temperature outside goes up, but not as much.
Let me back you up just a little bit, because I'm not very good at military time. Let me get you at the very bottom. When it starts, that sort of a flat line where it looks like it's pretty much even with the ambient altitude temperature. What time is that?
So we're looking at the morning here. So when they're about the same, 10, 10:30, 11 in the morning.
Okay. So right at, what time does it start jumping?
About 11 o'clock, you start seeing that big jump in the cabin temperature.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, sure. So it ends up getting up to a temperature of 165 degrees. The outside temperature is still pretty hot. It gets up to 95. But you get this very big difference, and that is that greenhouse warming. That's that warming from that air getting trapped in the car and heated by the sun. That's the difference between inside the car and outside the car.
Now, how does that affect, and you talked earlier about all the effect of health, how does that affect people inside?
Right, so inside the car can be really dangerous because it can get really hot. In this case, it was 165 degrees. But other cars can get hot. That directs a lot of heat towards your body. And the other thing that can happen is that inside the car, you don't get a lot of air movement. And that air whisks heat and evaporates sweat, right? That's your your personal air conditioning system. And when that doesn't work well, you gain a lot of heat, but you can't get rid of it. And your body temperature can rise. And if it rises enough, you could have health problems or even death.
All right. Now, in this case, did you also study a recreation?
A recreation of a person?
No, a recreation of the actual.
The second chart here.
Yeah.
Yes. So the bottom chart is a recreation of the scenario we're all here for. And this was, this is what the test cabin temperature is. This black line here is the temperature inside the vehicle on this test day. The dotted line is the temperature at a nearby weather station. And you can see that just like in the top chart here, as the sun enters the car, the temperature rapidly rises and it peaks out about 130 degrees. The outside temperature stays in the low 90s. So again, you have that big difference between what's inside the car and what's outside the car. Very similar to what I have up here.
Now, the ambient air temperature, where exactly did you get that temperature?
Right, so this ambient air temperature down here I got from a nearby weather station in Walterboro near the airport.
Okay. So that's pretty close.
Yes.
And that is what you turned in the body. Now, the difference between the test was done, I think, a few days later, 20 days later, something like that. It was actually hotter on the test day, but the humidity was lower. Is that correct?
Well, right. So that they tried to replicate as much as possible the same car, same location. They opened and closed the doors at the same time. What they couldn't control was the weather, and that's kind of why they brought me in to help explain things and adjust things so I can identify what the temperatures were like on the 5th. The day that they did the test, it was a few degrees hotter, and it was also clear. And car heating is related to both air temperature and the amount of sun that builds up, into the car. So what I did was I adjusted for that. I accounted for the weather conditions with an equation I have. And what I determined was that the cabin temperature wasn't 130, but because it was a little less sunny, a little bit cooler, it got up to 118 degrees.
All right, and so let me now talk, and I want to talk specifically about the day that preceded that, August the 5th. And let's leave. So your calculations now, and your testimony now, what I'd like to direct you to is the testimony specifically as to that car and the outside temperatures and the cabin temperatures during that time frame. Did you review the video in this case?
I did.
And you reviewed the time, and I think you also reviewed that in comparison with the other as well, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about August the 5th. What can you tell us about the ambient temperature outside, what can you tell us about the cabin temperature? And the cabin temperature is inside the car, is that correct?
Sure. Right. So 118 is my determination for the maximum temperature that was in the car on that day. On that day, the weather conditions, kind of range from, 80s in the morning up to, low 90, around 90 or so in the afternoon. It was also humid. We talked about that. It had a dew point of 74.
All right, tell me this. Let me stop you. You say dew point. I think humidity. What's the difference?
Yeah, it is a measure of humidity. So the two measures you see, probably what you see the most is the relative humidity. People in my field actually use the dew point more because it's a more direct measure of moisture. It's just like air temperature. The higher that number goes, the more water in the air and the more humid it feels.
Okay, so go ahead.
So the dew point was at approximately 74.
Okay. So what can you tell us about the temperature? First of all, from the beginning, and let's start at about 11 o'clock in the morning to say 5 o'clock that afternoon, what can you tell me about the outside, the air temperature, the ambient air temperature?
Right, so this bottom line is the ambient air temperature, and you can see
That's the dotted line?
The dotted line, yeah, the dashed line here is the ambient temperature that was outside the car and from that weather station. And you can see that it was in the 80s, and at the end here, it got up to a little bit over 90.
What can you tell us about the dew point during the time?
The dew point was approximately 74 in the afternoon.
Okay. All right, and then how does that explain to you the two red dots that you've got there?
Gotcha. Okay, so the bottom red dot here is my determination for what the highest cabin temperature, the temperature inside the car was, so 118. Now, we have talked about how humidity and heat index can influence heat stress. So for a given air temperature, it's more humid, it feels more stressful outside. So when I accounted for the 118 plus the fact that the dew point was about 74, the heat index in the car, my determination was 135 degrees.
I'm now going to hand you State Exhibit 18. This is, I believe, first of all, where does this chart come from?
This chart comes from the National Weather Service.
This is their official publication?
Yes.
Excuse me, just a moment.
If y'all are having a hard time, just focus on Lucy.
Specific times, so I recognize it. My question is here, this is actually going to be outside the car, correct? This is what I'm going to ask you. If I'm asking you temperature and on a specific time and dew point, you can basically just tell me outside the car.
Correct. So this would be how it feels if you're standing outside the car.
All right. Let me call your attention first to 11:07. I believe, let me back up that times as 11:07 and all of them in 07. Why is that?
Yeah, it seems odd. Why wouldn't it be at exactly 11? The reason that happens is all these stations around the country transmit their data, and I was told that they don't want to transmit all at once and cause problems, so they stagger the observation time, so you get these odd times like 11:07 and so forth.
Okay. All right, so at 11:07 a.m., and I'm going to write up here 8:05. Make sure we're talking about the date of the incident. And we go at 11:07. That's when you've got an actual time, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I'll give you this because you're probably better at that than I am.
And I have these values marked on my report, so I'll
Right.
use that.
Okay. So what can you tell us at 11:07 in around Walterboro on this day?
Okay. So on this axis, just to explain things, on the vertical axis, you have temperature. On the horizontal axis, you have dew point. And all these values in this very crowded looking chart are the heat index values. So I'm going to identify 82. And then the dew point was 75.59. So it was somewhere between 89, I'm going to circle these two. It was somewhere between 89 and 91.
Okay, and that is 11:07?
Correct.
See if you can write somewhere around there, just point that to 11:07.
Okay. So, let me correct that. So you do have 76 on here. hang on for a second. I sketched this over 78 and not 76. Let me correct that. So it's 75.59. So it's probably closest to this one, that 89.
89 degrees?
Yes.
So at 1107, heat index is 89.
Yes.
Okay. 1207.
Okay. 1207, it got up to 84 degrees. And the dew point was 74.42. So I'm going to round that to 74. And that would be about 91.
Okay. 107.
Hey, Jane.
107
Come on in.
is 87.
Again, that's the ambient air temperature.
That's the outside air temperature. And the dew point was 74. And it's actually, this chart goes from 86 to 87, so somewhere between 94 and 97.
Okay.
So somewhere between 94 to 97, somewhere in the middle.
And 307.
307, it was 90 degrees, and the dew point was 73. Okay, so that would be sort of between these two.
And what are those two numbers?
And so 98 and 100. So somewhere between 98 and 100.
And two more, 407.
407, it was 91 with a 73 dew point. That'd be somewhere. This is getting tricky for me. I'm in between all these values here.
Between the numbers.
Yeah, so it would, let's see here. So 90 and 73 would be between, so between 98 and 100. Wait, let me make sure I got this right. So between 98 and 100.
And then 507.
Okay, and at 507, it was 90 with also a 73 dew point. So that would also give us that 98 to 100.
And these numbers that you've written out, those are, again, that's heat index outside of the car.
Correct, those are heat index values outside the car.
The three numbers that are highlighted, 118, 74, 135, what are those?
So these are my calculations for what the heat index inside the car would be. So at the highest point.
And I'm assuming taking all this other information into account.
Correct. So my determination is the highest temperature in the car was 118. And the dew point in the afternoon when that happened was 74. And you can see that the heat index in the car would be 135.
Go ahead and take the solution.
Ow.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you, Doctor.
Interesting, but I don't have any questions for you.
I'll be brief, Your Honor.
Just wanted to make something clear. Nobody disputes it was really hot in the car. Your numbers are all based on the assumption that the air conditioning never ran in the car. Is that fair to say?
Correct. I assume the air conditioning was not running.
All right.
And I can tell you why I made that assumption.
Well, so what I'll say is this. If a air conditioner runs to a certain point to where it overheats and the compressor cuts off and air circulates within the car, that would affect the heat index and all the numbers, right?
It wouldn't affect the heat index because it
I'm
doesn't.
sorry, not the heat index, the max temperature in the car.
It would depend if it was like blowing hot air in the car. That could actually potentially make things worse. But it would, there would be some air movement in there, but it would be so hot in there that even with a little bit of air movement, I don't know if it would change things a lot.
So it potentially, so if air conditioner's running to a point where it overheats and it cuts off, where the compressor cuts off and it starts to blow hot air, it can make it worse.
Well, if you're blowing hot air into the car, right, and you already have hot air, you're just exacerbating the problem.
Okay. No further questions, Ron.
Just want to let you answer your question. He had asked earlier whether or not you assumed air conditioning was not on. Why was that?
Right, and the way that I look at heat stress and body temperature, right, is that I look in terms of energy gains and energy losses. And if you gain more energy than you lose, your body temperature goes up. So I don't really see a way that Cristina could have the medical examiner reported about 110 body temperature. I don't know how that could happen without being in a hot
Beyond the
environment.
scope of expert testimony.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So from the way that-
Internal temperature to 110, 109, what could you tell us? I'm sorry.
Right, so from the way that I look at things in terms of energy, I don't know how your body temperature could get up to that point without gaining much more energy than your body could lose.
And so the gaining and the losing of energy in layman's terms, what does that mean?
So what that means is you have that 118 degrees, right, that directs a lot of heat towards your body. And inside the car, it's hard to get rid of that heat, because what we talked about earlier, that if there's not a lot of air movement, sweat can't evaporate, heat can't get whisked from your skin. So your personal air conditioner, your body's air conditioner isn't working well. You can't get rid of that heat. As you gain more heat than you lose, your body temperature will go up.
Young. Nothing else? Yeah. Question is what you said.
Yes, sir.
On the day in question where your test was run, whatever it was, August 9th or 12th, if you can answer this, if the test started around 11 o'clock, is that right?
I think that's about right.
Something like that. And that's not the important one. And then the temperatures were monitored throughout the day or across the afternoon as temperatures rose, both outside and within the car. Is that correct?
Right, temperatures are measured.
Across the day or across as you measure temperatures going up or maybe initially down. Is that right?
Well, that chart is not there anymore. Right, the temperature in the car, you can see how it increased throughout the day.
My question is just, that's what you were measuring, right?
The temperature inside the car, yes.
Now, if, hypothetically speaking, you had parked that car where you did, set it there, turn the air conditioner on, sitting in the sun, measured the temperature, and then after an hour or so, the air conditioner shut off or froze up, but you continued to monitor the temperature, it probably would have reached close to the same temperature in the afternoon, approximately anyway, would it not?
And I've seen other studies, so if the air conditioner running, the air temperature would be lower if it was functioning, right? And, we've all been in air conditioned cars, so comfortable. If it was functioning, you'd have a lower temperature and then the temperature would go up.
Once the AC shut off, the temperature would continue to rise, and it would rise pretty dramatically.
I've seen studies where they've, cars, especially during the peak time of the day, could heat up to almost the maximum temperature within an hour or two.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Real brief. And you said that it could be worse if air conditioning stopped and started blowing the hot air. That would spike the temperature, correct?
It depends what the temperature in the car was already, but if it was drawing in air, that was, in the, off the engine and it was hot, that could add heat stress.
Yeah. I'm not asking you to speculate or anything like that, but just saying in that scenario, again, given fact that if that scenario was there, then the temperature in the car would rise significantly at that point.
So I don't know exactly, because it would really depend on what the temperature blowing out is, so I can't say exactly. But if the air conditioner malfunctioned and it's blowing hot air in there, it certainly would be cooling the vehicle.
Right, and there's no way to recreate that without actually having data. Is that fair to say? From the car?
I couldn't give you an exact number without replicating that.
That's right, because your numbers are all based off a weather station. You're having to make just an educated guess of what it could potentially be. Again, like you said, based on the fact is if it started from no air condition versus if the air condition froze up, correct?
Well, I wasn't making just an educated guess. I was using scientific approaches.
Sure. Thank you.
Correct it to something that I think is a very conservative value that's not too high or too low for what we're doing.
We're in dispute. It was hot in that car, so that's not the issue. We know that's the way she died. Just trying to say, as far as the way the car could have heated up, would have been different than the way it's presented on that chart. Is that fair to say?
If hot air was blowing through the AC unit, I don't know because I didn't collect the data there. It was collected without that air conditioner blowing hot air.
Thank you.
You may step down.
On State Calls Jason Chapman.
So they're wanting it to be like, okay, well, you know, they're wanting the jury to think, okay, well, they put her in the car and had the air conditioner on. So yeah, it got this hot and that's how she died. But they could have had the air conditioner on at some point, right? Give me a break. Almost 6 hours. Five hours, 41 minutes. Look at Lucy.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
And what is your rank? I see the stripes on your sleeve, but I apologize. I don't know what
Captain.
it is. Captain?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Captain Chapman, you work with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
I do, sir.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office since January 1 of 2013 and law enforcement 26 years total.
And what is your job with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the Special Operations Division Commander, so I oversee tactical operations, all of criminal investigations, evidence storage, processing, things along those lines.
On August the 5th, 2019, did you work the case involving the death of Cristina Pangalangan?
I did, sir.
And generally, as an investigator, you went to the house, you saw the crime scene, that type of thing. Is that correct?
I did, sir.
Let me first show you, if I may, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. Just ask you, are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you saw them that day, the crime scene?
They are, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we introduce State's Exhibit 20, 21, and 22. None, Your Honor.
Admit it.
Okay. So let me first go to the monitor, if I could, on State's Exhibit 20. What is that?
That is, you're looking at the front of the residence where the incident occurred. That is the exterior camera to the Night Owl video system that was installed by the homeowner.
And then go to.
He said that they went out
State's
there.
Exhibit 21. That's a close-up, I'm assuming the same thing.
It is.
Where were cameras located on this house? And I think we've got a crime scene sketch of this house that we have put into evidence as State's Exhibit 8. Where were cameras located at this residence?
They were located 4 different cameras. You had one in the front, the one that we see in Exhibit 20 and 21. That camera was facing the driveway towards US 21 or Low Country Highway. You had one camera on the right side of the residence, one camera on the left side of the residence, and one camera in the very back that filmed the backyard.
All right, so this obviously just shows the front of the residence. Where were the three cameras? Just using State's Exhibit.
We're looking at this angle here, this front camera.
He's introducing the cameras.
And overshot that whole area towards US 21.
And then the other 3?
There would have been this side, the far side, and in the back, facing the shed.
And then let's go to State's Exhibit 22. And what is this?
This was the master bedroom inside the residence. and the video monitor where the DVR was connected that showed the 4 cameras.
The 4 cameras that you just described.
That's correct, sir.
Now, there was I want to make sure I get this right, video camera, so a recorder system
Yes, sir.
involved in that?
Yes,
Tell me
sir.
about that.
It was a Night Owl camera system, pretty normal. Night Owl is like the most popular wired camera system in the nation. It was an 8-channel recorder, but it only had 4 cameras active on it, the 4 that we discussed prior. And it was in the cabinet below the television monitor. These are hardwired cameras. They're not wireless, so the wires ran to the back of the DVR. And you had 1 cable that ran from the DVR to the monitor. So you could live view on the monitor, but the DVR itself also recorded what the cameras captured.
Now, have you reviewed the recording from these cameras from this house?
I have, sir.
And tell me, how much of that have you reviewed?
As far as the incident date, I've reviewed the whole 24 hours. It started at midnight 01 on August 5th, 2019. And I ran until the camera was disconnected by law enforcement when it was seized from the residents. And I believe that was 9:30, 10 o'clock that evening.
Okay. Did you also review the back cameras as well?
I did, yes, sir.
And did you do anything to check and see if this was, this reporting was contemporaneous? In other words, could you tell by events that you knew or that you saw, could you match them up with the video that you're watching?
Yes, sir. The only variance was a small difference in time, which is, to be expected. Your time versus my time versus the clock at dispatch. I want to say it was around 7-minute difference, but we could easily match up things that we knew to be true and accurate. For example, the arrival of Agent Hallie Godley that arrived the first unit on scene. We
Let me
could,
stop you there.
sure.
I think we have to keep evidence on that. Okay, State's Exhibit, put it up, what we got? Nice job. State's Exhibit 5. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about when Agent Godwin came up to the scene?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so you can see this from the video, but at the same time, the fact,
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 5 is actually from this video, is it not?
That's correct. It's a still image taken from the video.
So that's a way for you to be able to tell what's happening in real time and that matches up with the video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What about the 911 call? Did you do the same thing with that?
We did, and just to further validate that the video we were looking at was from that particular day, in the picture in Exhibit 5 there, you can see Larry King on the telephone with 911. We can, obviously we have that recording and we can hear the discussion that he's having back and forth with the telecommunications officer. And Agent Godley arrives on scene and you can hear his interaction with Agent Godley over the telephone to 911. And so again, when you match all of those up, it's just telling us that the video was an accurate representation of what was going on that day.
Let me show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 40. Could you tell me what this is?
Yes, sir. It's a flash drive.
Do you know what specifically the flash drive is on?
The flash drive.
I know it's got some writings on the back.
Yep, that's my signature. I previously reviewed the video to ensure the flash drive shows the incident date, the
Bring
camera
the video.
footage from that incident date.
At this time, Your Honor, we move State's Exhibit 40 into evidence.
Yes.
Submit it.
Now, let me ask you this. With State's Exhibit 40, is it also reviewed the demonstrative that showed both the front camera and the back camera on that?
I did, sir.
And is that accurate as to State's Exhibit 40?
It is. It's simply taking the image that you see here, which was the front-mounted camera that covers the front yard, and at some point in time, splitting the screen and showing the rear camera at the same rate, at the same time, on the same date, just so that you get a bird's eye view of front yard and backyard at the same time.
Right. Let me ask you one other thing, too. Could you tell if this was a motion-activated camera or if this was a continuing run camera?
So it is motion activated. Close review of the DVR shows that it was still set to the default standard. When you buy a Night Owl system, it's automatically defaulted to motion activated. You have to actually cut that off. But in this case, the DVR was motion activated on all 4 cameras with a 15-second pre-record and 30-second post-record per incident.
So this is recording pretty much in real time everything except for when there's absolutely no motion whatsoever. Is that correct?
That's right. It runs the whole time, but the only time we'll see video is when it is activated by motion, and you'll get that pre-stamp and post-stamp. And then if there's nothing else going on, it will actually stop. And that's why on occasion you'll see a 30-second jump or a 10-second jump in the time. It's because there was no video to record at that time because there was no event.
Now, you reviewed this, you just testified from 12 o'clock the night before until this time. Is that correct?
From midnight on the 5th all the way up until the time that we took the video system down and cut the video off.
And was the video of the car during
Yes.
this time?
Yes.
And when was there any motion around that car? Excuse me, let me back up. When was the first time there was motion around that car?
Other than an occasional dog or cat in the early morning hours, the first activity was around 11:16, I think it was, 11:16 according to the camera time. And that was Rita and Larry exiting the residence with Cristina and walking to the car.
And that is in the morning?
That is in the morning, 11:16 a.m. according to the timestamp on the camera.
Prior to that, there was no movement around that car?
Prior to that, the only thing, like I say, there's a dog sets it off, a cat sets it off, vehicles going up and down US 21 set it off. But as far as anything approaching or interacting or opening or tampering with the motor vehicle, no, sir.
And I'm assuming when the video tapes, you can see that.
You can, sir.
Nurse forgot was gifted 5
This time
memberships.
we
Thank
would
you.
Introduce, and in fact, what we're going to do is we have the full video. Again, as he has described, there's a section in it when the back becomes relevant as well, and we have superimposed that. Other than that, it's accurate to the what's the state's exhibit 40. And so this time we would like to publish this to the jury.
All right, here we go.
In evidence, you can publish it, but as you cue that up, we're going to take a break. And give you all about 5 to 10 minutes. Because when you come back, it's going to run for a while, so we'll give you a break before you start.
This is a long video.
So please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
This is what we've been waiting on. We'll see if, they've given us kind of a roadmap as to how they're going to try to defend this. So we'll see if that, after we watch the video, let's keep that in mind too and see if there's any chance that anything that they said could be how things really happened. If they don't let us, they might do this how they did some of the Murdoch stuff where if they don't let us see this live, we may have to wait on the media pool stuff to come out. I hope not. I hope that we actually get to see it. But we won't know. All right, 10-minute break. What time is it? 10:08. I mean, 2:08. 3:08 their time. Look at Judge Newman. Love him. All right, I will stretch out beach cam for a moment while we're waiting. It's getting a little darker. Lucy don't seem to mind. I don't know, but I know that, you know, keep in mind, there were a lot of things that we didn't get to see in the Murdaugh trial until afterwards, because we had to wait on the media pool stuff to come out. So it might be the same situation if they have media pool that they have to wait on. So we might not get to see this. If we don't see this and we just sit here staring at the back of a projector screen for 5 hours, it's going to be the longest video ever. Let's see. We'll make Beach Cam a little bit bigger while we're waiting. Okay, so Nurse for God gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who they went to. Somewhere. Catherine Grow. I rescue dogs. I rescue pelicans. Lori. Charmaine Lily. And Patty Girl. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that's 5. Y'all were all gifted memberships by Nurse for God. Thank you so much, Nurse for God. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You the best. You the best. Jen. Oh no, what happened to my sound effects? They were just working. What happened to them? What do I hit on here that I mess up every afternoon? Hold on, let me see. Cha-ching. I'll just do it manually. Oh, apparently I closed out of this. Okay, wait. We're on. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. On the way there. On the way there. We'll get there. Almost there. Nope, still not working. Okay, never mind. I tried. I don't know. I've done something. I think when I swapped the cams and all that stuff, I messed up something. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. And Jen is right. Subscribe and come chat with us. Don't be lurking in the bushes all creepy. Come hang out with us. Come see us. Think how that child felt for those 5 hours. Could you imagine? And you know, my problem is, I have a lot of problems here. Them trying to, like, you know, debate over whether or not the air conditioner was on for the first few minutes. That don't mean nothing. Sit down, John Thomas. Sit down. That has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. If we've heard that this video that they're about to show is that, you know, shows that they had gone out there a couple different times, you know, checked on her. There's one point where they said that she even got like in the front seat for a second or whatever, and went back in, you know, went back in and hung out the house. There is no reason under God's green earth. That's not a saying, is it? No reason under the sun or on God's green earth. We just made that a new saying. It's fine. Everything's fine. There's no reason why she should have been in that car for 5 hours and 41 freaking minutes. No reason. No reason. 0 reasons. The waves are starting to get a little bit bigger. There were 0 waves this morning. If you'll remember, we saw that picture that I showed y'all. It was like a lake. There were no waves whatsoever. And now everything's getting darker. And the clouds are getting a little bit angrier. Lucy is 4 years old. She turned 4 in June. June 3rd is her birthday. As far as I know, I am still okay. I was watching Weather Watch during the break. Let's pull up his stuff. Let's see. All right, I have to move Beach Cam a little bit. Move it over a little bit. You can see so it's still shifting a little bit. It looks to the east. So I will get some of the like outside messiness, but it's not going to be, I'm not going to be directly in the bad part. Where is 80s? Where is he? He should be sneaking around in here causing trouble. That's a good point. No bathroom break, food or water. She was out there. Let's say even if she did have her cup with her, you know, she was in a diaper. She was out there for that whole 5 hours and 41 minutes with no. Ooh, I just get madder and madder. Diane, yes, this is my view. We are watching for the hurricane. That is my laptop sitting in my window, watching to see what happens. I do not have window coverings, but they just put, these are like the high impact windows that are supposed to be, I don't know, supposed to be something. If we made it through Michael, we can make it through this. Is that a person out there? That's a person, ain't it? That's a person in the waves. What's he doing? He's fishing out there. He's out there fishing. Bless him. Wait, where'd he go? Ain't he? Is he fishing? Oh well. let's see. His channel on YouTube is it's Weather Watch. If you go on my channel and look like at the friends of the channel thing or whatever, it has the link for his channel. Lindsay Hendricks, there was one last year that came up through the Gulf and hit the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. But this is the first one that I remember that has hit the Big Bend, like that big, they call it the Big Bend. It's like that big bend where Florida turns from a peninsula into lower Alabama, basically. Haven't heard the creaking door. Yeah, he's gone. Normally he's here. Oh, he might be hanging with RA. Did RA's trial start? What was his about today? I know he was watching. He ended up watching openings of this morning. Just going for a dip. No biggie. See, now people are all walking out there. The rain has stopped. And the clouds are dark, but the rain has stopped. So now everybody's walking out there. Oh, he's doing this whole, oh. I thought he was doing a different one. I didn't think he's going to be doing this one the whole time. Shunka Bacon says, I ain't no storm chaser. I'm a storm hider. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. All right. I'm getting our little beach cam moved back. Oops. There we go. All back to normal. Ha ha ha. That's who it is. That's who's out there.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
How many hours is this video?
It's 4 hours and 14 minutes, and obviously with motion activated, you've cut out a good bit, so it actually is covering about 6 hours, but the video itself is 4 hours and 14 minutes.
4 hours and 14 minutes.
You want me to tell them that?
Sorry?
You want me to tell them that?
I think out of respect to to them probably. And then in case they are waiting on the next break and they have some way to signal or something, I don't know. But
You can take a break in here somewhere.
yes, sir.
I'm sure we could make that work where we keep beach cam.
I'll just give an update on the schedule and everything.
Yes, sir.
I think we'll
Nope.
do this, and maybe start at 8.
Nope.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow morning, run to 12, then check out
Yes, sir.
till Friday.
I think we should get most of everybody done. Do you, just for scheduling purposes, Your Honor, I'll make it work however you tell me to. But from a scheduling standpoint, would you run the whole video tonight, which would probably put us, I guess, at 7:30, 7:45, or would you want to break it and do some tomorrow? I think either way, we could get our witnesses done by noon tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll see, we'll try to
Yes, sir.
deal with it. Yes, sir.
Coordinating, obviously, if we're presenting a defense case, if they're done by noon tomorrow, I just want to make sure, go ahead and have.
No, you go on back to whatever neighborhood you were in.
Yeah, stand by. Not everyone, but someone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So we're going to play, the next will be a video that's about to be played, and which means we're going to stay a little late tonight and try to complete this video. And we're going to start early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., because at noon tomorrow, the county is shutting down because of the hurricane or storm or whatever it may be coming. And the courthouse is scheduled to be closed tomorrow afternoon and all day Thursday. I'm sure if it's storming real bad, you all would love to be not here anyway during the storm. So we're going to do all we can between tonight, tomorrow morning, by noon, probably early again on Friday. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But that's where we're going to go for a while. If anyone needs to make a phone call, we'll take a break at some point for you to be able to do that. We're done with that. Yeah, next witness. Yes, sir.
It's the same witness, Your Honor.
All right, next evidence.
All right, did they set us up to where we can see it or no? Probably not. If they didn't set up to where we can see it, this is going to be the longest
Your Honor, just briefly, as we're running.
4.5 hours ever.
If I could ask the witness, can you tell us where the time and everything is on this?
Yes, sir. Upper right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see 8-05-2019 for August 5th, 2019. And your time is to the right of that, and it's 11 o'clock as it just turned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
See, the problem is, see this right here? This is the back of that projector. Work for the defense attorney. Shoot him an email at 2:30 a.m.
And if any time during this video someone needs a break, you get up and start walking, and we'll stop the video.
Well, this is fun. I can make Beach Cam a little bit bigger again so that we can at least watch Beach Cam. Since it ain't going to be blocking nothing, apparently. The video is 4 hours and something. I don't know. They said it and it's already left my head. 4 hours and something. All right. So while they're doing this, all right. I have an idea. Let me do something. All right, I'm going to do something more fun. We've already lost there's already people leaving. Well, they're going to miss out. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to do something. We're on the move. We're going to go see what it's like outside. Let's see. This is how we'll spend our time. Hi there.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? Come on in. You going to one?
Yes, we do. Yeah. Just getting here.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Perfect time.
Perfect time. Perfect time.
Pop top, get ready for the hurricane. It ain't gonna do that. Yeah, I'm about to go look at it. This is, do you live here?
I'm here.
Oh, do you?
Athens, Georgia.
Oh, Athens. I'm from Loganville. Okay.
Somebody in Loganville.
Oh, really? Well, nice to meet you, neighbor. Look at this. Getting to meet the neighbors. He's just like, he just got here. He don't live here full time. He said he just got here. And he said he got here, pop to top, get ready for the hurricane. They've got, you can see, they've got all of our pool furniture. All the pool furniture has been put up because they're prepping for everything. So it's all piled up over there. Our snack shack and tiki bar are closed. Hey there, how are you? Gotta say hey to the neighbor folk. They don't even know we're on TV. We're live on TV and they don't even know it. Saying hello and they're famous and don't even know it. All right, here we go. It's already clearing out a lot out here actually. See, who needs their video? Take my shoes off. All right. Oh, you know what? Actually, you can probably see because I left beach cam on. You can see me now on beach cam, huh? Now you can see me on this one and on beach cam. So now you know exactly where I'm at. So we're gonna walk down to the water, see what we can find. People are already out here like, hurricane's over. Just because the rain is over for now. We get a little break. I left Lucy inside because she likes to get in the waves. And if she tries to jump in these waves when they're this heavy and they take her out, I would not be okay. So, all right, we're walking down here. In my pajamas. Well, I have on like an actual real life shirt and pajama pants, but that's okay. Y'all never see that part until now. All right, so here it is. The water is warm. The water is warm, but it's strong. See, look. And you can see that It's still kind of dark over there, like behind me. You can see. I don't know how to turn my camera. So you can see it's still kind of dark back there. And then right back here. But over to the east now, the east has gotten lighter. You can see how much bigger the waves are now. Maybe, you know, maybe if this whole true crime YouTube thing don't work out, maybe I'll just ask Weather Watch if I can have a job on his channel. Pace and Storm. My britches just got soaking wet, but that's okay. It's okay. All right, so you can see how back here, see how it's kind of dark back there, and back through here. And then back to the east. Back to the east, it's not so bad. It's just supposed to keep on coming, so it'll get bad again. But over here, you can see that's where it's the darkest right now. And the waves are real pretty right now. If any of y'all have ever heard of Club La Vila, like the big MTV spot back in the day, there's Club La Vila. Wait, right. I'm really bad with this whole backwards camera thing. Club La Vila. It shut down after Hurricane Michael. I'll just give y'all a little hometown tour. How's that? It shut down after Hurricane Michael, and it hasn't opened back up since. And then the other building on the other side of it is a place called Spinnaker, and it has shut down in Michael too, but they're about to open it. If you've ever been to Tootsie's in Nashville, I'm walking over here where the waves are bigger. If you've ever been to Tootsie's in Nashville, they're about to open a Tootsie's right there. All right, the waves right here are getting bigger. All right, look. You see? And all of these waves have just started in the last like couple hours maybe. That one picture I showed y'all this morning, there were no waves. But this is Lindsay Hendricks wants to find a seashell. All right, man, I need RA to get here with his what's it called? Metal detector. All right, let's find a seashell for Lindsay Hendricks. Like, I'm taking requests now. See how calming everything is though? Oh, there was a big one. You can see the little bitty fish. Hold on, let me see. All right, I got a seashell for Lindsay Hendricks. Let's clean it off. All right. Seashell for Lindsay Hendricks. Yep, that'll go in our cork jar. It'll be a bunch of wine corks and a seashell. It's fine. It'll fit right in. Here's another one. Rinse it off in the water. All right. Another thing about out here, the sky changes fast out here. You can see that it's getting darker already. There's our little rescue people. Hello. Hello, rescue people. Let's see what else we can find. Let's go see what we can rescue. Pterodactyls. Turkeys. The occasional pelican, not the disgruntled kind. Here's a seagull. See, if Lucy was out here right now, she'd be chasing the seagulls. But there's a seagull. The seagull's like, look, I am not ready for my close-up. Get the camera away from me. Not here for all that. Let's see. Whew. I'm about to put my feet out. Waves are starting to crash in more now. My britches are soaked. But this is what storm chasing is all about. It's messy and it's wild. Just joking. I don't know anything about storm chasing other than Weather Watch's channel. And then that one time I saw that movie Twister. Let's see. The seagulls want a snack. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. All right. Let's see. Okay. It's getting dark back here again now, too. This is fun. This is like on those days when I don't take my ADD medication and I can't keep track. It's a surprise that on those days I haven't like ended up down here in the water before. Woo, woo. They're starting to come in more now. Still looking for seashells to add to our cork jar. This will be Brandy's first online hurricane. Have to put the date. Of course, these are really little ones. So, okay. Trying to read some of y'all's comments. It's hard because it's bright out here. Oh, we just disturbed that bird. Sorry. It's like over here trying to eat. Mind his own business. Sorry. Sorry, bird. Here. Let's see if we can. Is there a way to. I don't think I can change it to backwards. There's the bird that I keep driving him nuts. It's not a pterodactyl or a turkey or a pelican, but he is frontal. That kind of made him mad. How y'all doing? More neighbors. Oh, somebody has a cough in the courtroom. Oh, there's the seagull that we were driving nuts. Let's see. He's still running from us. He don't want to have nothing to do with us. He is not. He's a little bit more John Thomas than he is 13th Career, and that's okay too. That's okay too. He'll come around in his own time. Yep. Yep, still hunting. Oh, and I think, let's see. Yeah, you can still see me on the yard cam too. You can still see me out here. Oh wait, here's another one. Oh, that one's only half one. We don't want no half shells. Waves are getting bigger. And louder. You know, this is actually a great idea. I think I'm just gonna start taking y'all with me. I'll just like, you know what? It's a good time for a walk. Now leave court playing and we'll just go for a walk. Okay. Okay, so here's a little baby jellyfish. Baby jellyfish. I think you could see it. Let me look at the comments. Could you see it? I think you could see it. Little baby jellyfish. So, fun fact about those jellyfish. They sting, but they don't hurt nothing. Now, if you get one of the pink ones, they're actually purple, but they're called pink meanies. You get one of them suckers that stings you, those are the ones that those are the ones that make you holler. Ooh, another shell. Adding to our collection. Where I live is not the best place for shelling unless you're here first thing in the morning. Otherwise, it's best to go to the state park, which is like right down there. Let's see. Oh, no shell. Try not to get my feet in there. Brings on the wrong type of crowd. Sky's getting darker. All right, so this is cool. Let me show you. All right, see. Oh. Fish on my foot. See right back here. You can see the one thing cool about living or being near the coast is that you have so much sky to look at that you can see where storms start and stop. So you can see exactly where it starts and stops, which is pretty freaking cool. Also, I have them on video, but I have some cool videos where you can see on storms like this, it'll make water spouts. So it's kind of like, you know, a tornado is like a funnel from the clouds that comes down. Well, water spouts are kind of like that, but they are kind of the opposite. But they're over water, and they're so cool. It just looks like this floating tornado, but they have the power of tornado too. Not quite as strong as like the big tornadoes, but when they come up off the water on land, they can do a lot of damage. One of the places right down here had a lot of damage done to it by one sometime maybe in the fall. But you can see them out here. Anytime storms are coming, we know that there's a chance of them coming out there, so I always try to watch for them because they're really cool. All right, so here we go. Here is Club La Vila. If you've ever been there, If you've ever been in the pool, it's like oh, look at that wave. They're getting bigger. It's like kind of a running joke that if you've ever been in the pool at La Vila on spring break, then you don't need the COVID shot because you can pretty much live through anything. Now, I am not giving you health advice. If you've ever been in the pool at La Vila, that doesn't mean that you can listen to my health advice. That's just a joke. These are getting bigger. Y'all, I've done what, 3 houses down? Get myself back over to where I belong. Right now we have double red flags on the pole up there, which means I should just sneak up to La Vila. Why not? Let's do it. Let's sneak up. It's totally private property. If police get me, we'll just tell them that this is all photoshopped. Breaking the law, breaking the law. This is what happens when 4-hour videos don't have audio or video. This is the kind of nonsense. It's not like they can track my feet prints in the sand. It's fine. Everything's fine. It'll be fine. I'll tell them I was looking for shelter from the hurricane. Okay. Here it is. Now, if you ever watched MTV Spring Break, then you know all about this place. Okay, here it is. Oh, there's a cat. Hi, kitty, kitty. Cops are coming, we gotta run. I'm just joking. Just joking. Just joking. This went from storm chasing to cops. And probably some Blair Witch Project, let's be honest, because I'm not used to holding the camera myself. See? Okay, let me get out of here before we get arrested online. But if that happens, I'm gonna need somebody to fill in and cover my trial. It'll be fine. Oh, okay. While we're up here too, you can see see how dark the sky is right there? And then you can see over there what I was talking about, how you can tell where the storm starts and stops. Kind of cool, huh? All right. Like that covered like 4 minutes of the 17-hour video. Okay, this looks cool. It's storming. Let's see if you can. Is it? Wait, back here. Okay, it's not storming right here, but it's storming on both sides of that. It's pretty cool, right? Everybody thinks I'm on the most boring FaceTime call ever because nobody is talking back. Or they think that like I'm a tourist and this is the first time I've ever seen dark skies. I should stop. I should ask people. I should stop people and ask them, be like, this is my first hurricane. Could you take a picture of me? Oh, okay. Here we go. Here's a surfer. This is illegal. We'll just watch him until he gets arrested. This will be fun. Let's go over here. Double red flags mean the water is closed. But tourists think they know better. So let's just watch him until he gets arrested. It'll be fun. Let me turn this way so it's not so obvious that I'm watching him until he gets arrested. Let's see. You get closer. I should probably be coming back on the yard cam if I'm not already by now. Maybe this is who we saw out here. Okay, this whole coverage day just took a totally different direction, but I'm here for it. Let's just watch. He didn't go very far. It's okay. First time. First time, buddy. You got it. You still got at least, oh, here come Beach Patrol. Here come Beach Patrol. So he's got at least a good, they're on the other side of the beach, so he's still got at least a good 3 tries before they actually get here. Beach Patrol on the way. He sees me like staring with my camera. That's okay. There's a boat out there. I don't know if you can see the boat. So that's exciting too. Oh! See, I can't see what y'all see. Let's see. Let me see. Beach Patrol is stopped down there. As soon as they get to this side, I'll interview them. Why not? We ain't got nothing else to do for another 3.5 hours, right? Hi. He waved. His wife flipped me off. So maybe that's not. She does not have on her friendly pants today. She doesn't have on any pants, let's be honest. But if she did, they wouldn't be friendly. Okay, let's see if you can see him now. Okay, here comes Beach Patrol. Yeah, she flipped me off. I said hi to both of them. Maybe her little bikini's on too tight. That can cause irritation. Tight bikinis, sand in your underbits. We'll give her a pass. Oh, here comes Beach Patrol. They ain't gonna stop for me because they're like working and crap. Okay. Here they come.
Attention. Double red flags means the water is closed due to hazardous conditions. Entering the water is not safe for you. Rescuer, you are subject to a $500 fine.
$500 fine. Maybe that's why she flipped me off. She thought I called them because now she took off running. She took off running. She left hubby down there to pay his $500 fine. She's like, no, sir, Kevin, you can stay right here and pay your fine. Waving at them hussies walking down the beach. I ain't talking to you anymore anyway. I don't even know these people, and I'm making up a whole argument in their head, in my head, for them. Oh, look. So, Beach Patrol is gone. So, now she's walking back over there. Kevin's still at the water. I don't know that his name's Kevin. I just made that up because I feel like when you're fussing at somebody, Kevin's just a good name to fuss at, you know? Like, dang it, Kevin. Maybe that started because of Home Alone. I think ever since then, anytime I fuss at anybody that's a male, I feel like his name needs to be Kevin. Home Alone scarred me. Anyhow, Kevin and tight bikini over there are now that they're gone, Beach Patrol's gone. Now they're right back to the water. All right, y'all should see me on. Oh, it's a Karen and a Kevin. Y'all should see me on yard cam now. I'm the one on the beach, waving my arms. Look, these people up here are looking at me like, is she waving at us? Who's she waving to? See, here's the tiki cam. I could totally do a live stream from the tiki cam. Of course, Kenny, the guy that works there, might think that I'm weird. Or just tell him to scoot over, Kenny. Kevin and Karen need you, Kenny. All right, one more cool shot before we walk back in. See I don't know if you can, right there. This is what I was talking about, where you can see where the storm starts and stops. Pretty cool, huh? Oh, there's Herb. He's one of our maintenance guys. Hey, Herb. Good. How are you? I'm live on my show. Say hi. And we're in trial right now, and there's like a 4-hour video that they won't let us see, so we're stuck. So we went hurricane chasing. Yeah. They keep coming by to tell them don't get in the water, and then every time they leave, he gets back in with his boogie board trying to surf. He's not very good either. All right. Wash the sand off the feet. See, there they go again. $500 fine. You get in the water. So on top of our tiki bar, there's like a second deck up there. So now there's a bunch of people up there just hanging out, watching the storm. In our pool. Gotta love the pool. No, I will not jump in the pool for a super chat. Oh, hell, I might. It's hot. Let me wash off. Everybody's on the balconies watching. Okay. sit at the pool for a minute. Nothing like some pool water to wash your face off. Y'all stay right there. Stay right there. Okay, I've got our shells washed off, and my feet, and my face. Balconies are full right now of people like, what is she doing? What is she doing? Is she drunk? It's too early to be drunk. What is she doing? Oh, nothing. We have a cool little area over here. You can see. Let me give y'all a little tour of my backyard. We have cornhole. Nice little cornhole swing. Cornhole and swing. Big oversized chair. This is one of those huge chairs that you sit in. Y'all are just getting all the lowdown, all the fun stuff. We have a coffer in court. Coffer in court. There's always a coffer in court. Okay. Going back up. Let's see if Terry's in the office. Hey, Terry. Okay. Gotta say hi. Because if she sees me on cameras, and she does because she's in the office, if she sees me walking around on the cameras and knows that I didn't say hi, then I'll get in trouble. Lord help me if I take Lucy out and don't say hi. Get in even more trouble. All right, so it's another view of it. Kind of cool, right? And then, oh, you want to see what's on this side? I'll just show you what's on this side. This is the side I never come to. There's La Vila's parking lot. It's like big and empty. You can see it's big and empty. And then those things sticking up over there. Wait, can you see? I can't see what, oh, there. Wait. I don't know, wherever. You can see them sometime. The big thing sticking up, that is Vomitron and the Slingshot. And neither of them are things that I'm interested in ever doing. And then there's also a strip club. They give free beer from 8 to midnight is what their sign says. So that's fun. It's exciting, free beer or jungle juice. Don't know what it is, but it's free from 8 to midnight. Hi there. Hello. Okay. And we're walking. Lucy's going to be really excited when we get inside. She's going to be really excited because I've been gone, anytime I'm gone for more than 5 minutes. Okay, here's another, you can see on this balcony. Wait, see how you can see where the storm is? Pretty cool. I am so hot and sweaty. This is great. It's wonderful. This is my fiber internet. It's my fiber internet. All right. And we're home. Hi, big girl. girl. Did you miss your mama? Hi. 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 I know. I know. I know. I'm very excited too. I know. I know. I know. I'm excited too. I thought about you the whole time. All right. So we got to enter our stuff into. This is my little wine bar. Ignore the broken glass. This one just broke the other day. So I'll put these in with those. Add them to the collection at the little wine bar. Oh, goodness. Tripping over Lucy's toys. What? What? This is exciting stuff, y'all. Exciting stuff. All right. Look how red and sweaty. Okay. I am like covered in sweat now and red. Look at this. And I got wet britches on. Humidity. The humidity is insane. Y'all hold on. I got to change clothes. Now, if anyone comes knocking on my door asking about La Vila, I was here the whole time. I was here the whole time. You know what's funny? When I'm on my phone, I'm still sweating. Oh, I kind of look naked now. That's a whole different crowd. Let me make sure you can see that I'm clothed. I can't see how many people are on the stream when I'm on my phone, when I'm on Adventure Cam. So I was like, I'll get back and there will be probably, maybe 100 people. And I get back and there are almost as many of you in here as there was when we started this. Trying to get ratings, Kathy, mind your business. Okay, yeah, I'm let me pull my top up a little bit. I am clothed. I am sweaty, but I am clothed. It got up to like 677 while we were on our adventure. Because I think while we were in our like regular court, when they were actually talking to us, and it didn't look like we were just watching them, we had anywhere from like 600, 620, 630, something like that. So that's actually really funny. Who knew? Maybe I'm not cut out for true crime. Maybe I should have been a storm chaser and trespasser. That's so funny. Oh yeah, all mods are like, I was just joking, mods. Not that kind of party, you're joking. I saw that fella from the corner of my eye, and I thought he was doing this. I was like, oh, he liked the idea. Okay, all right, I see you, red tie. All right. He likes it. All right. Let's see. I'm going to change this around a little bit. See if I can get Lucy girl in here. She heard me say her name. Nosy dog. There we go. What happened? What happened? What happened? It says we're live. It says it's going. Something happened with the camera? Anything for super chats? Karen the bird. Oh, I forgot to look to see if she was still out there. Karen, look, there goes you can see on the yard cam, you can see the truck going by again. And I think Kevin is still out there. Oh yeah, I was just joking. It just looks like it because it's fine. It's fine. Did we lose the feed? What happened? Live view. Did they cut it? Maybe they cut it because they're not going to let us watch anymore. It was the feet, wasn't it? They're like, no feet cams. No feet talk. None of that mess in Colleton County. All right, well, we'll just look at hold on, let me see something. Looks like everybody's They're letting us see it now. This is perfect timing. Like, we've been on our beach adventure. Yeah, this is the house. I recognize it because it's just a little bitty house, and I recognize the green painted columns in the front. That walk did the trick. So they didn't let us see. So this is at 12:42. All right, they said, let's keep up with the times. All right, so 11:16 a.m. was, which we didn't see it on here, but that was the first time that the camera shows any movement, and that was 11:16 a.m. They brought her out and put her in the car. Maybe it was just a matter of trying to get the camera situated or something. I don't know. So at 12:15, they checked on her. He says, let's all stand for a moment. Judge Newman likes to make sure those jurors are up and focused. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what I did to my buttons. I messed them up when I swapped the cameras, but thank you for that. Thank you for taking us to the beach. We should do that more often. We should definitely do that more often. Julie Fraser says, yoga time, everyone. Take a stretch. Take a stretch. Stretch your legs.
All right.
Thank you, Mark York. Yes. Happy anniversary. It's a lot of y'all's anniversaries. I love a big anniversary party. They said driver's side, right? I'm pretty sure they said driver's side. Hey, RA. We had a field trip. I figured rather than just watching nothing move for 4 hours, we would take a little field trip. I told them that we needed your metal detector. Did defendants explain why they didn't keep her in the house? Well, that's the thing. That's what's so frustrating about this is that they've given multiple stories. Like we heard the first agent that responded, we heard her say that that when she got there, Rita told her that she had put her in the car and then went back in to get cigarettes and accidentally locked her in. But that's obviously not what happened. So if the skies here are clear enough to see the rare blue full moon, then I will go live for a few minutes to show it tonight. But I don't know if the skies will be clear enough. I sure did get the bird flipped. Karen and Kevin out there. Melanie, yes, they are showing the video. Regina Crawford, thank you so much. Thank you for the field trip. I love the golf. Me too. I am a golf girl. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Think about this too. This video is so long. And they're sitting in a cool courtroom listening to this. Think about the impact that that has on the jury with them sitting there thinking the entire time they are watching this long video, she is in a hot car. Can you imagine? Yes, Monica, the impact of the length of the video is damning. That having to watch this for that long, knowing that that's how long she was in there, is that impact on them is going to be, I mean, that's going to be something else. Yeah, it's not even the whole time. Because anytime there's a car that goes by or something, like, you know, any kind of the animals, anything like that that triggers this, it'll do the 15 seconds before and then 30 seconds after. But then when there's times that there's nothing moving, those times are cut out. So the time that they're watching this video is not even the full 5 hours and 41 minutes. It's 4 hours and something. If we all super chat collectively, we go to running bomb jump into your pool. Maybe after trial. I think that as hard as this is to think about and as hard as this is to see, I think that this is going to be the biggest part of all of this testimony for the jury to see. This is going to make such a big impact on everything. Hey, Casey, the lead detective has not testified yet. But I believe, is it the lead detective on this one who passed away during COVID? Okay, so Julie Fraser, let's talk about this because this is one of the things that I said I wanted to look at if we were able to actually see the video. In the openings, he said something in the openings about how the defense openings, wanting them to keep an open mind and all of that and listen to the testimony as it comes. He says that Larry put her in the car and then that Rita stepped away and he said that the car was running. They walk into the house and then sometime later, mom comes out, goes to the car, checks on her, gets to the front seat for a minute, goes back inside. They come out another time later. And he said after 2 hours, which should be soon, because it's 1:06 on here. So he said in about 2 hours, they come out and the car is locked with her in it and they're trying to get into it. That's what he says. So according to him, we should be seeing them coming out soon on this, trying to get into the car. And he says that Larry is just trying to help and he offers to break the window. And she said, no, it'll be cheaper just to run back to the house and get a key fob. So we'll see. Lynn K, we have not seen them come out yet. The only parts, because they started the video late for us, the only parts that we've seen, they did not, we haven't seen them come out at all. Petrified says, if they don't testify in their own defense, it seems like the best they can offer is implying that the AC might have been running. Yeah, and that's one of the things is like they're it seems like they're both implying that the AC was running. But the problem is, anybody who has ever lived summer in the South knows that you can turn that air on, but when it's that hot outside, it ain't gonna keep running. Like it might keep going, but it ain't gonna be cold air. It's hot air. You gotta actually drive for it to be blowing cold. And if this were, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour at the absolute most, then maybe the air would have been not even an hour, really, let's be honest, but maybe the air would have been, decent enough. But 5 hours and 41 minutes, they act like saying that they had cranked the car or turned the AC on was enough. It's not enough for 5 hours and 41 minutes in a southern August. I don't know that I believe that the car was ever running either, because why would it have been? Yeah, it starts blowing hot air back. The sunroof is closed also. Even if the sunroof had been open, that would have at least given that greenhouse effect, would have neutralized that a little bit. It would have still been hot and miserable, but the greenhouse effect at least wouldn't have been so bad. But they didn't. Oh yeah, my skies are getting darker out there. Holly Mack asked, why did they leave her in the car in the first place? What did they have to say about that? Different stories for different things. The one that I heard was that she went back in for cigarettes, but then they said that in the car they found a whole Tupperware full of cigarettes. The defense is that they just accidentally, locked her in there with the keys in there and went to Rita's house to go get a spare key fob to open it. Gina Crawford said, think about how hot your car is when it sits in the sun for a few hours in a 90-degree day and you get in. You can't breathe. You can at least open the window. This poor child suffered. That's something I think of, like in the summer. The guy that I dated for a few years before I moved, he and I are still great friends, great guy, but he opened every door that I got in. So he would open my car door and then, I'd get in, he'd shut it, and then he'd go around. In the summer, he couldn't do that. Like, he would open it, and then as soon as he would shut me in, I'd be like, by the time he could even get to the other side of the car and get in and get it cranked, I'd be like miserable, like, you know, like opening my door and stuff. It's not even, and that's just with him putting me in the car and then walking around to the other side. I can't even, I mean, what is that? If that's a few seconds tops, you know, 10, 20, 30 seconds tops, 5 hours, 41 minutes. I have not heard if it was running or not when police arrived yet. I'm sure that's something that they have noted, but they did not say that it was running when she said she arrived on the scene. Like I said, sunroof is cracked, but who cares? See, if it had been open, like, not like the tilt crack or whatever, like, but I mean like open, then at least that would have kept that greenhouse effect from happening, you know? But even like you said, even with it cracked, like, who cares? It doesn't do any good because it's still coming through that glass like that. It's like there's nothing that they did that tried to help her in any way. So awful. It's one of those things where this is one of those times where you're just like, man, I wish that, you know, they would have to go sit in a hot car. And Sandra Oliver says, what is the temperature outside? So they said that it was around 91 that day. So he said that the inside temperature got to about 118, and the inside heat index was around 135 degrees. Samantha says, I hate that they are saying the AC was on as if that's enough or them doing the right thing by that poor baby. I agree. Almost like they're saying, like, well, at least they had the air on for the first, you know, for the first half. Like, why the heck is she in the car anyway? Why? They just pled not guilty. They're basically saying that this whole thing was just an accident. They accidentally locked her in the car. Okay. Oh, this is where, okay, this is 11:16. Now it's showing 11:16. So we're bouncing around on the time. It's weird. It like went back in time. She didn't crank that car. She didn't crank that car. Even if she had done the remote start crank, let's just say that she did that, that goes off after 15 minutes. Now, keep in mind, feed is messed up again. Keep in mind, they said that they had been fussing this morning because Larry had confronted Rita about cheating on him. The time has gone back to 11:16 again. Now they're just re-showing this. He just flipped that car door open and just like looked like he slung her in. Whew. They look like they're arguing. Oh no, they're not. He kissed her. Well, that still don't mean they're not arguing. They do look like they're arguing. I wonder if they're still arguing over the whole cheating thing, allegedly. Thank you, Nancy D. if he don't leave his undercarriage alone, then bed bugs. Took his glasses off to wipe the sweat from his face. And still rubbing his undercarriage. It's now 11:25 on there, so that means we're coming up on 10 minutes that she's been in that car. I'm no Dr. G, but it looks like they're fussing, and it looks like he's like telling her to go. It looks like she's kind of coming towards him, like trying to talk to him. So, which, I mean, if it was true about him confronting her about cheating on him or whatever, that could be what this is about, but okay, now it just skipped us to Now it says 13:45 up there, like 1:45. So now we're at 1:49. It's been over 2.5 hours at this point. She looks like she's crying. It's now 1:52. She has looked at the car. You're making me mad. The windows were not cracked. It looks like the sunroof right here is like tilted just a little bit, but it wasn't open, and none of the windows were open or cracked. Yeah, Teacher of the Year, 2014, I think is the year. Kimberly, this was at his house. And that's what I'm thinking too, because remember they said that she had cheated and he confronted her. It looks like and again, I'm no Dr. G, but I'm just saying it looks like this could be potentially what this whole argument is. Like if, they're fussing over this, and because it looks like the way that their body language is with each other, it looks like, he's mad, but they're like in the process of yelling at each other, forgiving each other, whatever. But you know how toxic relationships are. And that may have been it. Maybe she was getting in the car because she was planning on leaving, and then she cared more about salvaging her relationship with this tool bag than she did her actual child. It is now on their clock, about to turn 1:59. Hi, Patricia G. You haven't missed much. This is day one of it. So this one just started today. She was 13. Every time they hug, I want to punch them. Kelly P., I don't think so because of the way that the medical examiner talked about her, because remember that they said that she died of hypothermia, and they talked about some of that stuff. So it's now 2:00. So we're going on almost 3 hours. Ugh. Gross. Monica gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Monica. Let's see. Phoebe, Cat and Animal Lover, P. Cooper, Patricia P. Jane and Kimberly Elms were all gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Monica. I appreciate that. Our little family is growing. Yes, the jury is watching this too. Thank you, Marion. All right, so 203. Now they're out of sight. She dropped it. I didn't see that. When did she drop it? Hold on. I want to go back and see it. Ew. Ew. Was it before that? Ew. Okay, so they were out there talking until 203. Now they're back in the house. Oh, is that what this is? Wait, is that this? Oh, I was looking for to drop them. I was reading chat. So then her other story is a BS thing too. I'll be right back. bottom right corner is somebody's hair or head. Blech. Now it's 2:12. So it skipped around a little bit. For whatever reason. Because we watched a whole lot of nothing, and then it skipped us to right when they took her out, and then it skipped us back to right when they took her out again, and then it skipped us forward that 2 hours later when they went back outside to check on her, but nobody ever actually checked on her. So now it's 2:13. They're back in the house. I know it's motion activated. I mean, the timing skipped around. Like they showed a whole lot of nothing, and then they went like they showed from like 12 until like 12:40 or something like that, and then they went back to 11:15 and showed that, and then it skipped back and we saw the 11:15 part again. That's what I mean by skipping. I mean, this hasn't been chronological order. See, I thought the same thing too. Like, if they should have just pled. I guess like neither of them wanted to admit. Maybe they didn't even get offered a plea deal, but but if they did, I don't know. I mean, maybe they didn't want to admit that they had done something, but I mean, now the whole world's seeing it. Do y'all think that either of them will testify? They haven't yet. Today's only day one, but I mean, state's planning on wrapping up tomorrow, and court will be over at noon tomorrow, but then we'll be back in session and we'll hear from defense. Do y'all think that either of them will testify? The only thing I could think of is if mom thinks that getting up there and boohoo crying is going to get her some sympathy from the jury, but that's true too. Created by EJF. Nope. But if either do, it's just to blame the other. If either of them do, that's exactly what they're going to do, is just throw each other under the bus. We can do a poll. Start a poll. Do you think they will testify?
You pause the video. I'll have you take a break in the jury room for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
Sorry, I had a delivery. All right, I had a delivery. Are we on yoga time again? I see people moving. And the timer stopped. 10-minute break.
Okay, 10.
Stretch. I also had to make some food because I forgot to eat lunch on lunch break. And my stomach's growling. And since courts go until late, I have to get something in my belly. All that storm chasing makes a girl hungry. All right, so 71% of you think that neither of them will testify. I'll make Beach Cam a little bit bigger while we're waiting on them. 71% say, or 70, yeah, well, it keeps going back and forth between 70 and 71% say neither will testify. And then 11 or 12% think of you think that only one of them will. About split between each one. And then 7% say that both will. What are you wanting for? I think with Larry's defense opening statements, he'd be the one to testify. Yeah. Well, you know, seeing this though, it's crazy to me because I'm just like, okay, to say that, well, you know, his responsibility was over as soon as he got her in the car. Okay. But not really. When you know that somebody who can't take care of themselves is in a position like that where they're in danger, it's just human freaking decency and human responsibility to take care of people. They can't take care of themselves. Whoa. Now but I hear you whining. I just gave you a treat. Here, you want another one? You big baby. Here. This is back to 11:30. This is the conversation from earlier. Nurse, I don't think you were on here earlier this morning when I said this. Yeah, and when she saw them, thank you for them. And when she saw them, she got so excited. And I gave her one yesterday. And as soon as she finished it, she came and she's like sniffing. I hadn't put the bag up yet. And she's like sniffing around the bag and then like looking at me like, hello, it's not going to open itself. She's funny. You spoil her. I was trying to put the video back a little bit because they started the video again, but I'll just move it over a little bit. But it's just stuff we've already seen. This is 11:32. I didn't get to see what time because it skipped around all weird earlier. I didn't get to see what time they went inside. Look at the dog. The dog's like, I'm not listening. I'm minding my own business. I don't hear y'all arguing. I done warned you about her. You didn't listen, so I'm just going to sit over here and mind my own business. Not listening. Why are you growling at me? I just gave you another treat. You want green bean? Y'all, Lucy bullies me. I know y'all don't get to see it. I'm not even allowed to have my own lunch. They can hear you. They can hear you bossing me around. Yep. You have had 3 meals today. This is my first one. Back up off me. Bossy. Stop. 11:40 now. Happy anniversary. Okay, so 11:43 is when they went in. So we've gone back in time. Listen to learn. We have gone back in time. They're rewinding the video. Maybe for us all to have been able to see it. I don't know. So it's skipping around on time. But time up here says it is now on the video 12:13. So the key fob's not out there yet because it wasn't until they came out from 1:45 to 2:03 when they were out there talking and smoking and carrying on. That's when she laid the key fob down before she went in. No, but I did not see the car start. Did not have blinking lights or anything. And she had the keys in her hand, which means she couldn't have started it. Because even if it's anything like mine, I mean, even with mine. Oh, damn it. It didn't show. Dang it. Sorry. It didn't show the time. 12:29. It's like they heard me. Here we go. This is the first time she goes out to check on her. Opens the front door. She does not have the keys in her hand right there. Is that what she grabs? Opens the back door. Is this still it, though? Right there? That's at 12:32 is when it shows that again. So 12:29, she went outside to check. Opens the front door of the car. Walks to the porch stairs. Back to the car, opens front and rear doors. Then shuts them. Back inside. At 12:32. All right, so now we're back in live time. So they rewinded it. No, they're on the porch nearest us now, but that last look. Let me rewind. Look right here. See, they're not on here. This is back at 12:30. It looks like maybe that's them sitting right there. And now they're right there. Because now we're back to 2:20 p.m. But I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's fine. Can I have one more bite of my lunch before you take it? Bossy.
You can bring the jury.
Bring the jury. There we go.
I am. Thank you.
Yes, Monday is Labor Day. That guy has no clue that he's like right there on the camera. I know this year is flying by. All right. So $11.16. Brought her out. Put her in the car. Talked for till 11:43. So is that 27 minutes? Uh-oh, that's not jurors, is it? I think they just showed yours.
Hey, let's see.
Oh, what's that feedback? It's an hour at 2:24. So, um, all right, I put this on a thing so we could kind of see real quick. It's not a fancy one, but you get the idea. 11:16, they put her in the car. They talked out there for 27 minutes and then went back inside. They were inside for 46 minutes. And then Rita comes out, checks in the car. She's out there a total of 2 or 3 minutes. And then she's back in the house by 12:32. They're inside for another hour and 13 minutes. Then they both come out. They're outside talking for 18 minutes. And then at 2 or 3, they go back in the house. So that's where we're at so far. So now it's on the video 2:27. So they've been back inside the house for like 20 something minutes now. Well, now it's 4:30. I mean 2:30. So almost 30 minutes. Knitting, I think it's 72 when he has to retire by law. If I remember that right. $235 and they're still in there. 2:38 now in the video. Is that? Mine's the same way. If I leave my key fob in the car, I can't lock it. It won't let me lock the door. And whatever this is still sitting right there. Wow. Oh. That thing scares me. Why are you scratching at me? What is it? I can't take you out again right now. What? What?
We have been in contact with many states that have offered their assistance, and we're
Sorry, I was. My governor is on. Do you want to hear what governor says? There's nothing else that's going to happen here for another little bit. We'll play him small down here while we're.
grateful for their efforts. We've already have National Guardsmen from both Tennessee and South Carolina. I want to thank them for stepping up and helping us out. We also have called up 33 ambulance strike teams with over 200 ambulances that are ready to surge in any of the impacted areas. So this is crunch time right now. We're going to get hit with a major hurricane. It'll be sometime, the eye will arrive on shore sometime tomorrow morning, most likely. And it is going to have major impacts, particularly along Florida's Big Bend region. So listen to your local officials, take the appropriate precautions to protect you and your family. And once the storm passes, we will have help that will be on the way in the form of power restoration. We were able to go to Wildwood in Central Florida to meet with all the Duke Energy personnel that have been pre-staged there to help with Duke Energy and their power restoration efforts. We've got close to 30,000 people that are in the state of Florida staged for power restoration efforts. So that's going to be a priority to be able to get the power back on for folks. Obviously, search and rescue to the extent that's needed. Those guys are going to be ready to go. And Kevin and his team have a lot of staging of food, water, the things that people need when normal services are interrupted. So everybody hang in there. This is going to be something that will leave significant impacts, and particularly in this part of the state, you really got to go back to the late 1800s to find a storm of this magnitude that will enter where this one looks like it's going to enter tomorrow. So we don't really have a historical analog in anybody's memory. So it's likely to cause a lot of damage, and that's just the reality. So be prepared for that. Be prepared to lose power. And just know that there's a lot of folks that are going to be there to help you get back on your feet. Okay, we're going to hear from Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Good evening, everyone. As the governor said, it's crunch time. We're down to the wire. Hurricane Idalia will be making landfall tomorrow morning. Some parts of Florida are obviously already feeling those impacts. We're seeing a lot of videos and still pictures coming out of Southwest Florida, specifically in Fort Myers Beach and those areas that were impacted a year ago. Again, want to let those people know that we're going to be there as soon as we can get to you guys tomorrow morning. We will have some of our southern staged assets in there to help you guys and evaluate some of that damage. If you haven't evacuated, you're north of Fort Myers, you're up into the central Gulf Coast, northern Big Bend area. If you have not evacuated, you need to do that right now. You need to stop what you're doing. You need to go to your room, pack up, pack your things, and get to safety. If you need power, you need to get to safety. You need to evacuate right now. we are going to experience historical flood surge up into the Big Bend area. This is nothing to be messing around with. We were in the vehicle traveling with the governor when I got the phone call that there's going to be potentially 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Put that in perspective, that's 3 foot higher than what was predicted for Hurricane Ian in Fort Myers Beach. So please heed the warnings. If you're in that Big Bend area, your emergency managers are calling for an evacuation, please do it. I was on the phone again with Levy County, John McDonald. He is greatly concerned about Cedar Key, 12 to 13 feet of storm surge there. We've got to act, and we got to act now. We have launched our state assistance information line, or also referred to as cell line. That's number is 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. Residents can call the cell line and find out about how to prepare before, during, and after a hurricane, road closures, alternate routes, available open shelters, shelters designed for medically dependent individuals, and reentry information once it is safe to return. You can also, of course, get up-to-date information on our website at floridadisaster.org/updates. I know that we were with the CFO, and I would reiterate what he said earlier today. Take pictures. Take pictures of your home now. See what it looks like now before the storm is here, so that, again, when it happens, if you have damage, you then take pictures. You have before and after pictures. Taking pictures of the interior portion of your home as well, not just the exterior portion of your home. And then please do not be taken advantage of after the storm. Make sure that you don't do any cash transactions. You don't sign anything. If you've got any type of issues when it comes to insurance, you can always call the CFO's office at 1-877-MY-FL-CFO, and he will certainly help you out through all of that. So please heed warnings, do smart things. Please evacuate right now if you need to do so. And again, Governor, as always, thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Governor, for your leadership and for your support of your Florida National Guard. Director Guthrie, thank you for your tremendous work and of your team, the great work you're doing to ready our state to protect Florida citizens. The Florida National Guard is fully mobilized with over 5,500 soldiers and airmen deployed or deploying. We are ready to provide humanitarian assistance, search and rescue, route clearance, and security missions throughout the area of operations in partnership with our state.
Hold on, they're coming out. What time is it? 15:01. So I'm pausing the emergency stuff. So this is 3:01. They're back out there. So that's right at an hour. They've been back inside. Okay, so now she's pulled at the doors. So those weren't her keys then. Okay, they went back inside at 3:05. Where did her Oh, this is the back part. This is 3:07. Not even like just moseying on along. All right, he's coming back out of the shed up here. She looks not like balanced or stable. Phoenix Rising, thank you so much for the super sticker. They're up here by the shed. Looks like he's doing a coat hanger. Thank you for the super sticker, Virginia. I think so. I keep getting text messages that it's shifting my way, but I don't think it's going to shift my way enough to make me. I don't know. I'll check again in a minute. Thank you for that. Okay, so now this has been 10 minutes since she pulled on the doors now. 10 minutes since she pulled on the doors trying to see if it was opening. Mrs. Krampus, happy anniversary. Do something. What the? Do something. How can you just stand there and talk? She just sits down. She just sits down. He's doing something on his phone. I'll be interested to see the call records. We're now at 3:18 p.m. Like, he's just gonna swing now. What is happening? This right here, if nothing else, this right here should have just sealed their fate. She's just rubbing his back. Oh my gosh. I've got chills. Robin, we're glad you're here. We're glad to have you. She's just a wagging that finger. I would give anything for this dang video to have audio. Oh my gosh, Buffy Bot. I was just thinking this. I want to know what he's doing on the phone at this time. Honestly, from here, it looks like he's dang scrolling Facebook. Now it looks like he's calling somebody. By this time, she has been in the car for almost exactly 4 hours. Just a little over 4 hours. But see, he's not Googling anything because he's not like typing stuff in. He's just sitting there scrolling and stuff. And now it looks like it looked like he was scrolling through, like where it had the circles on the side. It looked like he was scrolling through contacts. And now it looks like he's like holding the phone up, like talking, like speakerphone. I need the phone records. Bring the receipts. I need to know who he called. And now she's talking. It's now 3:26 there. Keeps tapping him. All right, 3:28. Looks like he's back on his phone. Messing with his phone. Still swinging. Like how are you not absolutely panicked? How are you not like trying to bust a window or screaming like, like for help? Or how are you on your front freaking porch swing? I don't. Okay, we're going to do another poll because this don't make sense. Right. Doing a poll. All right, so it's 3:32 and they're finally off the porch swing. And they go inside. They were on that swing for 14 minutes. And they went in the house. They were probably hot. It's been in there for 4 hours and 20 minutes at this point. And this isn't even, they haven't even called 911. All right, was that 5:38 or 3:38? Not 5:38. So we're now almost 4.5 hours later. What has he got? Yeah, this is out back. This is the camera that's out back. That's his car. And this is the camera that faces up front. That's her car. What's he doing? He's leaned over into the car. Doing more drugs? Cleaning stuff out? Both? I don't know why I'm leaning over. Like I'm going to be able to see better if I lean around. Ain't in no hurry. The clock says 3:45 now. Well, now it's starting 3:46. And he's still standing at the door. It has now been almost 10 minutes just since they went to his car back there and opened her door and all that. Why? All right, 3:48, he finally shuts the door. They're in a big hurry to go get that key fob, aren't they? Mm. They have been at this vehicle in the back. Let's see, that says 3:50. They've been at the vehicle in the back since 3:38. So 12 minutes just hanging out around the car. Just sitting there. All right, now it's 3:52 and they're just now pulling out. See how long they're gone. They were at his car back there for about 14 minutes. 14 minutes? That's a long time, y'all. 14 minutes does not sound like a long time, but 14 minutes is a long time to just sit there. Now, this is the part of the story where, according to the defense, they went to go get a key fob from her house. I'm not sure how far she lives from him. Thank you, Stacy Facey. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. How far away is the mom's house where the key fob is? I don't know how far away they live. I have not heard that. Or if I have heard it, I did not retain that information. I don't remember.
Pause it again.
Pausing it at 3:56. Well, that's a different view. Their lights. Oops, where'd it go? Do y'all remember what time the 911 call was?
How much longer is it?
An hour, 55 minutes to be exact. There's an hour left. There are a few questions, very few questions that I have with the captain after the video finishes, but there's something I need to bring to your, of course, attention before I ask those questions. So I want to go ahead and just kind of give the court a notice of that. I can do it now if you'd like to. I need to do some follow-up with the captain that will not, I don't believe, will be controversial, but because he will mention the word key fob, I want to bring this to your attention. There are two things that were brought out, both in opening from both defense attorneys, and then on cross-examination on the doctor from Georgia. And those questions were, the first thing in openings, both defense attorneys said that the car was on. On, yes, sir. Air conditioners on, the car was on. Captain Chapman actually knows that that's not possible. The key fob that he would push it, and it lights the lights on the car, which you will see in a few moments once we get about 30 minutes into this, when they actually get the key to get the keys locked out of the car. It flashes once when you're locking the car. It flashes twice when you're unlocking it. I get that right? Or did I reverse it? Okay. However, if the car is on, it doesn't flash at all. So we know for a fact when they're getting the keys out of the car that the key fob, when he's pushing it, it doesn't flash. I think that's proper information. It's not a scientific test. It doesn't fall under Rule 5. It's not exculpatory, and it's in direct response to both of the opening statements from the defense counsel saying that the car was on. Second thing is very similar to that. The air conditioner in the car works. The captain has been in this car numerous times, and the air conditioner works, and that was on cross-examination from Georgia. Those are the only questions that other than follow up as far as timing is concerned. But because he's going to mention key fob, I wanted you to have notice of that.
All right, and we will get the response and we come back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So we had talked about that in chat, that if you crank it, like if they would have actually done like the remote start crank, we would have seen the lights. And they're saying that if the car was already cranked and then they went to hit the key fob to open it, you know how the key fob will do the lights. But if it's on, it won't do the lights. So when we see them do it, the lights do flicker. So they're wanting to point out that that means the car definitely wasn't on, and there's your proof. Very interesting. Yeah, jury was out for that. All right, I want to finish listening to my stuff real quick.
State and local agencies. Over the past 48 hours, the Florida National Guard has been positioning personnel and units in strategic locations near expected landfall areas to assist impacted counties as rapidly as possible. The Florida National Guard's response efforts are organized around 4 task forces. Task Force 53, our main effort, is operating in the western coastal counties with 1,600 guardsmen. Task Force 164 is prepared to support counties in the central and northeast Florida with over 1,200 guardsmen. Task Force 83 is prepared to provide aviation support for search and rescue operations and commodity distribution. And Task Force 50 is prepared to provide transportation, sustainment, and communication support with over 1,100 guardsmen as needed. In addition, we have guardsmen currently manning state logistic response centers and other warehouses with over 200 guardsmen throughout the state. We're supporting over 20 county emergency operations centers with liaison specialists. And we continue to work mission requirements prior to landfall, including setting up Tiger Dam containment systems around Manatee County Hospital. The Florida National Guard currently has on hand 2,400 vehicles available to include high mobility and high water vehicles, 14 rotary wing aircraft with additional aviation assets coordinated with neighbor states through mutual aid agreements, and 23 small watercraft to support search and rescue operations and delivery of supplies in flooded areas. I shared Governor DeSantis's remarks, and I want to thank our neighboring Guard states for their assistance and willingness to provide additional assets during this critical time. And lastly, I'm proud of the quick response of your National Guard soldiers and airmen, and know they are grateful for the opportunity to serve the citizens of our great state. Thank you.
I am Colonel Brian Smith, Director of Law Enforcement for Florida Fish and Wildlife. And Governor, I want to thank you for your leadership and support during this emergency, as well as Director Guthrie.
What happened?
Your support to FWC and making sure we have all the tools we need to get this job done. FWC has the officers and equipment and experience, as well as the training to be effective in the immediate hours following a hurricane. We want to remind everyone, just as has been said before, please heed any warnings. And if you are in evacuation zones, please evacuate. FWC has staged 2 rapid response teams just outside the projected path of Idalia with nearly 50 personnel, and emergency response equipment. We'll be bringing high-wheel vehicles and boats capable of negotiating this high-water environment, and our officers are well-versed with the necessary precautions in this post-storm environment. FWC will be there to help everyone. We're coming to help you along with our brothers and sisters and first responders. We're honored to be called upon to assist with this, and following our immediate response, we'll have the resources and personnel to assist in recovery efforts for as long as we're needed. And thank you again, Governor, for all your support and leadership.
I'm Colonel Gary House with your Florida Highway Patrol. FHP has approximately 300 troopers statewide on standby, ready to assist and respond as needed as the impacts of Hurricane Idalia are felt. Currently, we have approximately, again, 300 troopers on Alpha Bravo shifts. In other words, 12-hour shifts that are rotating with no days off in preparation for the response to the storm. Our troopers are maintaining high visibility along our interstate highways and all our evacuation routes, especially our interstate rest areas. We're coordinating with our local sheriff's offices, and we're assisting specifically in Taylor, Dixie, and Levy counties, and notifying residents in evacuation areas to evacuate and heed that warning. We're coordinating with our FDOT partners, monitoring our roadways and our bridges to make sure they're safe for travel. As the governor mentioned, once speeds reach up 40 miles an hour, we're going to shut those causeways, those bridges down. So now is the time, as Director Guthrie said, now is the time to heed those warnings and evacuate if you're in an evacuation area. We're going to continue to monitor. We advise you to also monitor your local emergency management officials and local sheriffs and follow their directions as they put out releases and directions for you to follow as the storm approaches and the impacts are felt. After the storm passes, I would encourage you not to go out and sightsee. Give first responders room to work, room to respond, and room to assist those in need. As you travel our highways, if you've become disabled, your vehicle becomes disabled, try to get out of the traffic ways. If you're unfortunately involved in a collision, try to clear the roadway and dial star FHP or 347. Star FHP or 347 if you need assistance. And if it's an immediate emergency, always dial 911. Governor DeSantis, thank you for your leadership, your support of your Florida troopers and law enforcement in general. Director Guthrie, also thank you for your support. Florida has great leadership, and we're proud to serve with you. Thank you.
Okay, so be ready for impact. It's going to happen. We'll be prepared for losing power, of course, and we've been stressing that over the past many days. This could have really significant storm surge on those coastal areas alongside the Big Bend. And storm surge of this magnitude is not something we've ever seen in this part of Florida in any of our lifetimes. So please take the appropriate precautions and just understand that this is something that absolutely can be life-threatening if you were in one of those areas that is in the coastal or low-lying areas when you're met with this type of storm surge. Okay, any questions?
quick question about to follow up on the insurance thing, because so many people are worried about it right now. What did you want to see that the legislature would not adopt in the current insurance reforms we passed back in May?
Look, we can talk about the policy stuff. I mean, I think right now we're focusing on the response, protecting people, and then getting what we need to go there. And this is about execution right now. We obviously can have different policy debates when the time's appropriate, but this is what we have to do to be able to save lives, be able to respond, be able to get people back on their feet.
Can you kind of talk about how many people are heeding those evacuation notices? How many people are under those evacuation notices right now?
So I'll let Kevin jump in if I say anything wrong, but I mean, I think on Cedar Key, the vast majority have done it. And I think that I don't think it's 100%, but I think it was a lot. I think it was a big percentage, and probably a bigger percentage in some of those really sensitive areas than happened in Hurricane Ian with some of those areas that ended up being ground zero. Of course, I think there's been a lot more notice that this storm was likely to hit in this area compared to Ian, because I think we had some track shifts. So I understand how people process that. But we've been talking about the Big Bend now for a few days, and I think people got the message. And I think by and large, I think that they have heeded the advice. So I would say way more have heeded than have not heeded.
Obviously, the storm is going to be pretty significant for Leon County with all the big trees we have. We haven't had a big hurricane, if not ever. I guess, is the state contemplated a contingency plan if Leon County is not able to run properly for the long term? I mean, there's people saying we could lose power for weeks, months.
So we have spoken with the mayor and recommended that their utility accept the mutual aid, and I think he wants to accept it. I think he understands that could be useful. I think he understands that they want to get the power back on as quickly as possible. This utility here locally, has had some trouble on some of these situations with weaker storms in the past. I know in 2016. So we have the support here, and we want it to be used. So I think the city is going to welcome it, and that's why we have these people pre-staged, because we understand when you have a situation like this. I mean, hopefully nobody ends up in a life-threatening situation in Leon County at all. But even if some do, the vast majority of people are not going to be in that. The vast majority of people are not going to have their homes destroyed with this storm. But if they're without power for 2 weeks, I mean, that's not ideal. So we have the resources there. We want to bring those to bear. There will be some difficulty with all the trees, and there's going to be a lot of debris. We have our guys that are going to be willing to help with that as well. But we understand it's important to get this stuff going again. So there's a lot of resources available for both the county and the city to be able to help. And so we recommend that they take us up on that offer. All right. Well, we will be here bright and early tomorrow, and we will be hunkering down here as the storm passes through this part of the state of Florida. Then once it passes, we're likely going to go down and be in the areas where you've had the most impacts and start the recovery, relief and recovery process as soon as the storm exits the state of Florida. Thanks.
Well, so I am, oh, look at the clouds. Looks kind of crazy. We lost feed. Our feed just went out again. Oh, there we go. All right, so I am not in the like where the eye of the storm is going to be. I am more, I'm a little bit west of that. I'm in more of like the, I mean, I have a little bit of the storm surge warning stuff, but I'm not going to be in the eye of the storm. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a storm surge. Most recent storm surge. We got audio back. 2 to 4 feet.
May proceed.
I'll keep an eye on it. I am on the 5th floor. And my kid is on the 3rd floor. All right. What happened to our view? What are we doing here? Bring back our view. Come on. Show us the view. So there's 55 minutes left of the video, and I guess now we don't get to see the rest of it. Okay, so the video ended at 3:52. And he said there's 55 more minutes left of it. What time did they just come back? That may be it, but I wish that they would at least, I need to see what time they come back and what they do when they come back. Let me see. Let me dig around. See what I can find. Um, no, their attorneys ain't separating them no more. It's just ain't nothing between them but space and opportunity. Look at her looking. I wonder if they went to that feed because they accidentally showed the jurors. We're having feed weirdness. Maybe that means. Hello. All right. Maybe the feed messing up means that they're about to swap us back over. Maybe. Maybe. Ah, there we go. All right, now we're back in business. All right, so it says up there 4:15. So 4:15, they've been gone 20, what is that, 23 minutes ish? I didn't come here to do math. I'm not sure what the black squares are for. I thought when it was just this one that maybe like if they're, I don't know. I have no idea. There was one on the backyard too. I have no idea what they're for. Down in front. Thank you. I'm not sure how far the neighbor's house is. Well, these wouldn't be logos or anything because this is straight from the court stuff. I mean, this is like evidence that would come directly from those cameras and the shape. So if it was like a logo or something, it would be from those cameras, but the shape and placement of this one is different than the shape and placement of the one that was around back. Did y'all see the one around back too? Or am I crazy? I may be crazy. Dog Mom, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to screenshot all of you that are telling me that I'm not crazy. They said court is going to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Just so early. So 420. So that one has, let me see something. Oh. They took down. So this stream that we're in has only lasted for about half an hour. They took down the other stream. I guess they saw where the jurors are in it, and they're going to have to cut that part out. That would be my guess. Okay, so I couldn't pull it up on the other law and crime thing, like, or on the past one, because they took it down. But it's been there from the beginning. This is the very first of the video that we saw. So, I mean, it's been there the whole time. I just don't know. I don't know what it's for. We're now at 427. Well, see, I thought it could be house number 2. I thought it might be like the mailbox with the house number, but then it's got that little one in the back too. That's why I didn't. We're at 428. $435. They left at 3:52. And that clock says 4:35. This entire time, there's gone. Rose, at this point, it's 4:37, and she had been in the car since 11:16. She's at 5 hours and 20 minutes right now. Between this video and hearing the other babysitter when she said, "Oh yeah, she told me to just put her in the car and leave the windows down because she does that all the time." Okay, here they go. All right, what time is it? 4:40. And you don't go running, sprinting with your key fob? You gotta be freaking kidding me. If nothing else sealed the deal for them, they just pulled up after going to get the key fob and they are sitting there talking. Wow. They were gone for 48 minutes. I don't know what this is going to show. Just FYI, trigger warning. I don't know. I still can't get in. Probably want to go get the key fob. The lights just flickered. Really? Now's the time for that? Gotta be freaking kidding me. It's 4:50. It is now 4:51 and they are still standing at that damn truck. She looks panicked. Not scared, panicked, like. It's 4:55. When you're locked out of your car, sometimes there's a thing you can pull in the trunk. But if they have the key fob and we just saw the lights come on, I don't understand the point of any of this. They open the door. They stopped it right before she was brought out of it. Don't cry now, you piece of shit. I'm gonna try to fix storm cam, yard cam. The sun's going down, so now there's a reflection. froze again? Oh no, she's just leaned over. Oh. I need a drink. I hope she's in our chat and she reads what we all think about her. All right, let's flood the chat with hearts for Cristina.
realize skips around. I know the time skips around, that's because the motion, as you described earlier,
Yes, sir.
exactly how much time, have you been able to calculate exactly how much time Cristina was in the car?
By our calculations from when she was placed in the vehicle and then removed, 5 hours and 43 minutes and some seconds thereabout.
You're familiar with this car? It's in the impound lot, I'm assuming, at the sheriff's office?
I am, sir.
You've been in the car?
Yes, sir.
Air conditioning work,
The air conditioning does work.
even today?
Even as of this morning, it still works.
You go to, I think this is 1646. Again, military time, that is.
That's
4:46, is that
4
correct?
p.m., 4:46 p.m.
What's going on in this scene right here?
So they have gone to town and retrieved a second key fob to come back and unlock the vehicle. And we know that from their statement and from the fact that he's
So let me
holding.
ask you this specifically. In this picture right here, what can you tell me is going on?
He is pushing the key fob and the park lights are flashing, indicating.
But specifically, tell me what's going on.
You can see the light flashing there. So obviously, the key fob is working. The vehicle's receiving a signal from the key fob. And I am not an expert, but I can tell you that I can replicate a standard. And when we put that vehicle inside the processing bay and we attempted to replicate that, you cannot get the vehicle to flash the park lights if the vehicle's running. End of story. There's no. We also then contacted Volkswagen and. Okay.
You yourself check this out.
We did over and over and over
The
again.
lights are flashing, the car's not on.
If those lights are flashing from that key fob, the vehicle is not running. And I mean, it can't even be just the ACC. In other words, if you get in and start the
Push the
ACC,
button and turn it on, but not
right,
just the accessories.
it can't be activated at all, or it will not flash those lights.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boy.
And that's based on your experience and what you did when you were.
Solely based on what we did in this case. I do know that Volkswagen typically does not work if it is on
Because in this case, you tried.
over and
you
over
turned
and
the
over
key on,
again.
You tried various mechanisms.
We
tried to see
did.
if you could make the lights flash, and you couldn't do it.
That's correct, sir.
And you state you're not an expert,
I am not an expert, no, sir.
and you were unable to replicate what looked like happened there.
I was unable to replicate what we saw in the video.
I know you're not an expert, but if you were to take an automobile, just park it in the hot sun, with the working air conditioner, and leave it on, and let it sit there for a few hours, do you know if that has any effect on the air conditioning system?
Do I know if it has any effect on the air conditioning system?
Yeah, you know if there's a sensor in that condenser that when it overheats, it takes on, shuts the AC off.
No, sir. I couldn't tell you.
You don't know one way or the other.
No, sir, I don't.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Stupid question. Sit down and shut up. Don't even freaking talk anymore. Just sit down and shut up. Who invited you? And you're worse. Ugh. Ugh.
As far as the car is concerned, have you wrote any reports? Have you documented anything that you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
And that was provided when, as to what you did regarding the testimony about the what?
The key fob stuff that we just talked about,
You documented that?
it's been documented. We also,
You wrote the report?
it's been documented. Yes, sir.
You wrote a report?
How many times do I need to answer? I'm not sure.
Thank
So your
you.
position, you wrote a report?
I wrote
That's an
notes. I know that it has been done on video, that we took a video. I know that I did it again this morning to verify. I met with the solicitor again this morning. Do you have a written report? I don't know what all the reports are that you have. Have I documented this? Yes, I have.
And you gave those notes to the solicitor's office?
Everything that we have should have been submitted. That is correct.
So I don't have the notes, this is what they're saying.
Okay.
And so, with that being said, that's why I asked the question, because I don't.
Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Now, let's be direct. I know you're not a mechanic, but you just kind of went through this.
Sure.
Code Defense Council. I think you're at least somewhat aware of vehicles and how they operate.
Yes, sir.
If a car idles for hours on end, and I think if someone has basic common car knowledge,
Sure.
it idles hours on end with the air conditioner on, a sensor can pop with the air conditioning compressor and cause the cold air to stop coming out. That happens. You don't dispute that. That is a phenomenon that happens if a car idles for a long time. It overheats.
Are you asking me if I agree with that?
No, then a car overheats when it idles for hours on end with the air conditioner on.
Is it plausible? Can it happen? I would assume anything could happen. Does my vehicle overheat when it runs all that time? No, sir, it doesn't.
So you didn't know. I guess your point is that you.
I can't be an expert in that because I don't know. You're asking me, is it plausible that any vehicle, a random vehicle could run for that long and something could happen? Absolutely. It's the South. It's hot.
Right.
Absolutely.
My main issue is that you said that the air conditioner works. And nobody's saying that the air conditioner's broken.
No, sir.
Okay. That's the
Totally agree with you on that part, that it is plausible that a vehicle could do what you said in the South. Absolutely. After running for hours. Sure.
When you recreated, you said there is no way, in any way, shape, or form, that those lights will blink on that car.
I simply cannot get the vehicle to replicate what we saw in that video with the flashing of the lights upon lock and unlock if the vehicle is running. Whether it's running actually fired up and started or whether you just push the ACC, it will not, no matter what I do, it will not do it.
Sit down.
A moment, Your Honor.
Shut up. You're looking at I don't know if y'all can see that. It's like a, zoom in there, cameraman. Good job, bud. It's like the car digital thing.
You said there's videos of your tests?
Yes, we took a video of it.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Just clarify, when you say that it does flash when the car's off, just not when it's on. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. If the car is powered off, it will do a double flash for unlock and a single flash for lock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Oh God, you again.
To your testimony, it sounds like you tried to be thorough, you tried a lot of different ways, and you had a key fob, and you were able to consistently lock and unlock the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're describing what the lights did when you successfully locked and unlocked the vehicle, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever hit the fob and didn't have enough juice to unlock it? That's why I functioned some other way, but you weren't able to unlock it with the key fob?
No, sir, not. Hold on. Ask your question again. I want to make sure I answer exactly what you're asking.
Did you ever attempt to unlock, in the course of your experience, the vehicle with the key fob and be unsuccessful? Did it work?
It worked. Yes, sir. It did work. We have not had any problems locking or unlocking remotely with the key fob.
And you described when we were watching this video that they were hitting the key fob and the doors weren't unlocked when the lights flashed. Is that right?
No, what I was saying was you can tell by the double flash followed by a single that the unlock button had been hit and the lock button had been hit. I don't know if the locks were actually working at that point in time. The only thing I can say is that it would not flash like that if the vehicle was running.
It wouldn't flash like that if you successfully locked or unlocked it. You don't know what would happen if you were unable to unlock it or unlock it because you didn't have that experience.
And that is plausible, yes. Yes.
So in this case, if they're sitting there hitting it and it's not unlocking or unlocking, you don't know what to say.
I could not, yeah, could not.
Anything further?
David, just from context, obviously, you've been involved in this case and you know the video. That first phone call that Mr. King's on, that's with Stokes Lock and Key?
I believe from his statement to us, yes, he was on the phone with, I want to say he did a locksmith and a friend trying to figure out how to get into the vehicle.
Right, so he calls the local locksmith and they tell him how to pop off the side of the van and get into the car, turn it manually. And then the second phone call you see him on is the one with 911.
Yes, sir, that is correct. As soon as he gets in the vehicle, he dials 911. There's no hesitation as far as him dialing 911.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
That's correct.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this day. And due to the projected weather and the court closing at noon tomorrow, we need to start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Is there anyone who cannot be here at 8 a.m.? Pardon? Need a ride? All right. Well, we'll get with the court officials and arrange. How far out do you live? Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. He's like, oh, I'll pick you up. Carpool. So here's my thing. They can squabble over their little details all they want. Defense can try to make this out to be like it was, nothing major. Just a accident. But they put her in that car at 11:16. And it wasn't until 3:03 p.m. that they realized that car door was locked. 11:16 to 3:03. So you can sit down and shut up, defense, because y'all ain't got nothing. There ain't nothing you can say it's going to make that little, fob story matter to anybody. Not one thing. They put her in that car, that hot car, at 11:16, and did not care enough about her to do anything else until 3:03 when they checked the doors. And 3:03 they checked the doors and see that they're locked. It wasn't until about another 10 minutes later that he tried to open it with the coat hanger thing. And then they said they're swinging. Y'all, they said they're swinging. You don't get to stand up and pretend like they did everything they could do. They sat there on the dang swing. You don't get to pretend like they did anything. And I wanted to punch her when she cried because I don't think that she should be allowed to cry. Not a fan. Not a fan. Okay, so I know this looks a little bit weird because now it's like the sun has gone down and it's staring out the window. But here, let's open the window. All right. Now you can see it. It's getting a little dark. But you can see it. You can kind of hear it. There's people down there on the top of that snack shack thing that I told y'all about, you know. And there's people down there sitting at them tables, and they're looking like, what's she doing hanging her laptop out that window? All right, well, that's all I got, guys. I am going to hunker down. Actually, my brother and his family are leaving town in the morning, so I'm about to go take Lucy on a little field trip over there, go say hi to them, see them before they leave, and then I will hunker down and make sure that everything here is good to go and we are prepared for the storm. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I appreciate y'all going on the field trip with me. I appreciate y'all breaking into Club La Vila with me. That was a blast. Didn't even get arrested. If they come for me, though, I was with y'all the whole time. I know that this was a hard trial, and I knew it was one that was going to be difficult, but I'm glad that we went through all of it together. So don't forget, court tomorrow. They are starting early, but ending early as well. So for the storm. So they're starting at 8 a.m. And, you know, good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise, or the Gulf don't rise, I guess I should say. I will be here. It starts at 8 a.m. Eastern. So I will start about 15 minutes before-ish, as long as I have power. If I don't have power, then we'll figure it out. We'll give it a go when I do. So I appreciate it. I will see y'all bright. Well, maybe not bright. With the storm coming in, it might still be pretty dark here. So I'll see y'all bright-ish, depending on what part of the world you're in. But I'll see y'all in the morning, and me and Lucy will be here with our rain jackets. So y'all take care. If you are in Florida and you are, oh, look, that moon y'all are talking about. You can see it. Oh wait, hold on. I'm really bad at this. You can see it over that building just a little bit, but it's too crowded to, dang, youngins hollering. It's too crowded to actually see the whole thing, but you can kind of see it just a little bit. So, all right, that's all I got. I am going to go see my family before they leave, and then stock up on water and booze, and then I will see y'all in the morning, 8 a.m. Eastern. So we'll start about 15 minutes before. Thanks for reporting to jury duty. I'll see y'all in the morning.